Yo, 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 what is up? What is up? Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I actually have to send a message real quick. Look how big this might determine our entire day though. Look how close this is grinding. We do not want that 48 over that 200. I know that there's a lot of equities that you guys want to look at. Watch MMAT. I've added that to the top of my list today. Go EVs at a very critical level. I added Lemonade and LEV to my list today too. Give me 1 second. Oh, 1 second. Actually, I'm just messing with my sister, to be quite honest. Good morning, Jeremy. Give me 1 second. We want Bitcoin to rip. How you guys doing today? Hope you guys are doing good. Go EV looks very, very strong. Revlon looks very, very strong. GME, AMC are both trending on StockTwits. BBIG was trending on Google before. Revlon was #1 on the short squeeze list for I believe it was S3 and Fintel. Yeah, today might be wild, or it could be a fake out, and then they might try to like do some like reverse psychology shit with the Netflix earnings because everybody's expecting for it to go down. They might run it, and then Tesla has their earnings tomorrow, so like they might try to do some weird stuff like that, or it might just be continuation tomorrow. I'm fucking amped. Alright, guys, give me 1 second. I gotta make a phone call. Can you have Casey send it to me? Can you have Casey send it to me? Because BBIG right now. Yeah, give me 1 second. One second. All right, got that. Uh-huh. 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 Got it. Got it. I'll call you after. All right. My bad, guys. My bad. Whew. My bad. I just had to figure out something with my one account. Okay, we're up and live and all Gucci. Alright, now I need to get your guys' screen in front of me too. What are your guys' thoughts on today? You guys feeling good? You guys feeling shitty? What's the overall vibe? You guys should add these to your watch list as well. LEV and Lemonade, if you guys haven't already. Oh, why? Because I scrolled down and you saw this shit? Or why? Oh, Ethereum Classic. Good, dude. I'm happy for you. Ethereum itself has been just off the wall. If we keep this bullish momentum and then Tesla has a good earnings call tomorrow, we could go bananas. I'm really hoping to see a gap up here. Look at this today. Almost 155% short interest on TBLT. TBLT 155%. That's crazy. Yep, I think that's a very key level. And Revlon's almost at what's that? Just over 95% short interest on float. Yeah, I know. I know. I gotta do some experimenting with my I have to do some experimenting with my what's it called? With my like overnight stream to see what is going to get me the most amount of subs, so on and so forth. Look how nice their balance sheet looks. And I think that they went bankrupt. Like they have $3.35 billion in cash on hand. I don't know, that asinine to me. On the on threshold, Tide is on threshold. TBLT is on threshold. Rev B is on threshold. Rev B has been on my list, like on my radar, but I just haven't been playing it because I kind of missed the rocket. But then I don't like to chase stuff. INNN has been on my list as well. That's something to take into consideration. It's very, very cheap. It's a low float, low cap, I believe. Redbox is on here. EVFM's back on here. FFIE's on here. BRQS is on here. Like, there's some interesting stocks on here. I like TBLT the most, I believe. Look at BBIG. Look at these crossovers right here. Now, the problem with BBIG is always momentum. It's always keeping the momentum. So we just need it to go vertical, basically, and keep it shit up. It needs to keep the crossovers going and kind of roll like that. Also, I threw this on the watch list today, Hive. And watch NLIT. Watch NLIT. And specifically watch the warrants on NLIT. Not financial advice. Blah. I hate having to fucking repeat that over and over again, but it is what it is. Vroom. What's APLD? Last time I saw it was like 30-some% up. You guys know how much I've been preaching about Arrival, AI, EVGO, Backed. You guys already know how much I've been preaching about that shit. Brainerd is going to speak today, just so everyone's aware. Brainerd is going to speak today, and she's in charge of, like, I guess, crypto regulation, from my understanding. And then this is, like, this formed a gold cross, and then we had a double bottom right here as well on XRP. So things are taken into consideration. As far as Mullen goes, a whole lot of sideways. I just suspect that might roll with everything else if it does. Just guys, watch out for option traps in case they do what I said that they might do. Like, they might try to tank the market, believe it or not. They might try to tank the market in order to scalp options, and then like I guess option trap people, and then run it for, like, say, like Tesla options or like the Tesla earnings, if that makes sense. Possibility. We need to hit and hold over 401 on Go EV. Yeah, Jeremy, see, the thing is that they might also squeeze GME. They might also squeeze GME before the dividend date, so that they don't get caught doing anything illegal, though. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, like, and then if you were to hold, then technically you'd be a bag holder, and you don't want to do that either. So like, it's shaky ground. This is a very, very, very volatile play, and I would watch out if I was playing it. I don't know if it's going to go up. I don't know if it's going to go down. I have no idea. I've been telling you guys about QNGY, so let's say. All right, this is up already 5% pre-market, and this has been an excellent scalping tool that we've used in the past. Just throwing that out there. I'm not saying use it again. I'm just saying that like we've used it to scalp. Beam might be a fucking great play, but you might make more in Beam warrants. I'm not sure. But it's up there as far as like short extremes go. Here, we could actually look at that real quick. We have time. I came on early. I don't know why. I just kind of felt like it. I was up since like I couldn't sleep. I was up like since like fucking like 4:30. Oh wait, actually wait. Let's look at fundamentals. We might as well. So I'd say it's a smaller cap, 136.5 mil. Free float shares though, only 8.18 million. 52-week high, just under $40. Look at that short score. It's wild. See, this needs to catch its momentum, or well, I should say keep its momentum, and keep rolling above pivot, because that's BBIG's main issue, is just getting out of the constant barcode. It's almost painful to watch. One can argue this might be the most important thing to fucking watch right now. All right, I did a video on this company. They have shorts trapped. I forget at which number exactly, but I said it on the video. I believe it was like 59 cents or something. They had shorts trapped. This company has shorts trapped. The company, these people have them at like 1180 something, is where they were, And I believe that they were like 60 cents on RGS. iLag, I found out was a Hong Kong company, so I dumped them. I won't play with like I just don't play with fucking Chinese stocks at all. SFT still up again, pre-market. Go. Go, 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 go. If this blasts, it might be foreshadowing of what Brainerd is going to talk about today. Just saying. If she talks crypto, watch Tide. Like if she talks about crypto, watch Tide. Tide might go. As would Hive. Well, see the thing is Mara and APLD or whatever it is, they already had a nice little run. I don't know if they have a lot left in the tank or not. I mean, so you'd be kind of pushing your luck there. However, if she talks about crypto and she talks about it positively, we could see a huge boost in a lot of different equities. What is up with TBLT right here? That is what I call a grown-up candle. And then it gets filled right to the downside. That's great. Slightly sub 17 on AMC. Slightly sub 149 on GME. Guys, I'm not ignoring AMC and GME. Like I want to be very, very clear. I'm not ignoring AMC or GME. It's just that like at the current time, my shares, I almost don't care until like I'm seeing like percentage increases that I like respect. So I just want to be very, very clear about that. That way nobody gets like the wrong idea. I don't even have any thought of moving on from them at the current time. If you guys want me to ever look at it, just let me know. But I'll look at them, excuse me. Hold on, I'm getting a message here about crypto, I believe. AVAX up 5% in the last 12 hours. I'm not into AVAX. Go EV, what are we doing? Remember, 401 is a key level for us to go ahead and break and hold. Notice how we're getting a lot of barcoding action as well. I just got an update that Harmony 1 is up almost 50%. Hey, calm down. We got to make sure this isn't a double top. We want a continuation right through. It is oversold or overbought though, so that could explain it. No, no. The only short you're talking about like futures on cryptos. That's the only thing that I would know that exists as far as cryptocurrency goes. Like I'll show you what it shows. Like, it just has signals. That's pretty much it. $270 support line. Support resistance. Yep. That makes sense. No, chill out, dude. Chill out, okay, bud? Go get some water or something, bud. Here, maybe you need some more water. Actually, Ugh. Good morning, Z. Hope you're having a great day, bro. Yo, throw MMAT because I think that they might gap up. Throw MMAT on your list, LEV, and Lemonade, as well as TTOO if it's not already there. And I mean, I'm heavy in TBLT, as well as GoEV right now. Yeah, they were popping off the charts as far as short scores were going or concerned, and I'd also like to think that they have some pretty good catalysts. Also, like Lemonade has to do with insurance. Insurance is like one of those like industries that's like recession proof. You know, like in a recession, right? They think like the normal person thinks, oh, also Nlit W. Throw Nlit and Nlit W on your list too, bro. And also there's shorts trapped on EDIT and RGS for sure. But anyways, there's like a few sectors like defense, banking, insurance, that people classify as like recession proof, even though there's really no such thing as like nothing that like a recession won't touch. I also put this on my list today too, Hive. But anyways, Lemonade is one of those. It's an insurance company. And they had an excellent short score. Let me go ahead and look it up real quick. Also Beam and Beam W if you really wanted to. If you want to get froggy. $31.55% short interest. It's not a small company either. It's a $1 billion company. There's only 42 million shares though on float. Look how much. All right, so their EV went down, right? But look how much their revenue went up. Very interesting. This is gonna have no fucking volume, but man, if more people knew about it, it could be a monster. It's looking like people know about RGS though. Sorry, this is like my fuck around account. I'm just trying to see what I got. Aha, I do have RGS. Nice. Thought I did. RGS's target price on here is showing me $5.50, which is a 477% increase. And that's not even counting the short squeeze potential. On the charts, let me go ahead and let me pull that up. Actually, wait, it's on my list right here. Hold on a second. It's got to have a positive day today. We got to get over this the 4 hour. But what is that? That looks like consolidation to me. Maybe like a weird cup and handle kind of formation or something. Again, that's a 4 hour chart. Let's look at a 2 hour. Consolidation on the 2 hour. Kind of bull flaggish, actually. I usually don't do this on a 2 hour, but let's do it anyway. Oh, that's pretty damn close to a fucking descending channel as well. It looks fire, dude, to be honest with you. Like, but it's got to get momentum with everything else. AMC cleared 17, and we're at 149.55 on GME. Again, we're looking for 401, a break and a hold of that and go easy. And if we get volume in TTOO, it could just be like insanity. I guess I should say the same about TBLT as well, though. Probably more so about TBLT. With volume, dude, it could go. With volume, you could see like 8. I'm not even joking. Like, it depends on how the whole like the day goes, because they might try to like. All right, so I don't know about you, but they've been like telegraphing like this Netflix earnings being negative. It seems like they're telegraphing it a little bit like too much. So that makes me think that they might do it like reverse psychology and have Netflix, like, even though the earnings might be bad, they might like have the market go up and then have Tesla earnings be like good, but then have the market go down just to fuck with people. They could continue from yesterday, and let everything rip as well. But I'm just trying to be a devil's advocate, I guess. If we get a twist up on this MACD. AMC is getting some gas right here. GME is just under 150 as well. This might spark some fucking mayhem. I'm getting like updates on my phone about crypto going up as well. And remember, Brainerd's speaking today, and she's supposed to be handling like crypto. XRP was looking very beautiful earlier, as I showed Jeremy. I'll pull it up again real quick. I don't know if you're in XRP yet or not, but basically once they legalize XRP, or once they drop the case, however they're going to do it, is as long as XRP can be traded in the United States, which they can't like bar trading forever, essentially. It could essentially replace Bitcoin. As fucked up as that sounds. And again, Brainerd is speaking today, and she's supposed to be handling crypto, from my knowledge. So that's pretty interesting. Especially after France said that it might replace, like, it might be like their digital dollar. This was added to my list yesterday as well. I forget why, but it was. Watch out on SOBR. I put it on my, what's it called? I put it on my watch list at the same time I put on APLD. Look at AMC right now; it's up 5%, 17, almost 1750. It might be. It might be. They might start delta hedging themselves already. Again, I do not want to be the, what's it called? I do not want to be the like bearer of bad news or anything, but just like watch out for fucking options traps, guys. Like, make sure that like you like have some kind of downside protection or something. Not financial advice, but like the last thing you want to do is lever way the fuck up and then get blown out. Like, been there, done that. Trust me, you don't want to do it. It hurts. Hurts, it hurts, it hurts. To be very, very fucking vigilant. $9.13 or $9.14. Anything catch your guys' eye that you guys want me to keep like my eyes on, or take a look at? Like, did you guys come across anything over the evening that you guys want me to look at, or no? All right. I just want to like I look around every now and then, and I do like a screener and stuff, and like sometimes I miss stuff that you guys come across, and I just always figure like it's worth asking, of course. I actually just posted a video of like the fastest way to find a potential short squeeze, and it's like literally a minute and a half. The video, it's funny as fuck. And it's exactly how I found Lemonade, Lev, Lev, Sens. Oh, we all making money. We all making money. Everybody on this channel should be making money. And if you're not, like, tell me how you're like, tell me how. Like, tell me if you're overexposed to options. Tell me if like your strike prices are too high. Tell me I don't know, like let's get you turned around and find like I can't teach you or tell you what to do, but like I could walk the line with you as you like figure it out for yourself, essentially. Bro, you never got out of that? Or you got out of it and like you're just hurt over it? Hmm. What would Buzz do? Okay, then Z, let me ask you though. At what point do you cut your loss? What if it goes down even more? Like it could. Okay, so I understand what you needed to do. I understand what you need to do, right? But like you would never cut a loss. That sounds dangerous to me. That sounds like very dangerous trading. You're my boy, but like I'm gonna tell you, if something seems like weird. Um, Not knowing when to cut a loss. That sounds scary. Especially when there's so much like opportunity out in the market. The shorts on this one are trapped at $2.10. I already did the math. The FTDs are twice the size of the fucking float. More than twice the size of the fucking float. You feel like, but do you have confirmation of that? Like, have you looked back and like looked at them side by side? Because that might be a good way for you to determine whether or not it is or not. You know what I mean? I mean, I get it. Like they bought a safe company. Like it could be like a safe for guns. Like I don't know. I get why you would like why the possibilities there, but like it's not confirmed. It's a like a thesis or a theory that you have to be proven as of right now, at least. Yeah, but has it happened more than once? Look back to look back to November of last year and see if it spiked. Or actually, I'll do it with you. Fuck it. Or October, I guess. October, and then let's see. This would be February or like the end of February, beginning of March. What the fuck? Come on. said October, right? I mean, it popped in November. It didn't pop in October, though. How about March? Did it do anything in March? Oh, wait, no, that's... Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, I gotta let my dog out. Hold on 1 second. That's interesting. Well, I was going to ask you guys what you guys wanted to watch it open, but I'm sorry. This kind of chose for me. AMC is fucking going crazy, though, too. Don't sleep on TBLT, guys. No, not financial advice, just saying. Remember, EDIT could be a short squeeze. NLIT and NLIT W. If NLIT clears 1150 with ease, then NLIT W could move like a motherfucker. RGS, again, shorts are trapped at like 60 cents, 59 cents to be exact, as per Ortex. MNTS up another 4%. Come back to $2. Seems. Yes, please have a trading plan. Good call, Jeremy. Usually like that's like my fucking. That's like my battle cry is like everyone have a plan. No, it's seriously like having a plan is fucking so important. Having a trading plan is so important. Watch EV Go as well. Like obviously like EV and then Go. They have like 35% short interest. Ooh, this is interesting. They're actually putting out EV news this morning. I didn't even see that. Hi, Connie. Don't sleep on TBLT. I think it could be a monster. It could be a crazy market plumbing play that they just fucked up on. That's it. Yeah, Wejo does have a lot of connections. I'll check it out for you. I'm not in it anymore, but I'll check it out for you, no doubt. I liked it, which is why I was in it for a brief time. But I hope it goes. I just dumped a lot of money into it. See, the utilization is low on it. Like a week ago, the utilization was at 82. Now it's at 58. What? How many shares are we at? There are only 40 million shares, and it is pretty cheap, so that could get jacked up pretty quick as long as there's enough volume. But remember, volume is a side effect, not a causation. So you need demand, really. And again, watch out for a gap up as well on MMAT. Because that filing that they put out the other day, it wasn't bad. I don't know why everybody thought it was fucking bad. And TTOO has FDA approval, and they're trading for under 15 cents. If this catches volume today, and catches like the decent amount of demand, You could be looking at staggering figures. You could be. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a financial advisor. Just saying. I would stay away from these personally, but you guys do you. This company made a purchase off this company, but it was like I don't think it was a full acquisition. It was just an acquisition of some assets. It had USEA go absolutely ballistic, and then yesterday it went down. So take that as you will. AMC, where are we at? Just under 1750. There might be some gamma pressure on AMC at 1750. Hold on a second, because that's a key level. It, 18 is now a key, like a more of a key level in my opinion on AMC. Still a key level, but not. I mean, it's twice as much almost as far as gamma goes. I guess I could look at puts too. Hold on. Ooh, guys, we might rip. We might fucking rip. I'm still looking for a potential head fake somewhere because I just feel like they're not going to just let us have it that easy. That makes sense? Oh, yeah. Okay, we have over 401 and we're holding. Hold on 1 second. This is very important on Go EV. Over 401 and holding is very, very important. Paying attention to SkyX, EDIT, yeah, Regis, RGS. Like, according to Ortex, on these two stocks, I'll put them next to each other actually. Market opens in 1 minute. Okay, so according to Ortex, on these two stocks, right, they have shorts trapped under water. Let me see if I can grab my dog real quick before the market opens. I'm back. Woo! Let's fucking go, guys. Let's make some money. Let's make some money. I want to see BBIG catch some, like, steady momentum. Not, like, up and then barcode. Up, barcode. Up, barcode. I want to see some, like, positive shit. Alright, guys, here we go. Let's get it. We want to see 18 on AMC. If they sink the market, guys, if they sink it, like, just be cautious of, like, I don't even want to, I don't want to put a number on it. I don't. I've been accurate with my numbers. I just don't want to put a number on it. Again, if Nlit hits 1115 holds, watch out on Nlit W. Jimmy, what is it doing? It's at 5%. It's at 153. AMC's doing it too. Watch what happens when this hits 18. Watch what happens when this hits 18. I'll be honest, like, guys, as far as leverage goes, right, it's much easier to make money on options on or less manipulated plays. So while, like, I could be making a killing there, I'm making a killing elsewhere as well. And I could just play it straight stock. Please don't hate me, but like I just don't want to be in the manipulated fucking like the crazy manipulation plays. Especially if I have to rely on the SEC to help me get get to those prices. Like the SEC fucked BBIG hard. Hard. And we know how like they've been holding off from like punishing those that kind of like screwed over those of us in AMC and GME as well. And Mullen. I mean, Mullen I consider more of like its own fault, but I still believe in the company. I just think that there's a lot of companies that are not as manipulated, but are extremely like cheap, which is why I'm paying decent attention to those as well. Like I'm not gonna let go of my stock, but I might play leverage in other places because I don't know, it's more predictable. Go ahead, go EV. Fucking full send. Remember, Lemonade is like $1 billion company as well, and their short score was 95 something on Ortex. Same thing with PSNY as Inlet, as far as warrants are concerned. Not financial advice. But just watch out like they don't catch us being too bullish. All I'm saying. We look like we could blast some heat. The goal is to obviously clear 388.44. Told you guys how important 401 was. Come on. Push, 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 push. BBIG, I looked at the trending stocks of the day, and at like 4 this morning, just so you guys know, it was like I couldn't sleep that well. I slept from like 9:30 to like 4, but I woke up at like 4:30 ish, and the one of the top trending stocks on Google was BBIG. Just so everyone's aware. Look at the PLD. Holy fuck! That's because of the deal with Mara. It's like a 5-year deal with Mara, I believe. Come on. Now, Joby is going to be EVTL is probably like most direct competitor. Just keep that in mind. And we all know how much EVTL has been running. Joby also has a much higher market cap, and they're backed by Toyota. So everyone's aware. Go, 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 go. Firm's kind of holding me back right now on one of my portfolios. It's kind of getting balanced out by Go EV, but let's see. Again, we want 18 on AMC. Revlon, I want to see $6. Get LEV. Watch for, again, a potential gap up on MMAT. Like, it's like $1 fucking gap, almost. Like, it could be huge. I don't know. Not positive, but if it does go, then it's going to, like, chances are it's going to go. It dropped $1 because of, like, a change in leadership. So, like, the price got cut in half just because of price and leadership. But then yesterday they also got patents awarded to them, 2 U.S. patents in regards to like batteries. What are you doing, T2? T2, come on. Ignore this line. This line is not going to be accurate. I'm telling you guys right now. It's not going to be accurate. Just ignore that. That's not gonna be accurate at all. It's there for my just like my use only. Pretend like you don't even fucking see it. Because you don't want to learn wrong. Like you don't want to learn like charting from somebody else's like experience. You know what I mean? It just I don't know. I just don't see it benefiting anyone. Again, low volume. It's a decently sized business. Again, it's over $1 billion, and it has shorts in it. It's just not getting the volume it needs. This has, I believe, 22% short interest, and the shorts are trapped at 1189, I believe it was. $401, very, very critical level. You guys already know this. Double bottom. Are we gonna double? Like we could just be getting. Yep, there we go. Let's go. Time to jet. Time to jet. Tough built and Matt are like barely up. Time to jet. Go ahead. Sends, which I just added to my list today, is up 4%. Easy fill, it just keeps going up steadily, slowly and steadily. Like it's easy FL. Ever since I put them on my list, it seems like a little while ago. Just like every single time I look, they're up a little bit. This might be getting ready for a potential run where we could see a good scalping opportunity. Just throwing that out there. I'm gonna look up the Ortex right now on it. WTRH, I believe it was. Yeah. See the volume. Look at the order book. Way heavy to the left, to the buy side. Shorts. 10% short interest. 98% utilization. The fight for 401 is so important here. Fuck. We just lost $1 on Tide as well. And we are red on EDIT. RGS is still green. PRT, the trust today declared a monthly cash distribution. PRT? Who are they? Who's PRT? Perm rock, stone, things like that, guys. Could be, Don, could be. Perm rock, though. Think about that. Rock, stone, like they seem pretty fucking related to me. Just throwing that out there. For AMC, you want to see it hit 18. Because at 18, you'd have to hedge for 1.2 million shares. At 20, it'd be 1.6 million shares. But at 18, it's 1.2 million shares that would have to be hedged for. And there's not many puts in your way. See, the problem, I addressed this in one of the videos, like one of the option videos I did. The problem is that to the downside, they don't fuck up like we do. Like to the upside, what we do is like sometimes like there'll be like chinks in our chain, and we won't have any momentum. Does that make sense? But like they don't leave any gaps there in the options chain in order to like lose momentum. Look at the volume on GameStop calls, guys. Just like notice this. Notice this, okay? Now these are contracts traded today, right? A lot more people are interested to the upside on GME, it looks like. Now, going all the way down here, look at the gamma that you affect on the situation. It's next to nothing. Like, why would you pay, like, I will never get that. Why somebody would pay $28 for a 290 when they could pay 26 for a 270? That makes no fucking sense to me. The closer to the money that you are, the better off like as far as options go, like that you would affect the situation and that like you'll be overall. And that's generally, of course, and theoretically, because I'm not a financial advisor and I'm just talking from shit that I've picked up over the years. That's it. Like you just have more intrinsic value. LAC. You want to know my immediate pause? Double top. However, it could be breaking trend. Hold on a second. Look at that. It's breaking trend right now. Because like when you're drawing a line from the highest red point, basically, you're drawing it until you hit a red point, and that's gonna be right there. Let's look at it real quick, because I mean you're my boy, dude. I got you. Hold on a second. I mean let's look it up on here. Okay, so it's a high cap company, 103 million shares, but only 76% of the company is for sale. Does that make sense? Fundamentals. It jumped high in 2021, and now the EV is 2.42 billion. But again, it's billion with a B. However, the estimated revenue is only 40 million, so that's a little bit weird. And then book share for value estimated is lower than the year before. Again, this is estimated and projected, but you also have to take into consideration inflation. So take that in mind. But look what analysts have it rated at. Analysts have it rated like as a double, like as a double up. How long? Who knows? Gan Fang. I would want to know who they are. I would want to know who a lot of these companies are and make sure that they're not like heavy Chinese just because we're in a trade war with fucking China. But other than that, if you like lithium, I mean, it's not a terrible chart, but like as far as the charting aspect goes, it double topped right here and it's been down since. But it looks like it's breaking that downtrend right now. Saidu. Saidu got news. I want to see 18 and to see if it has any kind of gamma effects on AMC. Look at low volume. Look at the average volume though. Average volume on its low as well. This could literally go to the fucking moon. I'm not joking, guys. Look at the turnover rate. Very, very, very low turnover rate. There are shorts trapped on this stock. I know that it's low float. I know it's low. Well, it's actually not even a low cap, but it's got like a lower float. But to be that high of a cap and have that kind of turnover rate, like it's pretty impressive. People don't want to sell because they know that there's shorts trapped. And EDIT, I believe it was 22%. If we get really bullish here, I want to see 388. If we get bearish, 382. Unfortunately, a lot of it's going to lay on Bitcoin, and a lot of it's going to have to lay on what Brainerd says later on today. I don't know what time. I forget what time she speaks. Stem. Yeah, we pull up Stem. Can somebody look up what time Brainerd speaks? Oh, that's a gap up to the 200 though. That's a gap up to the 200. I'll be honest, I like that coming down first and solidifying and then going back up. I mean, unless it bursts off this. Because look at the daily. Just look at the daily real quick. See how like high on the MACD we are? We're getting to overbought territory. And then the EMA is right there, the 200 EMA. You might want to come down and gap fill first before it makes a move up. I know a lot of people are in Xella. Not my favorite stock, but I'll still watch it for. I'm still going to pull it up anyways. Very critical to see what it does here at 200. 1 p.m. Okay. Vice Chair. Okay, yeah. Okay, so basically at like 1 o'clock we'll see the rates though, so that's important. And then if she like bombshells anything, as far as that's fine. If she bombshells us with anything like that we weren't expecting, we'll see it in the market as soon as it happens. No, I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Fight for 401 on Go EV. Now we need to clear over this view up here. EVTL getting some more juice after running the last 2 days. I really like LIDR. I don't know if you guys took an APLD position, but if you did, it is up 41% total. Believe it or not, I think GME needs this to hit 18. They just move in sync. Like it's no secret. I think GME needs this to hit 18. Once AMC hits 18, then we're talking about a lot of gamma pressure. We're getting a SPY push. If it finishes green here, that would be 3 little soldiers. Just so you know. And you guys know, by following my stream at like to this point, you guys should know what 3 little soldiers indicates. I talk about it enough. All about chart structures. Green. All right, that's a fundamental buy sign. Again, I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying it fundamentally. It's a pattern that it's just a pattern. Why is it moving right now? Bro, I can't even help myself sometimes. I wasn't even looking at it to play it. I do have a small position in it, so I just wanted to like take a look at it. But I saw that it was consolidating underneath my red line, and usually like my red or my green lines mean like parabolic type shit. So yeah, that's really funny actually. That's really funny. Like I have a very tiny position in it. Nothing to. Nothing that's like hang my hat on. Tell me what you guys think that this formation looks like, please, before it happens. What kind of formation do you guys think this looks like? Somebody. Anybody. What is this lining up to look like? Come on, you guys got this. I know one of you guys do. Go. Go, 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 go. There you go. Good shit, Jeremy. See, like, I'm not allowed to teach anything, but, like, if I know a structure, I could ask you guys, and then you guys tell me. And then it's like, you actually do learn something from what I've learned, but I'm not responsible for it. You guys are. It's the way I see it, at least. Jimmy, new JI? Alright. What is it going to do at 155? 155 here, I think. Hold on, let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, hold on a second. 160 is what you're looking for in GME, realistically. How much were those options? $500. Jesus. See, like, you can make. I'm not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. Never mind. I'm straight with my straight shares at this point. I just came up with kind of like a decision on my own that, like, some of the MOAS stocks, they're just too manipulated in order to be as accurate with options as I usually am. So once something gets too much media attention, I'm now playing straight stock on them. That's the decision I kind of came up with. All right, this jumped like 100,000 in volume, by the way, since the last time we looked at it, which was like 5 minutes ago. Again, look at the average volume. Average volume is pretty low. ENVX. Well, what is ENVX? What do they do? I like the sector. It's a mid cap. Under 100 million shares. Insider buys coming off of a double bottom. Whenever there's insider buys, I usually like something. Like, I'm just telling you that now. And it looks like there was about almost $4 million in buys on the 6th. So chances are I'm going to like this one. It might be a fundamental play. It might be a short squeeze play. I don't know. It has almost 11% short interest. What are analysts at? Analysts have it at a return of 140%. This could be a nice play. Who's holding it? And what are the fundamentals? I hate Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is up there with Goldman Sachs and Barclays for me, as far as not liking who's holding it. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, I got you on that. Look at the increase on their enterprise value, though. I really like that. And their estimated book share or book value per share is rising. But look at their revenue. Look how low their revenue is. I would just be careful on that one. Their enterprise value is there, and their value per share is there. It looks like, and they are dropping on net debt as well, but they're not really bringing in too much revenue. That's the only thing that I'm seeing. %10 cost to borrow average, 18 on the float, 100% utilization. I'm sure that's all you really needed on AMC, to be quite honest. We might as well do GME while we're sitting right here. They borrowed 1.11%, and we have 22.25% on the float. Cost to borrow average is just under 40 at 38.68. Wait. LTRPB. What about A? Wait. You could still trade A, just so you know, if you wanted to. If you wanted to. LTR. You got to find out what the exercise price is. This might be like a fucking warrant. What is it called? Liberty what? Liberty TripAdvisor Holdings? Okay, so the one that ends in A is 1/10 the value of B, essentially. That's what I'm gathering here. 1/10 the value. Hold on, though. I'll let you out in a minute, I promise. LTRPA. So market cap's low. Turnover's extremely low. Hold on, guys. I'm over here wheeling and dealing. Oh, I hear you, baby. Yeah, that's going down because if you 10 times this, if you add a 0 to this, it equals 7. That should be worth $7 in theory, which means that this should be closer to what that's trading at. This should be 1/10 of that. It's far from that right now. One second, I gotta let her out real quick. See, cup and handle, another cup. Intel. All right, Intel could. You know what? That's because of semiconductor deal. So look at Nvidia, look at AMD, look at American-made semiconductors, Micron. Look at like those companies, and you might be able to get a decent like a nice like little slot for yourself, essentially, if that's what you want to do, of course. And that's because that's because of that bill getting voted on, the semiconductor bill, which you know that they're gonna fucking end up probably passing it. Like we got smoked by China in the race for chips. But if Intel is the one that's running, okay, Intel, well, Quant is up another 5%. Just saying. But anyways, Intel is the one that made the foundry in Ohio, or they're making the foundry in Ohio. They might get a lot of the attention, but low key, you might be able to pull like a better trade off with like AMD or like Nvidia or Micron. The only one I really wouldn't touch right now, to be quite honest with you, is probably Taiwan Semi, and the only reason is because of the chance of a war with China. Call me crazy all you want, but like I'm serious. SkyX is taking a beating today. I might double down into it. I really like their business, like their plan. Their main competitor is iLag, but it's a Chinese company, from what I could tell. AXL. I can look into it. Holding. So this is going to be like an ETF probably. You have to see what they're holding. You just have to see what they're holding. Look at their 52 week, and you're already mid. So you're late on this. This was like a bull trap right here, I'm thinking. But I mean, it's just under $1 billion. I would have to know what they're holding. Utilization is going to be extremely low. It's going to be like an ETF, I'm thinking, AXO. If I was going to do an ETF, it'd probably be like VUG, which is Vanguard, like, and it's like their growth, like the high cap growth. I think that their largest holding is Tesla, if I'm not mistaken. And that's if I was going to do an ETF. I did have a money mutual fund on here called GIM, which I liked, but that pays out monthly. It's like a fixed income. Like it pays you monthly, like 9% of the stock, and it was only trading at like $4. But they give you 10% every single month. So you know what, 10 months, and it pretty much paid for itself. Also, if you guys are new here, don't be afraid to say like what's up. Like let us know, like let me know what's on your minds. I mean, I just don't want like you guys to be seeing like mods commenting because like we try to move info as fast as possible. I don't want you to see mods commenting and then like be like, oh, only mods are commenting. I'm gonna like keep to myself. You know what I mean? Like I don't want that vibe. You guys are Gucci. I have to let Bella in a second. Give me a minute. Let me expand this. Bullish. Bullish. Who owns AAAB? That's the important question. Oh, it's an OTC stock. I wonder if it'll tell me who they own. Now it's OTC and they won't even tell me who owns it. Might be a play, but I'm just not gonna take. I'm trying to go with like hard value plays right this second. Like just gimmies. You know what I'm saying? Like just like I want layup trades. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I just bought more of it. Like seriously, I literally I had like a little bit of change left in my account, and I bought like 3 shares because that's all I could afford. And good morning to you too, Flex. We're approaching 100% utilization. Look at where we were 7 days ago. I just love the stock. I do. It's cheap as balls, so it'll multiply very, very quickly. It could easily become a short squeeze. ADN went green. You have 3,000? Wow, okay. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. I like it. I like it. They have FDA approval. They have FDA approval, but they've been going down since they got FDA approval. That doesn't make any sense at all. Something tells me that there's something like a little bit fishy there. I did, when I was doing that stuff, I did take a position in this just because that other one got halted to the downside, and this is supposed to be 1/10 of that. So I'm thinking that they meet in the middle somewhere. Took a very, very small position in that. Yeah, AMC and GME, like I'm not playing with as much leverage as I was on them, right? So therefore, until I start seeing like crazy numbers popping, I think more explosive things could happen elsewhere, to be quite honest, until like certain things happen. Like AMC has to be at 18 and hold 18 for me to like want to stare at it, just because of the gamma. Like what was it, like 1.6 million shares that they'd have to hedge? ADN did go green. I want to look at that though. Guys, remember ADN usually after it picks up the direction, usually it kind of goes in that direction. Just generally. I said if we get bullish, watch 388, and that was like 20 minutes ago. I believe it's first in, first out. Oh, Novavax news as well. No, Flex. I just think that it's being manipulated. I it, unless you put in that like you want to sell it at a limit, I believe it's first in, first out. I believe that's like the standard for like across the board, but don't quote me on that, bud. All I know is I should have been, what's it called? I should have been like, how would I say? I should have been PDT'd on public a long time ago, if we're being honest. 25.98. Alright, I just DCA'd into more SkyX. Well, that might not be low, but alright, we're coming up on 155. Alright, I have 156.30 marked out as a key level on GME. That might be good for SMG then. Hold on, that might be good for Scott's Miracle Grow. Not financial advice. $10 off the low. I'll hold or buy. Where are the insiders at? Where are they selling at? Because they sold before the bottom. Okay. Somebody bought right there thinking it was over. Okay. Fundamentals. Look how bulletproof their fucking balance sheet is, guys. $40 million shares, and it's a $4.5 billion company. Ooh, GME, what are you doing? Again, I want to see 18 on AMC. I want to see it, I don't want to see it clip it. I want to see it hold it. It's got to hold it. Clipping it does nothing. And there was just a what's it called, Greg? There was just like protests in China over that too. Just so you're aware. NTS has $2 back to 205. Look at BlackRock. It started off under $600. Yep. That could be a top signal. Look at EVGO. What did I tell you guys about EVGO this morning? Don't even say I didn't tell you. Don't even say it. And if you saw my video on that I posted this morning about finding short squeezes, you guys will know that I literally said EVGO in specific right on the fucking page. Like right on, it's a minute and 30-second video. I called out EVGO by name. So that's just fucking hilarious. I would be thinking about a position here, honestly, if I thought that the chip bill was going to pass. Not financial advice, just throwing that out there. These are semiconductors, 3 times bull. But again, that's more to the ballsy side, and I'm trying to be very, like, I don't know, smooth with my actions right this second. We do not want to lose the support. I don't know if any of you guys have XRP. If you don't, I'm sorry, but I do. And I know that some of the other the other mods do. So we are just going to draw that right there. And then we can be done with it for right a second. So with Revlon. Sideways, okay. XRP, baby. Yo, did you see that the CEO of XLM, he sold the last of his XRP? Are they public? GME to 156, yeah, it's close. It will hit it, but 156.30 is a key level. Dude, I feel you. I watch XRP like every night. Like I'm with you. Once that court case is over, even if they lose the court case, as long as it can be traded, I'll be happy. I don't care if they have to go public and trade in the stock market, but like, even if they did that, right? How would they know who owns how many XRP, like, to begin with, and like, you know what? That's a rabbit hole type of conversation that I don't want to get into, because I could sit here and talk about the XRP case for probably like a long fucking time, and I don't want to do that to everybody. But if it's like a win-win like situation, because like even if they lose the case, A, they'll be able to trade it, and B, then we'll have like the largest class action lawsuit that Coinbase has ever seen, or that actually our generation has ever seen, probably, against Coinbase. Because Coinbase it's a what's it called? It is a security, and they have to have a certain level of insurance. And then if they look at CEIs of 8%, if they say that it gets ruled that it is a security, then that means that Coinbase, a registered security, was selling like registered securities that weren't registered to potential investors, which is like so illegal. So honestly, like it's a win-win, like in my opinion at least. And that's where I'm just gonna leave it there, just because I could go on forever about it. Guys, remember shorts are trapped on this one pretty low, $11 and some cents. $11.89, I believe it was, according to Vortex. Look how low the turnover is. It makes me want to fucking like buy more. It's so tempting. Eh. That, you know what that is, in my opinion, for BBIG and Mullen, I think that it's hedge funds algorithmically trading for like fractions of a penny back and forth to each other. That's seriously, like, as fucked up as it is, that's what I think is going on. Cup, 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 handle. Watch out for a fucking big boom on Vroom. Good info, Greg. Good info. If you guys aren't in chat, you guys definitely should be, because like I'm lucky enough to have bomb mods, and they're in here literally flooding chat with like solid DD nonstop. Remember, RGS has shorts trapped at 60 cents. Well, 59 if we want to be exact. ADN just went green, as did no, Revlon's been green. Excuse me, I was thinking about Vroom. Vroom's getting close. ADN looks like it's in a pop. Then watch out on things like Gush. It might be good for Gush. It might be bad for Gush. I don't know. It really depends how the market wants to like swallow that. These are the two that I told you guys that they had shorts trapped underneath. These two right here. Remember I put them together? They're both up about 7%. Mike, no, dude, he just followed me. That dude just fucking followed me on this, like, it's like an obscure platform. It's like a Web3 version. It's called UHive. But Mike Novogratz literally followed me, and it's kind of fucked up But like he has like thousands of followers on there. But he followed me, and he's worth like $2 billion. VIG went unch for a minute. Verm went green. We're up 6% on GME. What are we doing up here? Czech Republic is ramping up natural gas reserves and securing shipments from new suppliers to mitigate the risk that Russia will not restart a key. That's smart. Look at the volume and then look at average vol. I know you guys are probably sick of watching Go EV, but you know, I just took a decent sized position in it. Not as much of a position that I did in TBLT, to be quite honest. But like I don't even want to watch that chart. I just want to just like see the percentage and be like, holy shit, like when it happens, if it happens. It should happen though, like at some point because of the amount of FTDs that there are. Remember, this is that futuristic living company, but like they're from Hong Kong. It's a Hong Kong based company, so like I'm no longer I'm no longer investing in them. And then also remember IINN was on the threshold list and it's trading at $2.22 right now. APLD is up 50% almost. SDIG, been telling you guys about it. It's up 12%. Beam 2%. SFT again, solid showing. EFOI, I've been telling you guys that that I have a small position. I still have said small position. I have about 1,000 warrants for Dune. I'm just waiting for the underlying to step up. If Carvana slips into the 20s, this is the third time I'm telling you guys this. If Carvana slips into the 20s, it does not like that level. Okay? If it slips into the 20s, chances are it's going to come back up. AQST is up 8.3. But like that's something that is very significant with Carvana. Just like it's almost like a constant thing. Like if it ever goes down to the 20s, it's just been bouncing back. Dude, stay in there all fucking day, Jeremy. $156.30 is the key level. All right, hold it. Bella, shh. Maybe I'll get her all fired up. Maybe that'll work. Go, 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 go. Fuck, guys, they might be trying to option trap. I'm not even joking. Like they might rip it, or they might option trap. Just a fair warning to everybody. This could go bang. Guys, watch out on TBLT. We need some follow through though. Come on, TBLT, go ahead. No, I don't want to get no. She's really good at that, and I don't want to get her too hyped up because like she could get mean, like not to me, but she could get mean to like sounding, if that makes sense. And like I just don't want to do that. Somebody would like think that somebody's getting like attacked inside my house or some shit. Well, what is it, babe? Hold on a second. She wants something. Let me see what she wants. Again, you're looking for 156.30. You go next, Bob. He's like staring at me, like, "Come on, dude! Like, let me out." But they just go out there to like stand there. I don't, whatever. Jeep shutting down is only factory in China. Ooh, I like it. Do you see why I don't like anything to do with Chinese companies? Because if we do something like that, they might do something like retaliatory. Dude, tell me I bottom ticked this at the fucking when I DCA'd. Please tell me I did. That'd be awesome. My fill wasn't perfect, but it was damn near close. Oh, that'd be so lit. TBLT. TBLT looks like I might do some TBLT type things. Just saying. If you guys don't know about TBLT, this is all you really have to know for the time being. And then I could explain more. And then they have enough FTDs to cover their entire fucking float twice. Oh, okay. GME broke. Yeah, well, yeah, 156.30. Let's see if it holds it. My one friend that handles crypto asked me because he's the one that told me about the whole Brainerd thing. He asked me how the market's doing. My shit's ripping. I don't know about like the overall market, but I know that my shit is ripping. So that's typically good for like, for crypto in general. Yeah, most cryptos are green, but Brainerd could change that completely when she comes on to talk. She could either shut it down or she could make it boom. Lost 156.30. H bar up 5%. I have to look at Ortex real quick. Way up. Okay. How's oil doing though? Hey, I know you put it over there, but I just want to see how oil's doing too. All futures are pretty well up except for oil. Oil's down. But that might be a side effect of what's going on in Russia and the shit that they're like pumping news wise. What kind of jets? What kind of are they Airbus or are they Boeing? Do you know? Yeah, oil. Okay, oil's flat now. Okay, I just saw red, so I mean it's at 0.5%. Yeah, not by much though. It's only 0.5%. 737s. Okay, come on, TBLT. Do some TBLT type stuff. You know you wanna. Ooh, Go EV's losing some ground. Oh, SkyX is getting hit. This might be a double bottom opportunity if anybody's trying to make an entry. Not financial advice, but this could be getting towards double bottom territory, is all I'm saying. And get ready for a kaboom, potentially. A cutoff in Russian natural gas supplies could result in a hit of as much as 2.65% to the European Union's economy, according to an IMF working paper. Sorry, I was reading a comment that one of my mods put in. GM Defense to provide battery electric vehicle. That's interesting. What if they just get like so like utterly like embarrassed that then they like start to look around and then they see Mullen or ADN? Because last I checked, GM's batteries were terrible. That's what I've been told. I know you're just relaying DD. I'm just like, I guess, responding to said DD. Less than an hour, it hit my fucking target price. That's awesome. If you could, please let me know, like, if you hear anything about Brainerd. So basically, they're going to be Go EV's competition, is what you're saying. Okay. I hear you, Flex, and what we're going to do right now is we are going to listen to an SEC hearing. Give me 1 second, guys. That's actually a very great suggestion. I'm trying to get like the perfect. Is it the Fed or the SEC? Can you message me? Ed, can you message me and tell me if it's the Fed or if it's the SEC? I think I have it. It's on the infrastructure. This is on CNBC though, and I might get DMCA'd for it. And if you don't mind, dude, is there any way you could send me that video? Because I would love to play SEC live video, but I'm trying to find it on YouTube, and it's not working. Wait, we might have something right here.
There's not much we can do. We can proceed with the subpoena and then a subpoena enforcement action.
So you do extra jurisdictional requests then?
Voluntary requests are just that. They're voluntary. They're an important part.
Again, sir, I'm not asking about the request now. I'm asking about the people you direct those to. There are some that would be within the SEC's jurisdiction. There are some that are not. My question is, and I think you've confirmed it, that you do industry sweeps to extra jurisdictional market participants, people you do not have enforcement authority over.
We subpoena individuals and witnesses who may be in the market participants.
Are they within your jurisdiction and outside of your jurisdiction?
We're not limited by our jurisdiction. When we're collecting evidence, we follow the evidence wherever it leads and to whomever it leads. There may be someone who doesn't work in the industry who might have information.
I would say, sir,
go after them.
I would ask you, so you do extra jurisdictional work. Some would argue that that's not appropriate. But Mr. Gruol, has Chair Gensler ever directed you or to your knowledge asked any of your colleagues to make it a bloodbath for companies who don't respond to a sweep letter, which are voluntary?
No, that's not happening.
Interesting. We've become aware that Chair Gensler has in the past directed the Division of Enforcement to send a sweep letter to a particular sector of the crypto community designed to jam them into a violation that is allegedly unconstitutional. And if any company does not respond to said sweep letter, which I'll reiterate, as you've said several times, are supposed to be voluntary, then the SEC would make it a, quote, bloodbath for them. If true, I imagine such a tactic would significantly erode trust between the public and the SEC. Here's the problem. The SEC isn't interested in clarifying what areas of the crypto industry fall under SEC jurisdiction. We know that because FinHub, that you've referred to, the SEC division focused on crafting crypto regulation, has essentially dissolved under Gensler. Nonetheless, while abandoning good faith attempts clarify how the Commission's existing authority applies to digital assets, the SEC is hell-bent on expanding the size of its crypto enforcement division and using enforcement to unconstitutionally expand its jurisdiction. Under Chair Gensler, the SEC has become a power-hungry regulator, politicizing enforcement, baiting companies to, quote, come in and talk to the Commission, then hitting them with enforcement actions and discouraging good faith cooperation. Understand, sir, there is a new day coming. Thank you. I yield back.
Fuck, that was intense.
Now we recognize the gentleman on the screen, Mr. Vargas from California.
I'm watching it through somebody else.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the ranking member for this hearing, and in particular, thank you, Director Greenwald, for being here. Director Greenwald, last year Congress passed my ESG Disclosure Simplification Act that would require public companies to disclose certain environmental, social, and governance ESG matters in annual filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Investors in my district and across the country have increasingly been demanding public companies disclose ESG material that is material and inform their market activity. As a result, the SEC has received thousands of comments from economists,
You can't hear it? Okay, hold on.
and investors requesting that companies and banks file ESG disclosures to protect investors, ensure fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. Therefore, I'm glad that the SEC has proposed an ESG rule that clarifies reporting standards to promote consistent, comparable, and reliable information for investors concerning funds and advisors in corporation and environmental, social, and governance factors. Director Greenwald, can you please describe how your division is positioned to enforce this rule once implemented and ensure that investors have access to standardized ESG disclosures?
Thank you, Representative Vargas, for the question. As I mentioned earlier,
It should be
the rulemaking is done by different divisions than mine. It's impossible for me to talk about climate enforcement because pursuant to those rules, because they haven't been adopted and the version of the final rule hasn't been put out. What I could tell you is that we have seen, from the enforcement perspective,
Look at TVLT, baby.
issues are certainly important to investors, that greenwashing is occurring. We're using the tools available to us, the anti-fraud provisions of the securities laws, to hold bad actors accountable, whether they're issuers or making material misstatements about climate risk or about their ESG strategies, or advisors who are doing the same thing. We're holding them accountable under the Advisors Act.
So you've been using the anti-fraud provisions, but they do seem a little bit inadequate. I think that's why they're coming up with the rules. Is that the reality?
The rules, again, I would have to refer you to the rulemaking divisions, but I think you mentioned it at the beginning of your question. It's to have in one format consistent, comparable information when issuers are speaking on these issues or when advisors are speaking on these issues. And so that consistency will help us evaluate compliance, and if people
Once this gets more attention,
lying about their compliance with those regs, then certainly that's something we would look at. But it's hard to talk about the rules before they're proposed or before they're made final.
That's a good point. But now you did talk about lies, and you can enforce lies. In fact, you said that people have already confirmed that, or companies have already confirmed that they had lied in cases, so you were able to go after them under the anti-fraud provisions with respect to ESG.
That's right. We've brought some recent actions, both in the advisor space and against issuers.
Well, I was a little curious here when you said that obviously you have the experts in the law. Those are your lawyers, and you do have very good lawyers. But you said that you rely on experts for the environment or ESG matters outside of, I believe that you said outside of the SEC. Who are, I mean, are those regular experts that you would use in litigation, let's say for, well, you wouldn't in medical purposes, but an attorney would rely on experts bringing their case. Is that what you mean? Is that the type of expert you're talking about?
That's exactly right. That's something we frequently do in this space and other spaces where we need litigation experts, where we need to qualify experts for court proceedings, where we need to produce expert reports on litigation-related matters. That's right.
Well, I would commend you again for the working in this ESG space. I think it's very important. I do think that many investors see that as material, which is what matters. And again, I appreciate you doing that. Lastly, I do want to comment very briefly on the issue of cryptocurrency. I can't believe that you're getting criticism for an industry that basically has almost collapsed and has taken
because of you
so
guys.
many retail investors down. I appreciate what you're doing. I know you need more people in
He's
that
definitely a
section.
Democrat.
I'm happy to support you in that.
He's definitely a Democrat.
13 seconds left, 12 seconds. And then that I just say thank you.
No, fuck this guy. SEC made us go minus 80%.
I don't want to get DMCA'd. Oh, he's from California.
Mr. Davidson of Ohio for 5 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for finally holding this really important hearing. And thankfully, our colleague, Mr. Vargas, doesn't give investment advice, particularly with respect to the crypto market.
Yeah, good comment.
And thankfully, we can clarify some of the things here. I just want to clarify, I think enforcement's a very important function for the SEC. And so thank you and those who are committed to doing it honestly and ethically as part of our government at the Securities and Exchange Commission. But fundamentally, are digital assets exempt from treatment as pump and dump scams?
No, we've seen pump and dump schemes involving digital assets.
How many enforcement actions have been taken by the SEC?
Again, I'd have to provide you that information at a later date.
I'd appreciate that. And frankly, I'm curious why some of the biggest ones that look from an outsider, like probably pump and dump scams, don't get targeted. Why are they selectively? I mean, seems like some things are given a pass and some things are targeted. What's the criteria for targeting?
There's no selective prosecution. We have to balance the risk that we're seeing with the resources.
No, they're talking about crypto right now.
We have a number of investigations.
Maybe the big ones take too many resources to go after, so you just say, well they'll get a pass?
No, I'm very proud of the work that the 1,300 women, men in my division do. They don't give people a pass. They hold violators accountable.
Okay, let me run a hypothetical scenario by you. Say an SEC official gives a speech at a conference, and the official begins, of course, by stating that, quote, their views are their own and not necessarily those of the commission. Anyone who's ever heard an SEC office official speak would know that this is standard and they would not interpret the speech as legal guidance. However, let's say that the SEC official consulted SEC staff and perhaps even ethics.
Oh my God, it's 10 minutes.
I still want to get DMCA'd from that guy.
Still be considered personal views of the individual,
He's hitting him on
not views of the commission.
That guy already said.
Respectfully, I can't answer that right now because that hypothetical is a real scenario that's playing out in litigation.
Oh, what litigation would that be?
That would be the Ripple litigation.
Is it true that Director Hinman submitted his speech to ethics for approval?
Again, I can't comment on pending litigation.
Yeah.
Director Grewal, we talked a little bit about really the SEC. Last year, the SEC made a quote and no action enforcement announcement regarding the amendments to proxy advisor rules from July 2020. Further, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill that's moving through the Rules Committee this week prohibits any funds from being used to implement these proxy advisor rule amendments. On July 13th, Chair Gensler even announced that the SEC would consider adopting different amendments to the rules governing proxy voting. Given that regulation by enforcement is Chair Gensler's specialty, I find it ironic that the agency refuses to enforce the already settled proxy advisor rules. Here we have regulatory clarity and yet no enforcement.
Correct.
When it comes to digital assets, we have zero clarity, yet the Commission chooses to regulate by enforcement. Selectively, it appears, frankly. Can you please explain this Gensler paradox?
Again, I can't speak to the rulemaking. That's handled by a different division, as is the exemptive relief.
The rulemaking on proxy advisors is clear. It's already the law. Why aren't you enforcing it?
So again, our division doesn't engage in selective enforcement. We have over 1,500
So you're not, you just aren't actively commenting because there's active enforcement going on of that rule?
Yeah.
I'm responding to the statement that we are selectively.
No, I want you to respond to my question. Is there active enforcement of the standing proxy advisor rule?
Again, I'm not going to talk about investigations that may or may not exist. It's our policy that investigations are confidential. So,
well, the specific one, but are there actions to enforce the existing law?
We enforce the federal securities laws when we see violations. We have 1,300 women and men who investigate those violations. And when we make a recommendation to the Commission and they agree with the recommendation to move forward with an enforcement action, we do. When a matter is settled, we recommend that settlement to the Commission. We are doing everything
what if they don't get settled?
Violators accountable. And so I have to push back because.
Well, I think we'll disagree about performance. I'm glad you're here. Director Grewal, as you know, U.S. capital markets boast nearly 41% of global equity and 40% of global fixed income. Needless to say, we have the deepest, most robust capital markets in the world. Was it that way prior to Chair Gensler taking over at the SEC?
I think the chair has constantly recognized how robust our capital markets are.
Well, okay, so it was that way before. I mean, I think he's recognized it. So he didn't make our markets great. They were that way and continue to be that way despite his presence or maybe in spite of his presence there. Do you believe Chair Gensler will ever stop pursuing a social political agenda and weaponizing securities law?
The time of the gentleman has expired. But he's welcome to submit his question for the record, and I'm sure our witness will give him a good written response. We now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is the vice chair of this very subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Grewal. I want to ask a couple of questions, if I could, more in the investor protection realm. This is the little over the 2-year anniversary of the death of Alex Kearns from Naperville, Illinois. This was the young man who was told by Robinhood that he owed them $730,000. Took his life after writing his parents a note saying that he didn't know how someone who only had $5,000 to his name was allowed to trade $730,000.
Oh my God.
That story was soon eclipsed in the national zeitgeist by the GameStop hearings and getting into where were the incentives within Robinhood and what emerged on this committee was that Robinhood is really this sort of near perfectly toxic brew of selling only to people where they have payment for order flow contracts, earning their revenue not as a fixed fee on those PFAF contracts, but as a percent of the spread, the bid-ask spread on the back end, and then relying on gamification. And so they just had these incentives to find the least sophisticated money in the market, connect them to the most sophisticated players, and then basically use gamification to put the whole thing on steroids. We've had a number of hearings in this committee. We've had a number of bills. I wonder if you could just speak for a moment about what the SEC is doing specifically around gamification and payment for order flow, because as I sit here, we still have not created the regulatory conditions.
That's the way of calling us dumb money without calling us dumb money.
A future Alex Kearns from being caught up in this same toxic brew. Can you speak briefly to that?
First, I'm sorry to hear that about the constituent. It's a horrible story, and I've read about it. Gamification is a huge concern. Last year in the fall, we put out requests for information about gamification, and we're trying to gather more detail from people across the market to see how this practice exists, different perspectives on that practice, and my hope is that will help us inform next steps. From an enforcement perspective, I'm concerned when gamification crosses the line into a recommendation. If it does, and then it has, those folks have to comply with Reg BI. And so I see that as a potential avenue for us to get involved in that space, and we're concerned about it. And gamification also, I think, as we've seen, can be used for manipulative conduct, to further manipulative conduct. And so that's a concern from an enforcement perspective as well.
You've touched exactly on my follow-up, and I mean, this format is horrible because we want to play gotcha and get zingers on the record, but at least as I sit there from my perspective, I have no idea how you could honestly say you were looking out for the best interests of your customers if you are using gamification to recommend stocks, and if you are only relying on payment for order flow off takers, right? I mean, by definition, you are not looking. And can you say anything affirmatively that we know this? And it hurts me because we're 2 years in, and what seems to be obvious, we're still waiting for a hearing and a ruling. And meanwhile, the companies like Robinhood continue to make a lot of money from what seems to be not looking after their investors' best interests.
So again, I can't talk about specific entities or individuals or firms that we may or may not be looking at. I could tell you that digital engagement practices more broadly are concerned
they're looking into games
we started this information gathering last fall on this issue. Perhaps that will inform future rulemaking. I've shared with you how I think it impacts enforcement. It's something that we're very concerned about, particularly with Reg BI, how it intersects and could constitute a recommendation.
I think he low-key
and then on the manipulation side, have to be further manipulative conduct. And it could have horrific consequences as well, as we've seen in the case that you highlighted.
I know we've only got 50 seconds left here, but a lot of those same factors seem to be, the crypto rise and crash looks an awful lot like the meme stock rise and crash. It's driven by a lot of the same zeitgeist. And again, looks like the unsophisticated players taking charge.
Unsophisticated.
Leaving aside that you can't tell us exactly what you're doing on the gamification and PFOF issue. Is crypto the same way, or are we going to have to at some point clarify whether you or the CFTC has authority over crypto before we can make sure that we're protecting those investors there?
We're using, Congressman, our authorities to investigate and bring actions against those who violate laws, whether they be the anti-fraud provisions or other aspects of the securities laws.
Are you satisfied you have the resources to do that?
No.
Well, I could always use more resources, but we're making the best with the additional 20 slots, and I'm hopeful to get the 125 additional slots that we've asked for.
Okay, yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Now recognize the gentleman, but before I do, I should point out votes have been called. Some 413 members have not voted. Some 7 minutes and 13 seconds remain on the clock. We may be able to conclude the hearing before we all have to go to vote. I will announce when we're down to 110 people who haven't voted. And if we don't get concluded, we'll reconvene after the 2 votes. I recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Hollingsworth.
Director Graywell, thank you for being here today. I know you've been asked many questions, some of which are inside your bailiwick and others perhaps outside. I want to ask something that I believe is very, very germane to your daily job: enforcement. Do you agree that there's a difference in the legal authority and legal obligations you have to enforce rules/regulations promulgated by the SEC as compared to guidance from staff through staff accounting bulletins?
Yes, I do. That was a mod call out this morning.
Excuse me. Staff accounting bulletins are exactly that. They're guidance. They're guidance that OCA offers on an issue where there's been some question, and it's their.
Is there a difference in the industry? Understand the definition of staff accounting bulletins. Is there a difference in the enforcement or level of enforcement or the actions of enforcement or the likelihood of enforcement, these things under your control, between rules and regulations promulgated versus staff accounting bulletins? Question mark.
Again, we wouldn't be involved in the enforcement of violations of staff accounting guidance.
So for clarity, there's no enforcement that you would bring based on that which is promulgated or put forth through staff accounting bulletins alone.
Again, every violation is facts and circumstances. I don't know what else might be in that hypothetical situation.
That's not a hypothetical situation. I'm asking. That is not a hypothetical situation. There's no example here. I am asking you to repeat exactly what you just said. We do not enforce. This is what I heard you say, and I just want to make sure that you repeat it. We do not enforce violations, quote unquote violations, actions in contravention, I should say, to staff accounting bulletins, question mark. Is that what you said?
So I said staff accounting bulletins are guidance. We enforce violations of the federal securities laws and the rules and regulations promulgated from those laws. Staff accounting guidance or staff accounting bulletin may intersect with another violation or may be part of a fact pattern.
But it alone is not law.
Standing alone, no.
It alone is not law, and you are enforcing the laws of this country, correct?
The laws and the rules and promulgation, the rules and regulations that are promulgated from those laws.
Great. As you know, I wrote a letter to the SEC last week regarding SAB 121, signed by a majority of committee Republicans. That letter it is, not SAB 121, raising several concerns with the policy in the bulletin and the absence of a transparent process from SEC staff. Very specifically, again, does SAB 121 legally require counterparties that participate in the activities included in the bulletin to adhere to the bulletin? Legally require them to do so?
Again, it's guidance, and I don't mean to push off these questions on my other divisions, but that's the Office of Chief Accountant that promulgated that.
I thought it was your office that enforced these things or failed to, or does not enforce these things.
This staff accounting bulletin was promulgated by the Office of Chief Accountant, so I would direct you to that office about how they're ensuring compliance or how they're pushing that out.
If someone refers you an activity that is in contravention to SAB 121 and requests that you enforce it, what is your response to that?
It would depend on the facts and circumstances of what's referred to us. If there are other, it would, again, depend on the facts and circumstances of what's referred.
And those facts and circumstances would be whether they violated other actual laws or whether they violated this guidance, question mark.
It could be part of a larger violation.
This is something that the SEC did recently that I made a video
But standing alone, you don't believe SAB 121 or other SABs promulgated are law and can be enforced by virtue of the law?
Again, their guidance.
Understood. So how does the SEC plan to address the implications of accounting firms that require organizations to adhere to that guidance?
Again, I'd refer you to the Office of Chief Accountant that deals with those issues.
No fucking answer.
Well, what I've heard you repeatedly say, which is very impactful, and I appreciate your candor, is that these staff accounting bulletins are not law and cannot be enforced as though they were law. This is something that continues to concern many firms that interact with our office, many Americans that believe in contravention to how we create laws in this country. Staff accounting bulletins are carrying the force of law instead of going through the normal process by which we promulgate rules. I appreciate your candor about the difference between those two and the activities that you can and cannot undertake in enforcement as it relates to those two. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. I'll point out that we're trying to organize a hearing to deal with accounting and auditing issues. We hope to have the chief accountant of the SEC, the chair of FASB, and the chair of the PCAOB.
Interesting.
Stay tuned. Now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele, and I believe you'll be our last question.
Last but not least, thank you for being here, Mr. Graywall. Appreciate it. We've covered a wide range of topics. I want to cover three in the limited time that I have. First question, can you tell us about any enforcement actions regarding proxy advisors that you've taken during your tenure at the SEC?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
No worries. Can you tell us about any enforcement actions regarding proxy advisors that you've undertaken during your tenure at the Securities and Exchange Commission?
So it'll be a year from me next week, but I'd have to go back
391.69
our office on that, get back to you on that information.
That would be terrific. Is it your view that as proxy advisors are not a proxy solicitation under the 34 Act, that you'd need an action by Congress to further oversee proxy advisors, or do you think you have current authority to review proxy advisor firms in your current position?
I don't think that they have a choice but to like let crypto go.
Proxy advisor rules.
I think that
I'm pretty concerned with the changes that were just recently made. I think it was a mistake to strike down the Clayton proxy advisor rules, not under your realm of jurisdiction, but I do think it's relevant as we think about the power that these two proxy advisors that control roughly 97% of proxy advice in this country play. I think it's a very reasonable place for the SEC to be providing substantive oversight over. Let me shift gears. I want to echo my colleague Mr. Huizenga's comments regarding the Division of Enforcement, the historically that adopted a historically broad understanding of what the term dealer means. I listened to your answers, and so I won't ask you my questions, but I just would note, and I think I echo my colleague here, that I want to caution that these broad definitions and aggressive enforcement approaches come with a real cost, and specifically classifying everyone as a dealer could chill investment, in particular in small public companies. And my concern is that that'll hurt innovation and competition. And so I want to ask you a question because I think it was covered previously. I know there's ongoing litigation in that space. Let me get to my final topic here, and I know Ms. Wagner commented on this. And so, Mr. Graywall, I'm really concerned about the SEC's climate disclosure proposal. You would be in the enforcement arm at the SEC. And American businesses struggling with high inflation, with labor costs, supply shortages, mountains of red tape. And while at that same time, we're watching the SEC seems determined to push companies to spend scarce resources on disclosure, what I view as non-material. If it's material, disclose it. Non-material climate change related items. And so I have two concerns. First, the proposal itself. Public companies already disclose material information to investors and force issuers to disclose information that may not be material. Comes with great costs and little benefit. Second, and this is where your office comes in, I'm concerned with what this rule would be difficult to implement. It would probably fail to achieve its desired effect. And so one of the trickiest aspects of the climate proposal concerns Scope 3 emissions, the downstream emissions impact, and the issuers that will be expected to report on this topic. So could you walk through how your office intends to handle compliance cases related to Scope 3 emissions disclosures?
I don't know if I got chart.
So again, Congressman, I'll refer back to an earlier answer I gave on this specific question. It's impossible for me to talk about how we would enforce this rule, which has yet to be finalized.
I can't touch that.
We don't know.
I like the news, but
I tried to explain how we, bless you, I tried to explain how we've gone about dealing with these issues using our existing authorities.
So let me appreciate that. Maybe I can get a little more clarity then. Does your office have expertise in climate science?
So as I mentioned earlier, where we need expertise for our enforcement actions, for example, a climate-related matter that we're prosecuting now in court, we've gone out and gotten that expertise in litigation.
So what would be the cost structure of that in the case you just referenced?
It would be the same with any litigation, any litigated enforcement action where we go out and retain experts within the rules that allow.
These would be individuals probably charging in the neighborhood of $1,000 an hour, rough estimate.
We could provide you that information. I think
that would actually be helpful, because here's my concern: is if we take the rules, if we assume they're currently implemented, it would fall to your office. I think it would involve hundreds of individuals that would be required to have very specific climate expertise. We could judge whether or not they're politically motivated. It would cost thousands of dollars, not only for the SEC, but also for these companies to comply, rather than allowing these companies to build jobs here in the United States of America. I know we're out of time, Mr. Chairman. Recognizing the votes, I will go back.
Thank you. Some 341 of our colleagues have yet to record their votes, so it looks like we can conclude. The ranking member is recognized for 1 minute for a concluding statement.
Mr. Graywall, while I'm appreciative of you being here, this is too little.
This is a very high risk, high reward type play.
On the too little.
Very high risk, high
neither
reward.
side really got answers.
Extremely high risk, high reward. There's not much information there at all.
Somebody else.
There's
talk to a different division head. It causes me to wonder how we are going to get those answers. And it's true, maybe the other side's a little more polite about it, but we need to have these answers because this is our constitutional duty, as we, according to the Constitution, are the purse bearers for the U.S. government, meaning you have to come to the House of Representatives for appropriations. And this committee works with our FSGG counterparts on the Appropriations Committee to deal with the policy and the funding of it. So we better start getting some answers when you are, especially with your coming up and asking for more resources. I do want to correct one thing on the ALJ situation. The breach happened in 2017. The SEC disclosed the breach in April of 2022, the statement. But according to the Wall Street Journal, the breach was discovered in fall of 2020.
that lack of time of being transparent and open and honest with this committee and with the public is problematic, and my time is up.
Damn.
Thank you.
I
want to thank the witness for joining us, enlightening us with his comments. There have been a number of comments of our colleagues about the need for definition. No definition is more important than to define security, since that's what the SEC does. Congress really hasn't acted. Courts have acted with the Howey test, which was not focused on digital assets since it was written in the 1940s. The fact remains XRP, I think, clearly is a security.
Whoa,
and we need enforcement not only on those who issued the unregistered security.
What the fuck?
Whoa, motherfucker, step.
So they're calling XRP security. Holy fuck. Okay. That's interesting. That's very fucking interesting. How are you gonna call XRP a fucking security though? I just want to look at CHKD. It's either gonna fucking, man, there's no history on this. This is very high risk, high reward, guys, just so everybody's aware. A very recent IPO. I'm just seeing like what I could move to get in if I want. I don't even want to. You know what? I'm not even gonna play this. I'll put it on the watch list for you, Z. It might go crazy, but I like trading things that I could do. What's it called on that I could do like research and stuff on. I don't. That's a little bit too speculative right now. For right now, if it was like a month ago, maybe. But right now, while everything is at a like really, really low price tag, in my opinion, I think I'm gonna like roll that way. So they didn't officially say that it was a security because that wasn't like a court case, but their recommendation is going to be that it's a security. So that thing that you were telling me about, that hearing, right? They ended it by saying that they believe that XRP is a security. But then Brainerd is yet to speak. I believe that she speaks at 4:15, so we'll see what that bitch has to say. Fuck. Guys, I know that this is a crypto show, but or a regular show, but I gotta see what crypto is doing right now. I'm really hoping that this ends up being a cup and handle and not shot down. I've been telling you guys about edit all day today. Guys, chill. Dogs, chill. Shh. Sorry. Fuck, that's wild. I can't believe that they just ruled that. But they didn't make a ruling. They made like pretty much a suggestion. But they also made the SEC lawyer look fucking dumb. That's probably the last thing that I'd call it. But ultimately, they didn't make any rulings. It was just like their opinion. But they also made the SEC guy sound like a dumbass. It was basically it was a hearing about like SEC enforcement. And they covered a lot of XRP stuff. And then the guy he was like trying to avoid XRP as much as he could, but like he couldn't. And he was like forced to answer questions. And it ended with them summarizing that they believe that XRP is a security, but it's not an official ruling at all. It's just their opinion. So really, it could be like a head fake. Hold on a second. Yeah, the judgment is the only thing that matters, but they may take the opportunity to try to scalp the shit out of it. You overslept because of tequila? I feel you, dog. Yeah, Xella was running. It's not on my. It's just not on my hit list. So like, it's just not one that I'm really interested in. But one of my boys is very heavily invested into it. He knows a lot more about it than I do. Unfortunately, he's not in here right this second. But yeah, I mean, like, so I have friends that are in it, but I'm not in that play. It's just not my play. He did a lot more DD on it than I did. I only like, well, I try to only make plays on things that I've done research on myself. Dude, my shit is locked away. Compounding interest at 12%. Like, I'm compounding interest at 12% right now. I don't give one fuck. And I have SIPC insurance. So like, I don't give one fuck. Fuck me. EVT. See, EVTL is like your type of play where it could be a scalp, but bro, extremely volatile. Know that before you take a position. If you are going to take a position, know it's extremely volatile, and it could get yanked out from under you. Also, know that their direct competitor, their closest direct competitor, is Joby, Joby. And like, even though we're talking about different percentages here, like Joby has a much higher market cap, and they're backed by Toyota. For your type of playing, EDIT, this company that I'm watching right now, EDIT has shorts on it trapped at 11.89. So, or yeah, 11.89, I believe it was. We can look at it together. Just, I mean, like, I don't want to be making decisions for you, but I called this out in the morning. I called this out like fucking like 2 days ago. I made a video on it. $22.4%. Utilization is low, but look at this. Or MMAT, to be honest with you. Honestly, I took like a considerable chunk of money and I just threw it in MMAT. MMAT is all right. Look at MMAT actually. Yeah, I think that you might like that. Or no, not MMAT. TBLT. Excuse me, TBLT. Low cap, low float. Now this is where shit gets crazy. 156.21% short interest. 400% short interest or cost of borrow, excuse me. All right, look at this. Yeah, but hold on a second. Wait till you see this. Wait, I'm gonna click one button. Okay, now these are the failed to delivers. 3.23 million shares, which is larger than their entire fucking float. And that's less than 35 days ago. So they're still gonna have to do the T plus 35 on it. And then the next day is 1.91 million. And then the following day is gonna be 1.37 million. The shorts are trapped at, let's see, I think I remembered 8.62. So we'll round up, so 9, so the 10th. Guess we won't round up. Okay. So the highest that they could be at, the shorts, would be 287. That's the highest possible. So I mean, we're about to put them underwater right now. If it's the high, like, and that'd be the highest possible, like for 50% short interest. Yeah, but Jeremy, coin is gonna rely on cryptocurrency way too much, and with that hearing, right? With that hearing, I don't know if I'd really fuck with it. I mean, I don't know. I got in TBLT a little bit lower, like it is what it is. You know that data I just showed you? I know. That's why I'm doing this for you, buddy. This is a 4-hour on it. $200's up here on the 4-hour. 335. Battery go EV probably. I mean, like, I don't know, not financial advice, but like I can't really suggest. I can't make suggestions, but those are stocks that I'm comfortable with. Like if you said something about it this morning, I would have said I think that this is gonna run because I called this out when it was down here, and it's like up 8% since I said anything about it. But I see that as just a scalp. I see this as like a potential like worst setup that I've like ever seen them give us. If that makes any sense. I mean, I know. I mean everybody does, but realistically, okay, so all right, go EV, right? It's its key level is 401. That's the level that I marked out was 401 for being a key level. That's a potential option. I mean, all of these are fucking potential options, really, but like, I like TTOO, but that could swing really bad on you really quick for no reason. I think GoEV and TBLT are going to be more stable. SkyX could turn around in a hurry. It could be double bottoming right now too on SkyX. You saw it move fucking what, 40% yesterday? 43%, I believe it ran. I mean, that decision's got to be on you. That decision's got to be on you. Especially after what we just listened to about like them like enforcing shit. Like, not a financial advisor, guys. Just a guy that charts shit. It points out what I like and what I don't like. RGS, they have shorts trapped. They didn't really explode yet. So then, like, you're looking for like a SkyX. The problem with iLag, bro. The problem with iLag for me was that it's based in Hong Kong. Straight up, it's based in Hong Kong. That's the issue. Like, we are in a trade war with fucking China. I don't want it. I don't want any. Like, I don't want any part of it. Let's see where SkyX is. What's it called? Let's see where SkyX is headquartered. Israel and the United States. So they have two locations, Israel and the United States. I'm going SkyX all day long if I compare the two. And right now you would be buying it for what, 13% off? I just DCA'd into it, to be quite honest. But again, that's your decision to make. Because it could keep falling. I'll chart it out, actually. And NDM, yeah. I usually like Israel companies. Alright, look at this, guys. This is on the 4 hour. We're getting rejected because we're at the 200s. I'm putting more money into it. Fuck, I don't care what you do. How much is EDIT? 16. So I could take out like 11 from this. Okay. I'm literally fucking like playing with like baby accounts right now. Just because. 998 in this. Buy. 998. I bought more SkyX. There's the hour. Here's a 2 hour. Oh, we just got a gold cross and the 2 hour on it. I mean, in all honesty, look at our double bottom on TBLT potentially. I mean, bro, everybody has financial issues right now. I would just say watch out for scams in general. Because it's the government, they waste as much money as fucking possible, bro. Like, it wasn't an official, like, court case. It was just, like, a hearing about how they're enforcing, like, their laws. It was a kangaroo court. It was fucked up. It was just literally, like, opinion-based. And it was a pissing match the whole time. Like, there were people that were for XRP and people that were against XRP. And then it wasn't even, like, it wasn't even focused on XRP. It was focused on, like, the SEC enforcement as a whole. As soon as I sell like a little bit, it goes up. I didn't sell a lot, my whole position though. I sold a little bit because I wanted more SkyX. Honestly, other than hearing like the last like couple sentences, you probably would have enjoyed it because it was kind of humorous to like listen to like how stupid that one fucking guy was. Indie. Ooh, semiconductor. Where are they from? Where's their headquarters though? Because this is going to be this whole bill is going to be based on like U.S. U.S. companies. Oh, automotive. I like that. Okay, they're in California. You, my friend, on the 4 hour are range bound in between the 48 and the 200. You need to clip that 200 and that's it. 200 is going to be around 650. Yeah, 200 is going to be around 650 on that one, brother. I can't tell you that. You know I can't tell you that. Like all right, this is the hourly. Okay. That looks like a cup. I mean, you do you, dog. You know I can't answer that type of question. You know what I'm saying? Look at the MACD. This is the hourly chart. I mean, you're about to have a gold cross on the EMAs. I can't tell you what to do, and you know that. But yeah, no, it's not. I can't give advice. That's the thing. It's like I can't even give anything that's perceived as advice. Oh, the upcoming infrastructure. Yes, that's why I paid attention to it. Like especially after I saw what it was, and I wanted to make sure it was an American company. But I can't tell you when to enter or when to exit. I just can't do that, and you know that. You know what I mean? That it's just that's a no go. That's like the only thing I can't do. But like on an hour chart, it was showing like a cup and handle like setup, and it showed that like the 48 was coming up like towards the 200, as if it was going to try to make a cross. So like that decision is on you, but I feel like I gave you as many tools as I legally could. Yes, we do. We need to make fuck like Taiwan semi. We should not rely on Taiwan semi like we do. I agree. 100%. Oh, watch Go EV. Guys, watch Go EV. Now financial advice. Look at these crossers. We're over the 200 MA. We're on the VWAP. If we break this VWAP, we could go for a ride, guys. Go, 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 go. Come on. Go. You son of a bitch. Go ahead. Mullen just went green on the day by half a penny. I want to see some percentage changes before I even click on the chart, though. What are we doing here? Come on. Go for a run. Cup. Cup. We could go for a run. Oh, come on. Break it, you bitch. Go. Go, 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 go. Oh, shit. What did I do that for? We need to break this VWAP real bad. See this gold line here? It did cross over the crimson line, which would be an indication of a death cross. However, if we break this VWAP to the upside, we could then form a gold cross because they're obviously as close as they are. I honestly like guys. I've been telling you guys about LiDAR for fucking forever, and they're up fucking 14% right now. Like you're saying that about chips. You're saying that about chips, but like I think like that about everything. Look, here we go. Here we go. Oh, I gotta share my YouTube to a friend. Look at her go. Come on, go ahead. TBLT is probably waiting on this or something else in the market to bounce. Let's look at the numbers real quick. We could do that real quick. Wish my dog would stop. Yeah, wolf the fuck up. TBLT still 156. I want to look at Go EV real quick. They borrowed more, and we're sitting at approximately 29%. I wonder what the fuck Redbox is like doing. Is it about time yet? SkyX. Holy smokes. Let's look at SkyX real quick. Utilization's high, however, there's barely any short interest. Insider buy of over $300,000. Enterprise value did drop. This is interesting. 40 million shares. GME Gamma score is a 96. How? Oh, that might be how. I mean, there's just not that many. I mean, I guess, like, if it got momentum, but I could see AMC or BBIG or something like that getting, like, a Gamma score that high, but GME usually doesn't go on Gamma runs like that, which I find kind of odd. Well, it's not really odd. It's more like less retail are buying GME options. What's rated 1? Do you know? I know Revlon was rated like number 1 prior to open. I'll go vertical, you fucking whore. Turn volume at the VWAP. As soon as you find a good runner, you'll let us know. Okay. I mean, I appreciate that. Gold Cross here on Go EV. On the EMA side of things, we're going to be coming up on a technical Gold Cross here in a minute or two. As long as the price stays in the ballpark that's at now. We just can't see the price sink. Zipdeck, where did you source that, bro? Like, where did you, Bitcoin is now above 23, but is that a Fintel list? Because like, if it's Fintel, I don't really care all that much. If it's S3, then I would care. MNTS is up 8%. She's rolling. I mean, Z, if you're still in here, bro, you could just go to like, I'm not gonna do it because I'm streaming, but like you could go to Tops right here, and then just like research the companies that are running. And what I usually look for is I look for like mid cap to micro cap and high volume if I'm trying to make a scalp or something like that. And then I research the company and I make sure it's a play that like I'm like confident being in. Like that's one way that I could like that's one way like of finding plays for me. I mean try that, bro. I mean like don't like throw money at something just because like you see it. But like go through it and make sure that it seems like a smart investment. In your eyes, like you want to know everything about the investment before you make the investment. At least that's how my process works. All right. Other than plays that I'm already in, let me just give an example. So APLD, but I think that might be too late. I would be looking at NLIT W, not financial advice. I would be looking at NLIT W. Because if NLIT goes, that's a big play. Like that'd be a huge play. Although I also had this on my list today too. TUEM. We can actually pull it up. Wait, what? Tops? No, not in after hours. Hold on a second. One day. What is NLIT? What's NLIT at? NLIT. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't look at NLIT. Okay. 5 minutes. All right, this is like within like the last 5 minutes. Is there anything crazy going on here? That one that you pointed out before is going up. The Liberty TripAdvisor, the LTRPB, it's up 5%. Low volume. Easy Fill Holdings. This is one that I've been pointing out like for like the last like 3 days. I want to say that's Easy FL. I mean, they made it onto my list or on my watch list. but like we're talking low volume right now. Low volume in total. I mean that's up to you. Right now, I believe that this has the best setup in this entire stock market, personally. Yeah, I don't like Fintel. Fintel only pulls from Interactive Brokers, if I'm not mistaken. Go EV's 3, Mars 4, Riot's 5, Lonzo. I know you were talking about CHPT the other day. That's 6. 7 is BBBY. 8 is AMC. 1 is Veru. I fucking hate Veru. Honestly, I think it's going to either be Go EV or AMC that actually ends up in a full on like short squeeze or full on gamma squeeze. I think it has like the most retail attention. They might try to hold back AMC because of everything involved with it, but Go EV has a lot less involved with it. Okay, based on the chart, SECO. Okay, it's a holdings company again, so I'd have to know their holdings. They're already up 18%. Like, I'm gonna have to look at this and see what they do. This is a 4-hour chart. You got to get continuation or else you're beat. That's how that's gonna work. You either continue or you don't. We could look it up real quick to see what they do. No, that's not what I want to do. Wow, what the fuck? They got it fucking blistered. Okay, I like the area that they're in. They're in marketing. Low cap, low float, and low amount of ownership on float. So I do like that. I like it, but that doesn't mean shit. Just because I like something doesn't mean that it's gonna do anything. Just saying. Shorts are underwater at like, let's call it 28 cents for sure. But there's not that many shorts. Very, very speculative. I'll give you that. I might take a very speculative trade on it. We are such different traders. It's so funny. I mean, I just made a quick 11% on this company though, so I mean, like, it is what it is. Oh, I don't. Oh, it's headquartered in China. Shit, I didn't know that. I should have done more research. $401 still on Go EV. Crazy. Tide up 4%. EDIT up 9.67%. Jeremy, he might be late to that trade. If he's trying to, if like that might be like a late, like that was like a 2 days ago type play, in my opinion, at least. Like when I first heard about all the hype was like probably in here, which is like 1/3 of the price tag that's currently at. I mean, if it catches momentum, it could go, but at this price level, I like TTOO more personally. I feel like we're early to that play, and I feel like we'd be late to we'd be late to Xella. Xella would be again like 2 days ago. I mean, there's a lot of hype on it. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like I should buy more of this fucking stock at these prices. It's crazy. Fuck. I think we're gonna go crazy here in a minute. I just don't know if I want to fucking sell one thing to get more of another. Fuck. Decisions. If I don't make the decision, like it's gonna make the decision for me. Yeah, I don't like Excel either. Uh, um, yeah, I just bought more SkyX. It's 15% down. Oh well. Yeah, XRP. I just got a notification about XRP actually. XRP is up 3% in the last 22 hours. Again, I just DCA'd into this when this was like 15% down, so hopefully we get some more fucking candles here. I've been preaching the same exact thing, but I don't think I said those exact words. Wow, APLD is cranking now. GME 152.40, 117 on AMC. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that position, but I don't have much. XRP did? It might be like basically like playing off the news that we just had, like that court case. Well, not court case, but like proceeding. Watch out it doesn't set up a Head and Shoulders. I just don't want to be like put in like a too good to be true situation on XRP. Because I definitely don't want to get my hopes up. Notice the barcode action that we got going on GoEV. This is becoming a gamma play, I believe. Oh, yeah, Xella has fucked over a lot of retailers, and it's like everybody forgets about it, but I didn't. ADN looks fucking fantastic on every which way. Fuck, you make me want to buy more of this, too. Jesus Christ. Alright, hold on. I gotta fuck with my portfolio, with one of my portfolios here for a second. Yeah, Bitcoin's probably pumping right now. That's very, very possible. I wish this platform didn't fucking take forever. I like it, but like, it does take fucking forever. But one more ADN on here. Man. Go ahead, TBLT. Go ahead. I want to see how much money I have left here because I want to get it in something. IOTA up 10%, and I can't see how long unless I expand. Fuck, 30 cents. I buy for 30 cents right now. Huh. I guess Seco. That's funny. Alright, fuck it. I feel satisfied with what I've done. I'd really like Go EV to fucking break 401 and change. That'd be dope. Oh, it's so close to a gold cross. Look how close that crimson line is. It's like basically on my cursor, and then obviously the gold one. Spies at 390. H bar up 5.5%, give or take. I think it was like 5.47. Z is right about the turnover on this. I wish the turnover was a little bit lower, but for how crazy of a setup it is, I think it's understandable. Phantom is up 5.38%. It's growing at like a healthy pace too. It's not like going for like mega rips without consolidating. So I kind of like how it's basing. I think it's a terrible way to fucking like build the economy back, but if they want to do it like this, I mean, it's one way that they could do it. They're just gonna drag out the fucking. They're just gonna drag it out longer though. By repumping Bitcoin and then dropping it. That makes no sense to me. SkyX, are we coming back a little bit? Crossing over the MACD. BIG is green, okay. Mullen's green, even though it's a half of a penny. Quant is up another 10% in the last 24, or another 8% in the last 24 hours. It's now up to 113.18. Crazy. Not only during flex hour, but like we could see them at any point in time, bro. Like literally all it would take would be like a million or two placed onto a specific stock with enough exposure to like so many ETFs that would like affect those securities, and basically they'd have to gamma squeeze it, which would then probably turn into a short squeeze. Like it could happen. It could literally happen any second. It's like it's crazy to think about it like that, but it's truth. Look how tight this fucking range is on SkyX. I think that goes to the upside, but that's just me. That's just me guessing. Just with TTOO. Above average volume. What's trending right now? Has anybody looked to see like what's trending at the moment? Because if not, I will. But stock. MSTR. AMAT. The fuck is AIM at? Oh, applied materials. Yeah, I don't feel like paying $100 for share. Affirm. This is like 20, I think. If I'm not, yeah. Nike. RKT. RKT's been on my list for a while, just so everybody knows. RKT is trending right now. AMD was on here. SoFi was on here, but SoFi could be a trap. Mara's on here. Yeah, I think RKT or AMD is probably the two best things that I came across on here. RKT. Been on my list for a few days. Actually, probably like a week now at this point. Yep. There's just a little gap right here that I'm worried about. But crossing to the upside. It might swing back down, though, first. That's the only problem. And let's look at AMD, because of the whole chip bill thing. But again, this is a more expensive stock. We're consolidating, for anybody that cares, on XRP. We're consolidating at 37. Good thing I just bought some. ADN could go on another run. Like, there's nothing really stopping it. I won't even look at, I haven't even like watched a Mumu chart ever. I never tried a chart on one. I've never I'm satisfied with my order executions. Even if I have to pay for them, I'm satisfied with them. And then on straight shares, I could still route to the IEX. And I care more about my execution than I care about like it being free. If that makes any sense. Like, I don't know. Just how I am. Honestly, UVXY might not be a terrible hedge right now. Not financial advice, but just saying. If we sell off, like UVXY might be a decent hedge. ADN pushing $3. Come on. Come on, I have a decent amount of you. Don't do this to me. I have more TBLT. I just unloaded into TBLT, to be quite honest, yesterday. I'm really wondering if we're going to get that gap up on MMAT. It seems like it's like right within our fucking reach. Z, if you're looking for a momentum play, you might get it on TBLT here. It depends. This needs to curl through the 48 first. Not financial advice, but it would need to curl through the 48, and then we might get some momentum to the upside. I already showed you the technicals on it. Cardano's up 5.22% in the last day. XLM is up 5% in the last day as well. Quant is now up 14.24%. It is now $116. Breaking news. White House officials: Biden will announce climate action tomorrow, but will not declare a national climate emergency this week. And the Twitter buyout trial is now scheduled for October. Or yeah, the trial, excuse me. Ugh. A little more outflow than inflow. My dogs love my fucking neighbor. Let me turn my AC on. There we go. Can I pull up XRP to what? Yeah, I'll pull up XRP. It's literally chilling at 37 cents flat. Yeah, it's just probably Mumu sucking. No. I just said that, Greg, like 2 seconds ago. Hold on a second. I got the follow Financial Juice on Twitter for all your news. Indo is about to get a 1348 cross. Just saying. White House officials: Biden will announce climate action tomorrow, but will not declare a national climate emergency this week. So he's gonna take a climate action tomorrow, but not do like what's it called? Not like have like an emergency over it, essentially. I mean, probably. Lucid might be a banger tomorrow, to be quite honest, if he does that. Yeah, and Mullen as well, but Mullen I forget that I even own as much as I do. I gotta stick Bell outside real quick.
Okay.
It needs to hit 18. I'm telling you. It needs to hit fucking 18. $1.2 million shares would have to get hedged for at 18. On GME, you're looking for 160. BBIG and Mullen are pretty obvious at 150. ADN might catch something at 3, to be quite honest. I mean, I don't know. Wait, how many were there? Sorry. Not many. Psychologically, though. Two totally different catalysts. I'm talking about like today. It would have to hit 18. I'm thinking the GME catalyst is completely different. I don't think that that those companies want to let GME split without covering. Personally, my reasoning behind that is because if GME is split into 4, right? Think about how easy it would be to fucking to set up gamma squeezes on it. They don't want that. Like why would they? There's no situation in which that they would want that. I would be careful with how you say sympathy play because like they're a little bit different. Like AMC is a lot easier to gamma squeeze because of the price tag. But there's, I don't know, I'd say there's a difference between every single one of these fucking stocks. I'd say that there's a pretty big difference. I'd say that they all like relatively move the same, but like they have their own different catalysts. So that's why I started to play options on things that weren't going to be like as like manipulated. That's one of the reasons. In all fairness, just because I'll keep my straight shares, of course, you know what I mean? But they can manipulate it any way they want to in order to avoid the market crashing, if that makes sense. So my thought is obviously they don't want the market to crash, so they're going to allow them to keep trying to fuck with it most likely. So I'll just go ahead and target plays that most of retail isn't targeting, but I'll still stay with my straight shares in like MOAS type stocks. Remember, I'm all about hitting doubles, then swinging for grand slams. See, I think the opposite. I think that if nothing happens this week, I think that what's it called, that retail would lever up and use more leverage. And then that could be a very dangerous situation for retail, as well as if they know how to use leverage, then it could be dangerous for like the institutions betting against them. But a lot of as we've seen and as I've kind of shown you guys, like as far as option chains go, we could tell that sometimes they don't really like they retail doesn't really know how to use options correctly. CEI is ripping. I mean, it is what it is, dude. You almost like you for like a little while didn't have any wrinkles. You know what I mean? Everyone's gonna start somewhere. I'm just afraid of the people that are not battle hardened. Okay, tide's popping. Okay, 1 second. Let me finish drawing this line, and then I'll do that. Tide going vertical. Well, I have a fuck ton of tide. Come on, baby. All right, gotta let the dog in real quick. 1 second.
Pump, motherfucker, pump.
Yeah, fuck yeah, pump. Pump, 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 pump. XRP up another 5.65%. I got another notification about the Twitter buyout. Okay, some lady who's like usually like about 85% accurate just said like Tide is confirming a breakout. As well, so I do agree with her. Ooh, no, 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 no. Bitcoin's getting stronger. Good. What does that mean for SPY? What's SPY doing? The key level on SPY, if I'm not mistaken, I believe is like... Why is this so hot underneath? Holy fuck. Sorry guys, I'm just like lifting my computer off the desk because it's like hot as fuck. 394, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Let me just tilt this back a little bit. It's just hot as fuck, and I just don't want it. I don't want to fry it. Because this is what I'm using to fucking, what's it called? This is what I'm using to stream 24/7. Jump, 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 jump. Oof. This looks like it's gonna consolidate and then bust up. Revlon is green. Not by much. Vroom caught a volume spike. It is on top of the MACD. AMC getting some steam. $390.5 here on SPY. Fuck, I gotta let the dog in now, quick. What is up, Kyle? How are you today, bro? We broke out of a bull flag that I had drawn on TBLT. Nice, nice, nice. Training for what? What do you do? Oh, look at TBLT. TBLT is getting hungry. Come on, do some TBLT type stuff. MMA, that's dope, dude. That's dope. There honestly like aren't even any like good like MMA gyms around me. Cause I actually thought about that, but the closest one is like an hour away. Like the closest like decent one is like an hour away. So like, yeah, I could train on my own, but it's not the same. Like I couldn't like what am I gonna do? Spar myself? Do you mean like the MMA community or this community? I don't know which one you're talking about. Because if you're talking about this community, yeah, I think so too. I think that would like a lot of people are dope as fuck. Look at TBLT. Go ahead, baby. 20-minute 5K. Yeah. Not my like. I'm honestly so out of shape since this whole thing started because I literally like dedicated my life to like teaching myself like this shit. Does that make sense? That like I need to like do other things that like I need to go out and get more exercise. I know I do. But by the time I'm done streaming, it's 8 o'clock at night. And it's like fuck. Like I'm tired, you know what I mean? So right now I'm kind of taking like the whole like short-term pain for the long-term gain idea. Yeah, watch out on Indo. Watch out on Indo as well. I didn't look at it, but yeah, exactly. I mean, I get why you would want to do that. Like 100%, bro. Like I feel like I should be doing something else. But I feel like this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity and I want to be like here in front of my shit when it happens. If it were to happen, quote unquote. So like I sleep a little bit. I got like 11 hours last, or no, I got like 4 hours last night. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. Um, yes and no. Fucker, five. Honestly, I bought my fucking Redbox warrants expecting them to fucking to turn to nothing. It sucks, but it is what it is. As far as like Tide following Bitcoin, yes, to a certain degree, but the fact is that they're going to be working in Web3, where I don't think Bitcoin will have as much market dominance. And on top of that, one of their pillars, because there's like three pillars of their business. One of their pillars is marketing and brand recognition, right? And it's the first of its kind for Web3. So I think potentially it might that the fundamentals might be a little bit off, but I think it might try to follow Bitcoin, but I don't know if it will in its entirety. Just because there's other aspects of the business. Now a lot of people probably don't know about the other aspects, so that might cause it to trade like Bitcoin. But I think it offers much more than, just like a follower to Bitcoin. Huge. You need to Google that, bro. See, Pop, I fucking this chick that I follow that's like about like 85% like 85% accurate with her plays. She's the one that called it out, and I called it out when I saw it, and I saw it like right as soon as she posted it. So I'm not in it, and I didn't even pull up a chart of it to like look at it. But if it looks juicy, and you want to do it, I mean, I'm not stopping you. Like I just work. I overwork myself. I know I do. I know I do. It's good that I know that I do, though, than failing to accept the fact that I do, if that makes sense. cents on my list as of today, up 11%. What else made my list today? Lemonade made my list, up 5. LEV made my list, up 4. I called that scalp out. That was Z's play. Hive made my list today. RKLY made my list yesterday. Oh yeah, like I know, like I'm risk. So like here's my thing about it is I've spent like the last 2 years, like all right, so I was trading for about 8 years, but it took me losing my businesses in order to really focus on trading, and that's when I like literally like just self-educated the shit out of myself. So like for like the last 2 years, I've just been nonstop fucking like educating myself upon like with economics, with like with finances in general. So now it's like at the point where like if I'm not here to execute when the time comes, then I would have wasted 2 years of my life preparing for what I think may be around the corner. Yeah, APLD, I told you. I told you. That was added the same day I put, because I kept them all together. Hold on a second. I put some others on the list at the same exact time. They might pop. SOBR was one of them. RKT is actually getting it's a top search result on Google right now. Just so you know, RKT. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. SIDU is running. SIDU is not my space play though. MNTS is my space play. Where the fuck is it? Hold on a second. I have so many things on my watch list. It's disgusting. LiDAR popped. You guys know how much I talk about LiDAR. Okay, so I put SOBR on my list the same day that I put TUEM on there and DRCT. I believe. No, you know what? These are the ones that went on at the same exact time. They went on the same day. WTRH, and that very day is a day that like it became like a more well-known play. I put that on there the same day, QNGY the same day, ASTC the same day, APCX that day, RVSN that day, SOBR, which I mentioned, again, APLD, DRCT, and then EMWP. Yeah, Tide's popping, dude. It's going. But look at AAPLD. I mean, I'm more swing trade than scalp, if we're being honest. Honestly, Z's probably a better scalper than I am. In all fairness, I'm good at scalping options on like on SPY or the Qs. Like I'm pretty good at that. But if we're talking about like straight security scalping, he might have me. He might have me on that. I'll be honest. Like I give credit where credit's due. TBLT looks fuck just so disgusting though. My God, it might fucking do something here. I just don't like the turnover rate in it. I wish the turnover rate was lower. Trish, remember I told you about EDIT yesterday? Look at, she was just at 10%. RGS is up as well. So the shorts are still trapped in there, I believe. I believe the shorts are still trapped there as well, but I didn't want to get greedy. I actually took profit off that, and then I DCA'd in back into Sky X at a lower, like 15% off. Watch list maker, yeah. I'm very good at screening things, I guess you'd say. Like looking around, looking into the community, seeing what's being talked about. But then I think everyone should do their own research. Like it's okay to take somebody else's research and start from there, but I think that it's important for everybody to then continue and confirm on their own. That way they don't find out false research and then spread false research. It's basically like the game telephone, like when you're a kid. Like something will get fucked up in translation. So that's why I always confirm, and I always make sure that I'm using legitimate sources. Oh, I would never sell BBIG. Personally, that's just me. It is what it is. I mean, like if you needed to free up some money, you need to free up some money. It is I get it. It is what it is. But I'm not selling any BBIG. There's no fucking way. The company's so undervalued. This just from their ownership in TikTok and alone, not even their Lemotive or any of the other 15 companies that they fucking own. Their stock price should be like $50. I already did the math. It should be like $53 and 60 some cents. Yeah, it sucks. I'm down huge on Mullen too. Trish knows the feeling. She's with us on that. It is what it is. And everything's an advertisement battle right now. That's why I think Tide is going to be fucking huge. This might be a nice scalp, but it's extremely risky, and I only put like a smidgen in, like a legit smidge. Very, very high risk. And it's a Chinese company. I didn't know that until after I fucking invested in it. I should have looked at the headquarters location. Oh, absolutely. But people don't use reason. People don't use logic or reason anymore. Like TTOO, where the fuck is it? TTOO trades under 15 cents. They got FDA approval, and the stock didn't fucking move. It went down actually. Yeah, bro, I'm not worried about that Z. I'm chilling on it. Like I'm not moving my position. I'm chilling. TBLT might be doing TBLT things. Needs to break $3. 292 first, but Alright, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Push, 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 push. Oh, me too. Yo, bro, that's what made me, like, that made me a much better trader when I started to do that. I started to, like, reverse psychology trade myself, if that made sense. Like, I don't know if that makes sense at all, or if it... I think about, like, what I would normally think about, and then I think about, like, the inverse way to play it, and then that's how I sometimes play. Like, I just kind of, like, put myself in the shoes of a market, like, a hedge fund or a market maker. All right, hit $3. Come on. Exactly. Like, they make you think one thing, and then they do almost like the direct opposite. You do whatever you want on TBLT, but let me just pull up the details for you. The shorts are underwater at $2.10. The float is only 2.13 million, and then the market cap is 5.71 million. Trade it how you want, but I honestly just wish that I had more. That's usually like my steady complaint. Specific, what up, buddy? No, Kyle, you don't need to pay for it. You could just ask me. Exactly, bro. That's why I started specific with like without like using any emotion. Like I'm a fucking ice block, homie. Like like it's sad, but like I have no fucking emotions. Like it's almost to the point where like I just don't give a fuck about like anything. And it's like I know that like I'll be okay after all this shit is over with, but right now it's like I got my shell on, and I'm like fucking going like straight up like Ninja Turtle, like avoiding shit. I just don't care. I don't like I don't know. I just don't care about things that I would normally care about. Bro, you don't have to lurk, homie. Like talk more. Say what's up. Like especially like in quiet times, like when I'm like sitting here like talking to myself almost, like that's especially when you want to like say what up, because like then I'll just start ranting about random ass shit. No, Kyle, I get it, bro. Because I feel the same way. I'm numb. I don't care. Being emotionless makes you a better trader in theory. CEI is starting to turn around a little bit, just so everyone's aware, and it's cheap. It's cheap. It has what's it called? It has like retail support. Is that true? Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. That's like the whole like short-term pain for long-term gain. It's just I didn't think that they were going to drag it out this far, so it ended up being like a midterm pain. So that's kind of like where I'm at. So I didn't think that they were going to drag it out this long, but they did. So now I'm just kind of like I'm like, all right, like let's see who could last longer. Yeah, I bet you the tide is fucking rolling still. I want TTOO to fucking do something real bad. Back to Pittsburgh. Word up, word up. I'm a little bit northeast of you. I'm in like the Scranton Wilkes-Barre area. Just for you. Even though I hate it, I'll do it just for you. This in no way, shape, or form has anything to do with any of the Trump stocks. It was just like said that they moved with them, but it has not been proven. I mean, bro, it kind of looks weak as fuck. It's coming up to the MACD. If it's going to spin, it's going to spin now. You just got to get follow through on this candle. There's like no volume on it. I mean, you're getting positive volume in your direction. As per the level 2, at least. They returned fucking almost 8% today. You still have 4.46% on the float. Utilization's 100. Cost to borrow, it doesn't even say. It just says not applicable. Yeah, see, I won't touch Xella. That's just me. Xella's up 10% right this second. But I just won't touch Xella. I mean, it's funny you say that, though, because, like, lately we've been making very accurate predictions in here. Like, earlier on, right, the SPY was, like, 384 or something. And I said, if we get bullish, watch, SPY to 388. And then within an hour, it was at, like, 388.50. I mean, look, it's at 390 right now. It's up $8. Like, some of the predictions and like guesstimations have been disgustingly accurate. I know what cost to borrow is. No, oh no, and he knows what the cost to borrow is, Kyle. He knows what it is. He was asking me what it was on AREB, but it said not applicable. No, you're good, dude. I mean, I learned untraditionally as well. Well, I'm gonna help you out, bro. You can't influence anybody's decision whether or not they take a position. So I won't take it, and you don't want to take it. But if he wants to take it, he could certainly take it. You know what I mean? I just don't like. I don't like it. I put Sens on my list today, and I told you guys about it, up 12%. I didn't put a position in, but I did add it. Now, see, I got you, Z. I'm looking out. LiDAR up 15%. I was wondering if we were going to see a candle or a set of candles on BBIG since we saw a tide lift off like that. Well, you being I'm going to disagree with you, Kyle. And on my channel, it's cool because, like, you're allowed to agree to disagree here, which you aren't on other channels. But I'm going to agree to disagree with you. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay? I could state my opinion, but that doesn't make it your opinion. So ultimately, like, I could state the facts and the opinion, like my opinion, but at the same time, it's like, do you agree with my opinion, or am I forming an opinion for you? And then at that point in time, after you form your own opinion, then you also make a decision. So you're not doing it subconsciously, like you're doing it. You just don't like you just do it without like taking a second thought about it. Z, this might be your fucking momentum play, dude. Not financial advice, but that might be your momentum play, CEI. Yeah. Okay. Word. Okay. Just remember though, they have the patent for fucking carbon capture, and they're under $1, so your percentages would. I mean, I did get back into. I got further into ADN on the dip. Yo, what up, Dave? Thanks for subbing. I just got your notification now. I appreciate you. No, not really. No, I don't. I found out that like me using fib levels usually ended up in me making like mistakes. To be quite honest, like I would make mistakes using fib levels. Or trying to trade off fib levels. I'm a much better chart trader and reading reading an individual 1 minute chart that I am that I am doing anything else. Hold on 1 second. I'm just getting rid of this for this. Continue without tip. Thank you. It could. It's been running, bro. Like it's like I feel like it's been on my list for a while, but I just haven't gotten into it. And but every single time I look at it, it seems to be up a few percent. But like I know what kind of a trader you are, and I don't know if you have the patience to trade it because it could go. But that's why I said this might be a better momentum play for you, not financial advice, because of the price tag, because of the backing. Like I don't know. There's a few reasons. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I use a 13, 24, 48, 200 EMA. And then I use a MACD and an RSI, and I'd be good. And pivot points. But because I'm streaming, I also use a 50 MA and a 200 MA. That way I could call out technical gold crosses and technical depth crosses. And I also use PSARs because I'm streaming. One second. Let me just do something here. Fuck. Okay. Oh well. Let me do. Wait, EMA and MA, and last one you mentioned. Wait, well, wait, which one are you talking? Are you talking about the VWAP, the MACD, the RSI, the pivot point? Because I do use a VWAP as well. I forgot to mention. I try to use a good amount of indicators. That way, I'm sniping. Like usually, I like the way I trade is usually I snipe options. That's my form of trading. Picture a bull flag like this. All right, usually you guys know I usually don't draw wicks, but this time we're gonna draw a wick. Oh, PSAR. Are you talking about PSARs? Like these things? These little bubbles? Is that what you're referring to? Because they're a lagging indicator. I just do it because, yeah, it's called a parabolic SAR. And they usually like lag behind. So like sometimes I'll be like that PSAR isn't right, and then all of a sudden it'll pop. Like we might get a green PSAR right here, underneath. See how it's red right there? It might switch down here, and then we might get a candle up. But what it does is it's like sometimes day traders use it in order to like exit and enter positions just based on PSAR movements. Yeah, so it's parabolic SAR, and then everybody calls it just a PSAR. Yeah, it's more of a confirmation for what you're already feeling. I feel like that's a good way to like. a good way to explain it. ADN. Guys, they're making fucking, like, water-powered batteries. Think about that. Water-powered fucking batteries. Greece just gave them $821 million. Like, think about it. Ah, there you go. Okay. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, you write articles for Seeking Alpha? I just want to, like, make sure I'm on the same level with you. Is that like what you tried, like what you're saying? What you should do is you should write an article on TBLT and attach the video that I posted to your article. And then you could fully explain how fucked up it is that there is more FTDs than 2 times the flow. And I bet you that would get published. And that would also give me a little bit of, I guess, that would get me like a little bit of like love, I guess, you know what I mean? But also that would be great information for you to tell people about, because the short interest is 156% and the amount of FTDs is more than the float. So like that's blatant. That should not be allowed. Like that's blatant abuse that's being allowed by the SEC. And the SEC was just grilled for it today during a enforcement hearing. Parker confirms UK. What do you mean? Let you get a quote? Oh, here I will literally quote it. I'll type what I want like as a quote. There you go, bud. I mean, my last sentence might be a fragment, so if you want to fix that for me, feel free. But yeah, I mean that's the gist. Because I mean, like, in my opinion, it does kill like the American dream. Imagine bringing a company public, right? Just to have the shares, like the amount of shares be bloated, and the share price drop from shares that don't even exist. Like that's crazy to me. Well, I mean, TBLT is like probably the craziest setup I've ever seen. I also called Revlon out with video proof at $1.10. Before it ran to like a 900% play a couple days later. So like I don't know if you want to include that, like, by doing what they're doing, they're making people better traders. If that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like I'm giving you a lot to like go with. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of Seeking Alpha, but I respect the size of their platform, and I do respect, like, I do understand that, like, I would be in front of a lot of people, but like, if I am going to receive that chance, then the first thing I want to do is I want to speak out against how the SEC thinks that they're like trying to protect us, but they're really not. That's definitely the first thing that comes to mind. They're doing the opposite, actually. They're complicit in what I believe to be financial treason. Yeah, because of I don't want to say it. You know why. I know why. Everybody else in here knows why. Yep. That sounds like a damn good reason to move. Like, socialism kills the middle class and makes the rich richer and the poor poorer. That's what socialism does. Watch SkyX. SkyX might make a fucking huge move here if it busts to the 200 in the VWAP. Everyone else is thinking the same thing. They already know. They most of my subs have been here long enough where I'm sure that they had an idea of where like what I was gonna say. I mean, I just keep it 100. That's my thing. I mean, no, dude, it's your life. Live it how you want to. I don't think it's selfish. What I think is selfish is when people will refuse to accept other people's views, and if they have the power to, they actually will force somebody else to do something that fits their views, right? Regardless of the other people's opinion. I think that everybody should be able to make a decision for themselves. And I think that that is a God-given right that's being taken away from us. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm just keeping it real, dude. It just is. It is what it is. EDIT is still moving up. RGS has shorts trapped just like EDIT does. Just so you guys know. Not financial advice. I'm just telling you, like I'm giving you an observation. Come on, SkyX, don't do this to me. AMC needs to hit 18. So then the Gamma could hit. Also, I think that ADN might end up being Mullen's biggest competition. I think that the three largest battery makers are going to be Mullen, ADN, and QuantumScape. And QuantumScape is like valued in the billions, just to be clear. So I just see more market capitalization being available between ADN and Mullen. Just throwing that out there. I saw them next to each other, and I figured I'd say something instead of it happening and then going me trying to say that I said it in hindsight. Kyle, just do me a favor. Anything that you're gonna if you were to go ahead and post anything in Seeking Alpha, okay, just let me know that ask me if it's if I'm okay with being on the record for it, because I don't want to say something and I don't want any of my subs to feel this way, but just make sure that we're okay with being on the record for whatever whatever topic you feel like discussing. Just because I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. I would be down to do that. I'd be down to do an interview, but I'd want to see a list of topics first. I wouldn't want to be ambushed with random ass questions, if that makes sense. I would definitely do an interview with you, and as long as I saw the list of topics, I just don't want to be ambushed with random ass questions that I may not be able to answer to the best of my ability, right off, off the hip. Well, I mean, I'm talking about more of a template of questions. That way I could really give calculated responses. Yeah. Like I would want you to, what's it called? I would want you to get the, like, ask me the info you want, but I would want a list of the questions that are going to be asked. That way I'm not blindsided. That's all. I added Kern to my list because one of you guys said something about it, and then I looked at the data and it looked pretty interesting. I might make like a little tiny position in it. Yeah, maybe not. And if we were going to do that, I would want like a guarantee that the whole interview would be posted. I wouldn't want it cherry picked at all. You'd have to give me that guarantee. EV Go, guys. I was talking about that earlier. I made a video this morning and literally fucking called out EV Go in the video before the market even opened. I fucking love that. Well, no, see, you don't have to. See, I say it because I'm streaming, but you don't have to say it, and like until like afterwards if you wanted to. You know what I mean? I feel like as an individual, I feel like me streaming puts me like at a point where I have an obligation to let you guys know what I'm doing. But as a viewer, I don't feel like you have this, like, that same obligation. I do like that trade though. Not financial advice, obviously, but I do kind of like the trade, especially if it swings up through this MACD right here. We do. That's why I was saying about you making a TBLT video, especially why the numbers are hot. Like, bro, like, look at this shit real quick. Now this topped out, like, they started trading this at like $8,000, I believe that the all-time high was. $156.19% on threshold. That's disgusting. See, like, I would never be able to time a trade like that though either. Like how you said 15 minutes to an hour. I would never be able to like time a trade like that because I trade based off of what the chart is telling me. And if the chart is telling me that I should hold it longer, then I'm going to hold it longer. Okay, so basically you're telling me to buy the UVXY? that what you're is that what you're inferring? Because that's kind of the vibe I'm catching. Yeah, maybe not. Fuck, I don't know. So the thing about Tide, though, that you have to keep in mind is that they're going to have a first mover's advantage in Web3 marketing. And marketing is a notoriously low overhead business, okay? But again, they're specializing in Web3 marketing. So they're going to have, like, they're going to be blazing a trail in this new industry. And it's going to be like first of its kind marketing as well. And it's gonna be low overhead. So I mean, like, I like Tide just for that fact alone. This needs to like hit like 402 and start rolling. It's not like in 401 at all. Do you want to, Trish? Do you want to send it to me on Facebook? Like block, like delete any kind of personal information, and then just send it to me, and then I'll try to understand it. Oh yeah, that's what we call a grown-up candle. Okay, yeah. If you want to just copy it and paste it to the Facebook group, that's fine. Or if you just want to send it directly to me, I mean, I'm sure that you see me posting in there all the time. So you could just DM me if you want directly. It's up to you. Just make sure that there's no like personal information on there that like you don't mind sharing, of course. Not like I'm gonna do anything with it. I just respect everyone's privacy. 13% on EDIT. LiDAR is still rolling. Aurora is 8%. I mean, I have nothing to lose in that, so absolutely. If anything, I have stuff to gain because I have Tide. So absolutely. CEI might go off the chain. Just saying, guys. It's about time Mullen fucking did something. That's interesting, Greg. Okay, good DD. EDIT is about to hit $17. That's crazy. Cryptide's rolling. Mullen's breaking out. Fuck. Does somebody know something? Vroom is getting a little bit. Guys, watch on chips. I'm serious about or SOXL. That it might be a big play. Might be. I'm not sure. I don't know. But if they pass the chip bill, then yes. If they don't pass the chip bill, then SOXS is probably going to be would probably be the play. This is for semiconductors, I believe. I believe that this is a 3 times bull. That's 3 times bear. Definitely confirm before just doing it, though. I'm adding you right now as we speak, Trish. It's over 17 on EDIT. If they pass the chip bill, then theoretically, most likely, you would expect for chips to go up. But this isn't an accurate market. It's like they kind of like we were talking about with the reverse psychology, so they might not let it happen, if that makes sense. Like they might end up shorting the shit out of it, or out of like all chips almost. And then at that point in time, then SOXS would be the play. But I mean, like it kind of depends. You know how, Trish, you said that this was from Benzinga, right? I just want to confirm that it's from Benzinga before I say what I think. Okay. I think that it's a fake out type of message because I'm taking this as what I'm reading is I'm taking it as a bullish indicator. Like how would call options be bearish, if that makes sense? Especially at the price tag that they're trading at. If anything, that it would add gamma to the situation. That's the way I see it, at least. I mean, I'm not always right, though, so I mean, I could be way off. I can't find a bearish ring to that at all. Wow, 392 on SPY, up $10 in the day. I hope so. I hope I'm right, because I could be wrong about it, but this needs to break above like 402 and hold. Oh, Mullen, what are we doing? Come on, baby, just do something for me. Pretty please. I have so many fucking shares of Mullen that it's like disgusting. I think the only thing more bullish than what that person did would be as if they like split it up between like $1 calls and 150 calls. Like that's the vibe I'm getting. Like I'm just wondering why he wouldn't be at 150 if he's bullish on it. You know what I mean? Like yeah, he would lose more theta and it would be like less intrinsic value. But he would have more leverage. And I'd have to look at the levels, but he actually might apply more gamma to the situation as well if he was at the 150s. The ones are a little bit safer because you're like 10 cents in the money at that point. I think it's funny that you got that email though, and as soon as you did, then we get a nice little spike on it. It's kind of fucked up. Really? I usually sell premium, but I actually had this thought like a while back, and it was kind of I think it was discredited by somebody, but I thought about like if we bought option contracts and then like executed them, right? And did it on it like when you execute an options trade, it's 100 shares at that strike price in the open market. Like so like it's not hidden, right? So I thought like, well, hey, if everybody's like claiming dark pool stuff, right? Like that's one way where we could, avoid it. But that idea never really caught steam when I brought it up to people. Lemonade. This is a billion-dollar company that's up 5%. That's not like a little tiny company that's moving. Lemonade's like a billion-dollar fucking enterprise. Kyle, you're a reporter and you're asking me for financial advice, and I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not gonna comment. Like you and I could be friends, of course, you know what I'm saying? But like you can't add like there's a certain level of like questions that you're able to ask me, and we're gonna stay below that level, especially now that I know that you write with Seeking Alpha. Like normally I would no matter what, but now especially because I found out that you like work with or that you've worked with Seeking Alpha. Update: 11th Circuit once again rules in favor of MSP time against Metropolitan. I don't. Yeah. That could actually be bullish for Lemonade, unless they're affiliated with them directly. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, it's same ideal. Like you work in like journalism, right? So I'm not like sometimes I'm not going to be able to like provide you with things to write with. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is, unfortunately. Like I'm down to give you like bomb content, but as far as like asking me certain things, sometimes I'm not going to be able to answer. Look at this boom boom. I'll try a cup and handle setup potentially. Oh, that means that we have to, because the U.S. reserve currency, it's very important that we remain as the reserve currency. We do not want the digital yuan to take our place. So that puts pressure on regulators to figure out the like a digital dollar. At least in my opinion, it does. I mean, Kyle, I live by the CYA policy, and that is cover your ass. So it is what it is. Exactly. GoEV is going up in short score, and they're going up in cost to borrow, and there's being more borrowed against them. So everyone's aware. Mullen, come on. Pop out of there. This is either going to act as a double top or a big cup and handle, I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but heads up on it. I'm going to do this, and it's not even going to be worth it, because it's going to cut right through it. Yep. Fuck Exela. If anybody were to read the full paperwork on the Exela filing, you would understand why I said fuck Exela. Like, in the filing, they talk about wanting to sell, like a part of their business. They weren't talking about an entire fucking, like the entire fucking thing. However, people are taking it the wrong way, and they're taking it as, like, the whole fucking thing. And they're pushing that and pushing that and pushing that. And I have yet to see anything confirmed that it is going to be the full deal. I'm just under the impression that in the SEC filing that they requested to sell a portion of their business. That's it. Yeah, go to SEC. Just Google SEC Edgar filing Exela and type in their ticker. How are you sourcing your stuff if you don't know how to do that, dude? Well, yeah, you just go there and then you read it out loud to yourself, and then I don't know, you interpret it yourself. But some people don't know how to interpret things, or interpret, excuse me, and I don't know. I don't think that they're making accurate claims as to what was actually filed. Yeah, dude, no problem. Like, I want everybody to have accurate information. I mean, they do that on purpose, but if you're going to make it your job to trade, then you have to make it your job to understand the verbiage. At least, that's my opinion. Well, I mean, after reading so many of them, I'll stop. After reading so many of them, you'll eventually get you'll understand it. And honestly, there's a lot of context clues within it that kind of help guide you as well. So it's actually pretty easy to pick up once you have it down. Maybe if you stay in after hours, maybe I'll do a video like a short video explaining the 8K, just because there's so many people like invested into it, and it is very popular. Maybe like I'll actually read the 8K with you, and I'll do a short video to like post, and that way like I could give you my summary of it, and at the same time I could also potentially get not like more of an audience as well. Even though it's a stock that I'm not willing to be in. Come on, let's jet. Get out of here. I love it. I love it, Zip. That's great. Oh, TBLT, go. Go, 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 go. Break it. Break it. Go, 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 go. Turn it. Spin it up. Spin it up. Yeah, you gotta put the time in, homie. That's why, like, I feel like I'm a fucking robot. Like, that's all. It's all I do. And I don't trust anybody else's DD, which is the problem. It's very hard. Like, I trust like my mods DD, and then like if I'm gonna make a trade based on it, then what I'll do is I'll just double check. But like usually I'll take their word on it. But like anybody else, I'm like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna second guess it. But even theirs, even pause it. Even theirs, I'll go ahead and I'll still like I still want to double check. It's kind of fucked up, but I mean it is what it is. Well, there's like blockchain. There's people that specialize in blockchain, bro. There's already like blockchain engineers and shit. Just so you know. Yeah. Well, see, sometimes it's better to do your own like to take their DD and then to either like double check it, or if they're wrong, then play against it. Like I don't know. The Wall Street Journal reported last week or 2 weeks ago that Revlon was going to go out of business and they're trading at 110. But they failed to mention that it was Chapter 11 bankruptcy and that it was actually planned. And I loaded up, as did everybody on the channel, and I think that we all hit like around like 900% on straight stock, not even counting options. That's the best example as of right now. but I haven't been like streaming for long. Like that's like the best straight stock play so far. Sid, what up? No, it's a bull trap. You know what I'd be doing right now? I buy dips and I sell rips. We just hit $3 on TBLT. We need to clear it. What up, Matt? I love Mullen. I think that. All right, so if you read the full SEC filing, like what we were just talking about, TBLT. Kyle, let me answer his question first. So I think that their biggest, like they could cut the cars, honestly, like they could just stop with the car idea and focus on batteries, and they would be in direct competition with ADN and QuantumScape. And it would be less overhead. And it would be a prime acquisition target like that. Now, they may already be in talks for an acquisition, which is why David isn't talking. Maybe there's a quiet period, but I feel like after what he said, he should have told us if there is a quiet period, because you're allowed to do that. So I don't know if I really trust him, but I do trust the technology. That's my thought on Mullen, and I'm deep on it, and I am bag holding like a motherfucker. I think of trading these days like as an assumption everyone is trying to manipulate. And so, well, everyone's trying to get them. Everyone's trying to lever up without putting too much leverage in. I think. No, I don't know about that. I think on some levels. Currently developed, yes. Thank you, Zip. Currently, what's it called? ADN might be developing to be a better battery than Mullen, but as of right this second, Mullen, I think, still has it, without a doubt. But ADN could very, very well take the crown from them. But yeah, thank you very much, Zip. Yeah, please sub. I'm streaming for 12 hours a fucking day. And some of the stuff that I've been calling out, especially as of late, have been absolute fucking bangers. Also, it's not just me, it's like it's the whole community. Like I can't even say it's just me. Like a nice chunk of it is me, but a nice chunk of it is also like mods and just the community. And it just all it is passing on like public information. So I would definitely appreciate a like, a sub, a share. Subs I definitely need the most of, because that's the only thing holding me back from being monetized. I mean, Kyle, you got to use your brain power. I can't say yes or no. I mean, that looks like an enormous setup for a cup and handle, but that's just me guessing. I don't know. No, they actually pay for fucking everything. Like, well, they not yet, but they're going to pay for fucking everything. Right now, it's like coming out of my portfolio if I want to like do anything, and I can't like spend money in order to improve the stream because I'm using that money either on my portfolio to keep adding to it, or I'm using it to pay bills. So it's kind of like at the point where it's like, do I want to take money out of my portfolio? No. So like I'm gonna either have to like get mad subs and start getting monetized, or I'm gonna have to actually get a job, and I don't want to do that. First of all, you guys would probably miss the community. I would miss you guys. And how shitty would it be to like spend 2 years just to have to get a job for like the last like little while of it? You know what I mean? Like that just would suck. Kyle, the more subs the merrier, bro. See, I'm not doing that though. That's the issue. Is like I'm like streaming literally 24/7 now that I'm doing a crypto stream as well. I'm streaming almost 24/7 right now, so it's like, at what point do I get like recognition for that? You know what I mean? It should be based more so on watch time, I believe, than anything else, because I have watch time blown out of the water. Um, I don't think ETH or Polygon is difficult to talk about right now. And that's just because of like the merge, like the upcoming merge plans. But I will say, like, I'm pretty deep into XRP. The XRP community is very, very rough to talk to or make videos for. They just are, and it sucks. But like, I was getting like dislikes on my fucking on like a Bitcoin XRP video just because like people didn't like how well I presented XRP, I guess. I guess it's like, even though I was like pro XRP, they were like upset with like the way that I was representing it. It was really weird. Like, so many people make XRP content that I think that's why. If you want me to do a segment on Web3, I'll do a segment on Web3, and I'll just incorporate Tide into it. We can do like a DD sesh after hours. That's fine. Because he wanted to know more about Web3 as well, Kyle. So I'll go ahead and I'll get that going. That's not a problem. TBLT, let's go. Keep on cranking. I want that turnover to fucking stay lower though. Well, I just did something on the NFT space, but a lot of people aren't gonna like it. It's like anti-NFT, but it's like realistic because I'm a realistic fucking person. I'll even get it for you. It's that's it. Okay. Well, so the problem is that I think the NFT space is gonna fall on its face. Just watch that. It's like a 2-minute video, dude. Um, it's bad. Like it's bad, and people don't like. I think people don't realize like how bad it's gonna be. But like a lot of people could lose a lot of money in NFTs. But like they already have a NASA contract and shit. Tide is up 18%. Read what's it called? Read the thing. Do I really have to type this in again? Fuck. Oh, 1 second. My shit is down. I reload. Okay. Works. So work. All right. Works just got a deal. I find it very interesting that they specified in that. Actually, you know what? I have to read the article in full. But in that article that was written regarding Go EV, I thought it was very interesting that they wrote Amazon specifically, and I want to know if they meant like anybody else or if they just meant like specifically Amazon, or if anybody in that entire sector can't order EVs from them. Not like Walmart isn't big enough, but like it would limit the the people. Look at Works. Works is pumping. Netflix is flying. I mean, it's been the top search stock over like the last 3 days. I'm not surprised. I just wouldn't be surprised to see like either a boatload of calls or a boatload of puts dropped on it right before close. I don't know which way they're gonna like big money's gonna play like push it, but that's the way I see it at least. Guys, the name of this company is literally Tuesday Morning. It was just downgraded today. And it costs 30 cents. Like, is it? Are they like being like too obvious? Like with their like reverse psychology? The financials did not look that bad on it. Average age on loan. Holy fuck. What is 122 days earlier than today? March 17th. Alright, so $1.24. Fuck. I'm not gonna hop in that. Could be a great short squeeze candidate, but it's a long way to bury shorts. XDC is on the move, up 5% in the last 2 days. Matic is up another 5%. Yeah, Netflix up 5%. You better be like straight up about like dyeing your hair, bro. You're about to hit 117 on Tide. Quote unquote, I will dye my hair if it hits 117. That's what I believe you said. But you're the journalist, so like, yeah, so Tide is about to hit 117. Oh, okay, you're going to? Let's go. AMC's down. I told you guys to watch out on option traps, guys. Told you guys to watch out on option traps. Like, that's one key way where they could try to, they really, like, fuck you. I think TBLT has warrants, but yeah, they do. I just forget what the, I think the exercise price was like $5. $5.50 for sure. Whole lot of sideways trading for GoEV today. GME is now negative. Go parabolic. Go ahead. Son of a bitch. Go parabolic for me. But this didn't do enough volume to cover all the FTDs and the short interest on top of that. Like it just didn't. They borrowed more. Cryptide 118 up 20%. Love that. Watch you form a cup and fucking handle though, instead of just exploding upward. As of before, yes, but let me check again for you. So average volume is 5.85 mil, and right now we're at 11.36. And you can see the advancing versus declining. Also, I mean, we're just getting held down by this wall right here, from what I could tell. No borrow, but there's still 5.5% short on the float. And we're filling out the utilization though. Push, 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 push. Come on. Let's go on greenback on Jimmy. What's SkyX at? Oh, CEI lost a little bit of steam, eh? Facebook's up 5% as well. EVGO up 11.3. I literally made a video this morning and I pointed out EVGO like as part of like the screening process on how to find potential short squeezes, and I named EVGO specifically, and it's up as much as it is. Like that's beautiful. AQST up 7%. I gotta remind myself to make what's called make Web3 video. include Tide. What's up, 8? Honestly, I haven't looked at Revlon for a little bit. I was watching TBLT. Give me a second. All right, so you know how... Okay, do you know how IV works? I'm actually happy that you brought this up because this makes me want to buy call options. But and that's not financial advice. But do you know how IV works, like implied volatility, or no? Because if not, I'll explain it. Also, Greg, I see your message. I just want to wait to see or to respond to Ape. Guys, notice the volume. He makes a very good point. They could be sucking the IV out of this in order to make calls cheaper. I'd probably give myself some time, but they could be literally sucking IV out to make. But Ape, I think that's what that is, bro. I think that like what they're doing is they're sucking the volume away from it, so it takes away from the volatility, aka IV, implied volatility, and then it makes each contract cheaper to purchase. That's actually very good that you picked that up. A lot of people wouldn't pick that up. All right, so Greg announced an FDA approval for clearance of something for the C word 19. Guys, I like options on Revlon are going to be cheap as balls right now, just because of what Ape Anon just said. Just throwing that out there. Not financial advice. I would give myself some time though. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that I would do it say for Friday. I might like skip out a little bit, but like tomorrow might be even worse. Like tomorrow we might see a slide if we're expecting like Tesla to like it depends on what Tesla's going to do just because of their weight. And it depends like what kind of like vibes we get like within tech if like Netflix has a bad report like they're expected to. So like they could be cheaper tomorrow, or they might just rip it. I mean, like you have to have a crystal ball, which I do not. %70 on APLD. That's fucking ridiculous. This was a mod call out this morning. I think it was Greg that called this out. %40. My AQSC position's up almost 8. 4% on XRP. One second, I just gotta dog out quick. Fish? What do you mean? You're catching fish? Oh yeah, you said you were at a lake, right? What kind of fish are you like pulling up? I'm a big fisherman actually. BBIG fisherman? Yeah. Come on, bust. Bust, 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 bust. Sold my EDIT a smidge early. Oh, actually, I guess not, because SkyX, I got down, it was negative 15%. So I guess I sold my EDIT and I DCA'd in when this was like 15% down. So it is what it is. Grouper, snapper. Oh, your buddy dives? Dude, that's dope. That's dope as fuck. I always wanted to like take diving lessons, or well, I guess get my. We are crossed over the MACD. On the 3 minute, we are at the VWAP. Just got a PCR to the upside on the 3. And again, on the 1 minute, we are above, and we're just chilling at VWAP. You think Tide's gonna go for a jump or what? EV go. Unreal. Critical level here, we don't want to double top. Yes, sir, I do. I prefer to play blackjack though. If we're being specific, then Spanish 21. But I mean, I can play all types of blackjack or all types of poker. I just like kind of like where I like working as a team to beat the house. Yes, sir. If I have a choice, yes. But again, if I have a choice, I'd rather play Spanish 21. We're about to hit 23.5 on Bitcoin. Watch on Tide. Might have a direct correlation. 1709 on EDIT. It's crazy. Under a buck on RGS now. Oh yeah. Thank you, Tina. Please, yes, please like, sub, share. The only metric I'm missing in order to get monetized are subs, and about 38%. I say about, but like 38% of my audience is not subscribed. So it would help me out tremendously if you guys did sub. You guys could even shut off your notifications, but I don't know why you would want to do that because some of these like videos have been like on point. Just saying. But thank you for reminding me to mention something, Tina. I always need a reminder. Thank you, Tina. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, ETC is not my play at all. But he's made money on it. As long as he's happy, I'm happy. I don't like. That's it. There's not too many places on the internet these days where you could agree to disagree without it becoming like an argument. But this is like one of them, which I think is pretty dope. All right, big candle. I'm gonna let the dog in. Hopefully this thing actually rips. 1 second. You want to go now? All right. Damn it! I was hoping to come back to a bigger grown-up candle. Kyle, my first reaction is going to be I hate bio for the most part. What's their ticker? I'll look it up in a second. And then Tina, yours is GLDG that you want me to look up. Let me. I typically do not like the FDA sector, but lately they've been like slamming it, so I just do what I gotta do. Okay, so I like this sector. With inflation and everything, of course. I like how they're improving on their book value per share. Okay, this got downgraded last month to 625 by a professional. So I'm going to say that the professionals are saying it's worth around six bucks, give or take. Not me, the professionals. Okay, there's nothing as far as shorts are concerned. It's not showing me anything. I don't know why. It's kind of fucked up. You have a metric fuck ton of FTDs. They're not showing me short, or it's not showing me any short interest though. But it's showing me a metric fuck ton of FTDs. That's weird. That's really, 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 really weird. I mean, you're buying it at almost a 52-week low, so there's that as well. Oh, God, fuck Xella. Xella is like that girl that like will never like leave me alone. I don't know why. It just is. It's like I always hear her name and like it's just like, please. I don't care that you guys are in it. I'm just saying like I've not had good times with Xella. I mean, I'm just not a fan of. I just could find value elsewhere. I don't want to look for it in Xella. This looks like a great cup and handle setup. Look at the moving averages all on top of each other. Look at EDIT, still ripping. Jesus. Still fucking ripping. Todd, you should connect your, well, everybody knows you a Zip deck. Zip, you should connect your, what's it called? You should connect that video that I have where basically I'm calling out Bitcoin and trying to get somebody to compare Bitcoin to XRP and say why it's better besides the price. And you should actually like copy it to a response there. I think that would be hilarious because there is no way, shape, or form that Bitcoin is better than XRP other than the price tag. That's it. Uh, yeah, Xella is just, I don't know. Someone always like mentions her. Yeah, someone always brings her up or something, you know. MNTS, solid day, about 9%. Yeah, watch out on the downside though. Just saying. I don't want to be a pessimist. I'm just saying watch out on the downside. Brainerd speaks at 4:15, and she's probably going to talk about crypto. I'll stream it. I'll try to stream it. I'll try to find it real quick. Unless one of you guys want to drop in chat, one of my mods, like what the link is going to be, and then what I'll do is I'll just stream it on my other computer, and you guys could listen to it while I chart after hours, and then we'll go into a video of Web3. TBLT busting out. Yeah, ADN is. I like ADN a lot. I thought this speech was until 4:15. I just thought that the notes came out early. I'm expecting her to kind of go off the cuff a little bit. Give me 1 second. And one of the reasons why I expect that is because they got grilled so hard about XRP today on their enforcement. But yeah, I thought that the speech is at 4:15, and I thought that the notes came out at 2:30. I thought that was what was said earlier. I could be wrong though. There's a link to listen to it. Okay. I mean, well, we could listen to it. Do you know how long it was, by chance? If you don't, it's okay. But figure I'd ask. Word. All right. Well, we'll watch that or listen to it after market close. Okay. Word. Bet. I mean, if it's gonna look the same, I'm not even gonna pull it up. Sideways, chop, sideways, like 23.6 on Bitcoin right now. All right, cool. Ka-choo. SkyX could really fucking do something, guys. If it gets through this stuff, just saying. BBIG sounds like Mullen. That they pretty much move in concert. Like you could pull the name, and I wouldn't even see I wouldn't be able to see difference. I mean, Bitcoin could also get slapped up as well. I mean, you're trying to guess the market. I'm analyzing data, and you're trying you can't guess the market. You know what I mean? We could speculate, but there's no for sure. You know what I'm saying? Because I know for sure until it happens. And the only reason I said that about SkyX is because of this. Big cup and handle formation. Uh, if it does, then I mean, if it runs, then you're thinking about calls on like Riot, Mara, things like that. Probably not Mara because of the deal. Probably like Riot or MicroStrategies if you had, dough. Or if you thought it was going to sink, you'd obviously, be thinking puts. I'm just always thinking the opposite of what they would want us to think, if that makes sense. So like, if they make it seem like it's gonna pop, then I'm expecting for a drop. It's sad that I have to think like that, but I mean, like, it's psychological warfare. Agree is another one. I mean, Tide though, like you said, that would be one in theory. But there's no options on Tide, I don't think, right? This fucker ran like 40% yesterday, so finally making it above pivot. I'm hoping that it could keep it. If it can, then we'll see. But the EMAs are getting in line. AMC is only 9 cents down, guys. I wouldn't be freaking out. Tide. Alright, hold on a second. Could be. RSI is 40. Straight stock on TBLT. Up until 550, that's when warrants become activated. But I might start to buy some warrants. I might start to like ease into them, if that makes sense. But as of right now, straight shares. At least that's what I'm doing. So Go EV is getting blasted today. Fucking blasted. Wow, I was actually just about to draw a line like this. That's funny. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, a lot of people don't like watching or playing a 1 minute chart, but I get better fills on a 1 minute than I do on any other chart. Like if I want to confirm, I'll confirm. But like as far as sniping and an entry goes, like I don't know how you could snipe an entry on like a fucking 5 minute chart. Well, that's because it's so cheap. Doesn't need to like, go up much. See. Yeah. I still have my RGS. This is my position that I'm most confident about, though. In all honesty, TBLT. I know the turnover. I know, but this is the position that I'm most confident in at the current time. It doesn't rely on any SEC bullshit. It doesn't rely on anything. It's just a straight up market plumbing play that, as long as there's no like, I don't know, as long as like nothing hops in, you know what I mean, like to disturb it, it should just naturally occur. This or RGS or even SkyX potentially. But then down here are like my squeeze plays that, well, I guess these plays right here, they could happen without any kind of like intervention. But I feel like down here, I feel like some kind of intervention might have to be done. Every play, like all these plays are so different. It's so weird. I love VRM, yes. I think it's such an undervalued fucking play. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a refresh button, but well, you could reset it. I mean, I don't know. You could always exit it and then like re-enter. SkyX coming back, guys. Watch out. It'd be pretty dope if this ran because I fucking DCA'd back into it when it was 15% down. So I'd be pretty amped if it fucking just bolted. ADN, I think, is going to be a monster one day. Don't know when, but I think it's going to be. After it picks a direction, which is usually up, usually it just keeps going. Slow and steady, slow and steady, slow and steady. And the turnover rate is usually pretty low. Oh, didn't mean to do that, guys. I think we're going to get a nice little candle here on something. It's got to do volume underneath that 48 before we do anything. So yeah, this is pretty much following the same pattern. I'm sure that there are like actually a lot of things that are following that pattern. BBAI, I don't know if I have. Fuck. Not as levered up in a BBAI as I'd currently like to be. Yeah, it's under average volume too. Son of a bitch. That might go boom. Yeah, very low volume. Guys, this might be it. Or we might be getting, like, set up here. But this might be it. Like, I can't imagine them wanting to drag this, like, into the GameStop dividends and then making it that much easier to force a gamma squeeze on GameStop. I just don't see that happening. I could be wrong, but that just sounds idiotic to me. Like, slice that into 4 and then, like, think about buying options on it. It would be dirt cheap. Yeah, Mullen's just hanging out right now. We chilling. Straight up chilling. Watch CEI to the upside, though. Chances are it'll move with the whole meme stock movement if that's the case. But it'll move in droves because of the price tag that's at. You should, dude. You should. That'd be dope. You should have me on to like roast the SEC soon, dude. That's what you should do. We should arrange that. You started a stream watching my channel. Wait, whoa! No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because then, how do I explain? If you do that, then that takes away from my viewership. Because a bunch of people could be watching your stream when really they should be watching my stream. So yeah, don't do that, please. But wow, 78% on APLD. That's fucking crazy. I just told him that, Jeremy. I know. See, I even had a mod looking out for me. Yeah, because like if somebody were to subscribe to that, then I don't get the sub, and they don't get the chat either. And the chat is where it's at. I mean, like, I don't even call out half the fucking plays that are mentioned. Well, you're not really learning anything because I'm not teaching anything. You're just absorbing what I'm doing and then doing it on all on your own. It's very, very similar, but wording is very important. Four days ago, so 15. I am not a mentor. And please do not say that I am, because I'm definitely not, because then that would be illegal. And then I gotta stop doing what I'm doing. Can I buy anything for 13 cents? I could buy Xella. Oh god, this is funny. Oh no, I can't. It's saying that. That sucks. Yeah, unfortunately. I just have 13 cents sitting in my thing, so I'd rather. I can't even buy it though, because it's saying that I have $13 in buying power, but it won't let me do the purchase. It's making me put it in a limit order at 12 cents. If anybody wants to cash at me so that I could buy what's it called, so I could buy more Vroom, that'd be dope. I'm playing, but also not playing at the same time. Oh, man. I do have Mr. Wonderful's penny stock ETF, just in case anybody was interested in penny stocks. I mean, I'm just honest. It is what it is. I love you guys. That's what I love. Go EV needs to do volume above one, like 405. Let's just say 405. I know it's like really 402, but like just to be safe, because it's pissing me off at $4 all day today. God, I want to see this fucker pop so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try to tone it down a little bit. It's how I talk. I don't know. I will do my best to tone it down. Sorry. I just happen to always throw it out there. I feel like people find me more genuine when I'm just talking how I talk. I feel like it sounds like I'm like more fabricated, like when I'm just like trying to avoid saying something. But I will do my very, very best just for you. 5% on Netflix and Facebook. 6% on Blackstone. 10% on EVgo. Oh, that's so sweet. Hi, Celeste. I'll try to be better, I promise. And don't say anything that I say. Anything I say is bad. That's so sweet. Of course. You don't have to thank me. You forget you're talking to somebody with like 330 subs only. Like, I'm not like anyone special. I just like, I feel like I just care about people. And my fear is that too many people are going to become very, very wealthy and then like very, very like unfortunate within like minutes, if that makes sense. And I don't want that to happen. So that and the fact that like all the other streamers kind of like started to make it like a pay to communicate type situation, and I'm just not into that vibe. That's the only reason why I'm here. I'm no one special. I just feel like I have a good understanding of dynamics. I learn every day. I'm not afraid to admit that. I learn every fucking day. Oh, I said it again, sorry. I learn every day. Well, no, see, I have to define myself by subs, bro, because I either get paid or I don't get paid. So, unfortunately, I have to. Wow, 83 fucking percent. Jesus, I did it again. Oh man, I need 1,000. I need 1,000, and I've been at this for like 4 months right now. And although over the last week my growth rate has jumped by like 600%. So I mean, there's that. Like I have like 97 subs over like the last week. So it's like the algorithmic criteria. It's just all jacked up. I feel like you have to pay in order to like be seen, unless you're top like a top streamer, if that makes sense. Like you have to like pay. I feel like that's the only reason why it's taken me this long. If you guys want to bless my Cash App, go ahead. I could certainly use it. But no, what's it called? I wouldn't buy a Zella at all. You guys know that. I need a steady income without taking out of my portfolio, and that's why I need the 1,000 subs. That's where I'm at. Oh no, yeah, help me with subs. I do need to get monetized. Yes, I do. That's 100% why. Like, I need to get monetized, or else I'm gonna have to stop doing this and go get a real job. And I don't want to do that. I'd rather hang out with you guys and be here when this whole thing goes bang. No, not even for benefits, just to like literally support myself and pay bills. Like, that's where I'm at. I need to either get a job to like support myself, because I've already gone through like fucking like, because I had 5 businesses before the C word, and then I tried to keep them going because I didn't know how long it was going to last, and then that ate through my savings. And then I've been trading, and that's been sustaining me. But now we're at a point where I believe that the value of some of these like things are so like good, where I would rather like literally be homeless than sell some of these stocks. So I'm at a point where I either have to get monetized or I have to just go get a real job and suck it up. No, I don't. I'm not good at coding. I'm great at marketing, and I'm great at sales. Like I'm very, very good at sales. Very, very good at sales. I make shit happen. If you need a closer, I'm your guy. But like because of the amount of money I was making prior to this, I do know my worth. So like it's hard to find a job then too, because then it's like people offer you sales jobs that are commission based, and I'm totally okay with commission based jobs, but they offer you commission based jobs that like are like don't pay well, and like that doesn't fly with me because I know like how much money I'm bringing in. That's dope. Did you know that I actually, funny story, I actually developed and guys, you have 2 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. I actually have a software developed that is like ready pretty much to compete exactly at or exactly with eBay. Like eBay Motors to be specific, but it's like much, much better. But then the C word hit, and I needed like probably like 100 grand in order to advertise it like how it deserved to be advertised. But because of the C word, I had to go into conservation mode and I couldn't actually launch the website. So now the website's just offline, and I spent $30,000 for something that's sitting on somebody's own server, which kind of sucks. And then I went and I spent the what's it called? I spent the stimulus money, and I paid off my student loans, and now they're talking about reimbursing the student loans anyway. So I thought I was being responsible, but in all reality, I should have just like bought like, I don't know, cryptocurrency or some shit. Oh, I cursed again. But no, it's like real talk. Coffee is for closers, bro. Coffee is for closers. Base pay, no cap commissions. So willing to pursue what in the future? I don't know what you're asking me if I'm willing to pursue. What is the last minute of open hours? I want to see TBLT do something crazy. I want Go EV to finish above $4. Yes, $4. Oh, it's actually like pretty much automated, to be quite honest. Like it's like an automated type business where like it's essentially self-sufficient. I would just need enough money in order to advertise it properly. And then a domain, I'd need to get my domain back in order to stick it on. That's it. But I designed it so it'd be completely like operated by itself. And each individual seller and buyer would, you know, intertwine by themselves. That way nobody had to be involved. Think of eBay Motors, but on steroids. And I would also get a percentage of the vehicle rather than I get like a percentage of the vehicle, almost like an auctioneer would, because I'm actually a licensed auctioneer's assistant. So I set it up that way because, again, like it's commission based. And the way that I even had it set up was so that people couldn't even get in touch with each other unless it was through the website, and it would actually block out their phone numbers as well. Like if they tried to enter phone numbers and they're like words that were numbers and stuff like that, it would actually block them out. So then they could never like really like hide from doing stuff on my website. And I made sure that like it was all like I had a lawyer go ahead and like write the paperwork and everything to make sure that like I had my ass protected. God forbid somebody did do it anyway, then I would just sue the shit out of them. Bye, Celeste. Bye, Tina. TBLT is going to be a monster, I think. And that's why I really like Vroom, Kyle. That's why I really, really like Vroom. Because it's built for lazy people. Like it is literally built for lazy people, and like you're good. Yeah, it looks like it could actually like break things. I mean, we'll see, but to me, it looks like it could break things. Bro, you already said you were gonna do it at like 118 a while ago. What do you mean? You keep changing it up, like changing up. Can't be doing that. Wow. I want to see what happens in Netflix with earnings. I bet you it goes up because everybody's expecting for it to go down. Like everybody thinks that Netflix is going to go down. Now that's where the gap up is, I believe. I think that's why I have that indicated like I do. Aspen Group, Aspen Group, Aspen Group. All right. Watch out for a down candle, a hard down candle. Unless they already like pre-planned how this is going to work. Because notice how they've been telegraphing how bad these earnings were going to be more than usual, I think. So psychology would tell me that if they're saying that it's going to go down, then chances are it's going to go up. A lot of people have this potentially gap filling. I'm really feeling an explosion. Here it is. Yeah, no, yeah, you already like hit your what's called. You already hit your like your limit. Um, okay, I like this. This has a lot of range. Finish green. If we get an up candle, that is a bullish indicator for a reversal. Yeah, you said I think at first you actually said 117, and then you changed it to 118, and I like we kind of like let that slide, and now you're trying to push it again. All right, cool. I can't wait to see your hair bleached. That'd be dope. No, you're straight, bro. I'm not going anywhere. You would have to go to dye your hair. And then you can post a picture of it on the Facebook group chat. Or Facebook group. If you scroll up on chat, you actually join the Facebook group. What are we doing, Netflix? Did it come out yet? Did their earnings come out yet or no? Oh, that's dope. Let's go. We need to get through that VWAP. It's all that really matters this current second. Ruben, I don't know what you're saying yes to. Or are you just saying yes to the whole situation? Because I agree. I didn't even realize Revlon was fucking that they had earnings today. Fuck the Wall Street Journal. I'm not seeing their earnings today. Flat, flat, flat. That's funny as shit. Earnings out on Netflix? Oh, you meant a beat on revenue, not on Revlon. I thought beat on Rev. I got shot. Like that was just me being shot. So they beat on revenue, miss on earnings per share. Okay, but they already have a plan in place in order to go ahead and achieve that, so they should be all right. But at the same time, they might try to fake us out. Because honestly, they're like, what they want to do is they want to give people an option of paying for more for no commercials, which a lot of people are going to do, and they're going to do it, gladly because they don't want to watch commercials, or they're going to give people, obviously the commercial version. People like having choices. Ooh, AEHR. Yeah, but I don't feel like streaming the call. We already know that they beat on revenue but missed on EPS. What did you say? AEHR? AEHR. Not bad. They already have 20% though. And they had 20% day. I'd be chasing. So that's not gonna be my play just because I'd be chasing already. Hold on 1 second. Let me respond. It's probably one of you guys that messaged. Yep. Oh, dope. Thanks, Jeremy. All right, so we have the SEC earnings call at 4:30, and then after that, I'm gonna go over Web3 and do a little bit of research with you guys. If you guys don't mind throwing me a like, sub, and a share, that'd be dope as hell. Just saying. What am I doing? I'm getting this live. Is volume off here? Okay, volume's off there. Oh boy, this should be wild. Please follow the new link to go live. National Congress of American. Okay, so they fucked it up. Wait, what the fuck is going on here?
Function, or the moderator will read your comment or question into the conversation for further discussion. In the event multiple people seek the floor, we will prompt the panelists in the order that comments are received. You'll find the raise hand button, the chat box function, and the Q&A function at the bottom of your Zoom window. If you're joining today by phone, please press *6 to unmute your line. Last, there are several FCI staff on the line today to answer any questions that you may have or assist with any technical difficulties. Reach out to us as best as you're able, knowing that when Zoom doesn't work, Zoom isn't always the best way to alert us. Our email addresses are listed on the screen, and if you see my lips moving and don't hear any sound, you're currently experiencing an audio issue. Feel free to email if you're having any difficulties. We'll help as best as we're able. And with those brief housekeeping announcements out of the way, I'd like to turn it over to our moderator for today's session.
We should be good.
Hombre, hello, everyone, and welcome to part 2 of this 2-part webinar series on the Community Reinvestment Act, Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, and its native-related provisions. Hosted by NCAI, this session is brought to you by the National Native Coalition dedicated to the unique importance of this proposed rulemaking. NCAI thanks its partners for their collaboration and dedication to these issues. My name is Larry Wright, Jr., and I will be moderating today's events. I'm the Director of Leadership Engagement and Interim CEO for the National Congress of American Indians. Our panel for this listening session includes representatives of the 3 federal regulators in charge of this rule modernization: the Federal Reserve, the U.S. Department of Treasury, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. However, to begin our conversation about the Community Reinvestment Act's native-related provisions and to help us frame what we will be talking about today, we will start with opening remarks from President Shannon Holsey of the Stockbridge-Munsee Band of Mohican Indians and Treasurer of the National Congress of American Indians. Thank you for starting us off with today's event. President Holsey, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Larry. And on behalf of the National Congress of American Indians, I just want to thank you all for attending this important listening session on the Community Reinvestment Act rule modernization. As Larry had pointed out, my name is Shannon Holsey, and I am the president of the Stockbridge-Munsee Band of Mohican Indians, and I also serve as the treasurer of the National Congress of American Indians. I also want to thank our Native Coalition partners who have worked tirelessly to organize and promote this session, and for the Center for Indian Country Development, which has provided its expertise, time, and resources to educate our audience and to bring together 3 regulators responsible for this proposed rulemaking modernization. Last, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Brainerd, Acting Comptroller Currency Sue, and Acting Chairman Grunberg for their time to be here with us today to speak to Indian country. The Community Reinvestment Act was enacted in 1977 to encourage financial institutions to help meet the credit needs of communities in which they do business and to address the racially discriminatory lending practice known as redlining, in which banks were not providing financial services equally to its community. A brief history of Native American policy in the United States contextualizes the need for inclusion of Indian country in CRA modernization efforts and briefly identifies U.S. policies that contribute to the socio-economical conditions that persist today. Specifically, the U.S. legacies of genocide, isolation, forced assimilation, termination, and revocation of jurisdictional authority, and forced conversion of tribal lands contribute to the systematic socioeconomic conditions in tribal communities, including a lack of access to deposit and credit services. If certain communities were redlined out of bank service area, the vast majority of Indian communities weren't even on the bank's map for consideration.
Fuck. Yeah, their audio sucks. Do you hear them? They're blown into the fucking microphone.
President Holsey, you should be live. We had a momentary technical difficulty.
So do you want me to start over? Do I start over, or what do I do?
We were just hearing your last closing remarks.
Okay, about
the explanation of
the red line, or where should I start?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Am I ready to go?
Yes, President. Thank you.
Okay, and then I don't need camera, correct?
Correct. Only if you'd like.
Okay, no, that's okay. I'll start there. I'm ready to proceed whenever you are, Tyler.
Ready. Thank you, President.
I'd honestly rather the beat.
Apologies for the audio issues. as well is if certain communities were redlined out of bank services areas, the vast majority of Native communities weren't even on the bank's map for consideration. And as previously stated, alignment of banking and credit deserts map with Native lands reveals a crisis for tribal nations and governments attempting to access cost-effective capital and banking services. An independent study commissioned by the Treasury's Community Development Financial Institutions, otherwise known as CDFI Fund, found that CRA was not intended to exclude Native communities living on tribal lands, but in practice, it often does. This underscores the need for meaningful changes for the regulations. Despite this, Indian country is an important economic contributor on national, state, and local economies. Collectively, tribal nations comprise the 13 largest employers in the United States, with tribal businesses employing more than 700,000 employees, providing economic opportunity for both Native and non-Native workers. And evidence further indicates that where tribal nations are successful with economic development, that poverty rates and other health issues are lower, while educational outcomes and real per capita income are higher. Further revenue generated on tribal lands results in a spillover effect that supports local workforces and generates tax revenue for surrounding communities. Ultimately, prosperity for Indian country increases market penetration across sectors and productivity in American labor market, as well as improve outcomes associated with other federal spending that maximize value ratios of input to desired output. In simple terms, good governance. A vast majority of commenters have argued that the current CRA regulatory frameworks lacks objectivity, transparency, and fairness, and that the framework is applied inconsistently and hard to understand. The proposed rule puts forward significant changes to the regulations in order to clarify where and what activities will qualify for CRA credit and how they will be accessed. But this is where input from Indian country is most important. Treaties, statutes, court decisions, federal policy, and unique cultural practices relating to economies and geographical location all play into which lands should qualify and which activities should qualify. This means that our collective expertise is needed to provide our federal partners with the information they need in order to promote good federal policy and to change the flow of capital for Indian country. We encourage you each to join us today in today's conversation and to provide written comments by the August 5th deadline. And I want to again thank you for joining us today and participating in this robust and critical conversation around Community Reinvestment Act listening session. Anishik.
Thank you, President Halsey, and we apologize again to everyone for the loss of audio. We now turn it over to Casey Lozar, Vice President and Director of the Center for Indian Country Development of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Casey, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Casey Lozar, and I'm an enrolled member of the Confederate Salish and Kootenai tribes from the Flathead Reservation in western Montana. I'm a vice president at the Minneapolis Fed and the director of the Fed's Center for Indian Country Development, which is a national research and policy institute that conducts policy-oriented research to assist tribes reach their full economic potential. I want to thank first President Halsey and Director Wright and the NCAI team for coordinating today's listening session and for the collection of national and regional organizations that are co-hosting today's session. One aspect of expanding economic potential in Indian country is improving access to affordable credit and financial services for tribes and for our tribal communities. The Community Reinvestment Act is a tool designed to address the credit and financial services needs of low and moderate income communities, including our tribal communities. The center has worked closely with the Board of Governors and the FDIC and the OCC to ensure we're providing opportunity to learn about the importance of CRA and to provide a platform for tribal leaders and tribal voices to help shape the modernization of CRA. The goal today is for us to share the proposals in the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, or the NPR, that impact our tribal communities. We are here to listen to your comments and to encourage you to share your written comments by August 5th. This afternoon, we are lucky to be joined by principals from 3 bank regulating agencies: the Federal Reserve System, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I am pleased to first introduce a friend to Indian Country, Ms. Lael Brainerd, the Vice Chairwoman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Madam Vice Chair.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm very happy to join you for the National Native Coalition listening session to discuss the Community Reinvestment Act, and I want to thank the NCAI and its many tribal partners, in particular Director Wright and President Halsey, as well as Casey Lazar and his team at the Center for Indian Country Development at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. I'm also delighted to be joined by the other heads of the other banking agencies, Acting Comptroller Sue of the OCC and Acting Chairman Grunberg of the FDIC.
The OCC is
and
very
it's significant
that's
because in May, our 3 agencies issued a unified proposal to modernize the CRA regulations. And that was one of the most important things that stakeholders told us. It was important to have one rule. I see this as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to strengthen the Community Reinvestment Act, which will bring greater credit, investment, and banking services to the communities that have faced the greatest challenges. And for the first time, the CRA will provide powerful incentives for banks to make investments in communities that don't have access to branches. And in particular, that will be relevant for Native lands. As representatives of Native communities, you know all too well the challenges faced by your communities in getting access to financial services. And I think President Halsey went through some of those. I've certainly seen that firsthand in my visits to Native communities in South Dakota and Oklahoma. Over 16% of Native Americans are unbanked. That's 3 times higher than the national average for the U.S. This also is a reflection of the fact that majority Native American counties have less than 1/10 the average number of branches for all counties in the U.S. overall.
Too bad they get fixed
And you can see that in less access for Native small businesses. CRA, small business and small farm lending per capita is only about a quarter in majority Native American census tracts than it is for majority white non-Hispanic tracts. So big discrepancies. The proposal we put out was informed by consultation with you and other Native representatives through roundtables, listening sessions such as this one today, meetings and comment letters. And I just want to go through a few things that the proposal incorporated out of those interactions. First, the proposal provides greater incentive for community investments by providing clarity for the first time and specificity about community development activities in Native land areas. The proposal covers 4 specific place-based categories: revitalization investments, investments in essential community facilities, investments in essential community infrastructure, and investments in disaster preparedness and climate resiliency. In addition, the proposal includes a new definition of Native land areas based on the political status and government recognition of tribes and tribal areas that would support the qualification for CRA credit of place-based activities in native land areas. Another area that reflects the great comments we've received is by providing clarity on the treatment of Native Community Development Financial Institutions, CDFIs, and Native Minority Depository Institutions, MDIs. Recognizing that Native CDFIs and MDIs are critical players in supporting credit access and investment in Native communities,
live all of that.
The proposal provides more certainty that activities with CDFIs will qualify for CRA consideration and provides greater clarity to banks that they will receive credit for activities with Native MDIs. The agencies also propose maintaining a publicly available list of eligible community development activities, which will be an opportunity to specifically highlight qualifying activities responsive to the needs of Native communities. In another important change, the proposal would result in greater CRA activity outside of where banks have branches and physical locations in order to address unmet needs in communities that don't have access to bank branches. And of course, that's very relevant given the statistics I cited earlier about the much lower density of branches in Native areas. So we also propose evaluating the impact and responsiveness of a bank's community development activities through a series of specific qualitative factors, with activities benefiting Native communities as one of those specific factors. In addition, now that many banks conduct a lot of their lending and investment outside of their branch networks, it's important to scope in this growing amount of activity for purposes of CRA evaluations. So the proposal includes establishing new retail lending assessment areas where a large bank has a concentration of either 100 mortgage loans or 250 small business loans for 2 years in a row. Of course, the proposal continues to emphasize a bank's performance in the communities where it maintains branches, because we've seen that branches can be very helpful to financial inclusion. But in addition to assessing the activities in branch-based assessment areas, we also propose evaluating whether banks have branches in low-income and moderate-income census tracts and providing positive consideration if banks operate branches in native land areas. So those are the proposals I think that are most reflective of the input we've received from you so far, but we really need to get feedback from you on the proposal to make sure that we get CRA reform right. So we're partly, the message today is please submit comments by the August 5th deadline. We take those comments very, very seriously, and it will be an opportunity for us to make the final rule even stronger. So thank you.
There should never be a deadline on improving something.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for your opening remarks and your commitment to this work in Indian country. I would now like to introduce Acting Comptroller of the OCC, Mr. Michael Hsu, to share some opening remarks himself.
Thank you so much, Casey, and thanks to the National Congress of American Indians and the 9 tribal partner organizations for organizing and hosting today's event. I'm very much looking forward to hearing participants' views on financial services in Indian country and the CRA NPR. President Halsey and Vice Chair Brainerd have done an excellent job of setting the stage, so I'm not going to repeat any of that. The only thing I would add is that the issue of fair access to credit for Indian country has been near and dear to the heart of folks at the OCC for some time, including several of my predecessors. I know staff for a while. So this is something we've been very, very engaged on. And to echo something that Lael said, this modernization effort presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do more. And I'm really grateful for the participation of all the organizations throughout this process. So I'm really looking forward to today's session, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Comptroller. And last, it is my pleasure to introduce Martin Grunberg, who's the chairman of the board of directors of the FDIC. Chairman Grunberg.
Casey, thank you very much. And it's really my privilege to be able to participate in the program today. I'd like to thank the National Congress of American Indians and the Minneapolis Federal Reserve Bank for organizing this very important event. I know that Board of Governors in Washington work closely with the staff of the Minneapolis Fed to craft the provisions in the proposed rule focused on native areas. And at the outset, if I may, I'd like to acknowledge Vice Chair Brainerd's leadership in crafting this proposed rule and her focus in particular to be sure that we utilize CRA to more effectively expand access to basic banking services, lending, and credit in native areas. She was laser focused on this from the beginning, and I think it's fair to say that Acting Comptroller Sue and I were both very supportive, so that the three agencies together really have worked to make this NPR a transformational change in CRA, and we hope a transformational change in terms of making CRA more effective, in particular in serving native land areas. Lael did a terrific job in laying out the specifics of what the rule does. I'll just make the general observation that our core objective here was to expand the scope of CRA to reach all communities, including and in particular native land areas, and to raise the bar for CRA performance under both the retail lending test and the community development test. So the purpose here is to expand the scope of CRA to make it more effective in serving all LMI communities. And we know that Native American communities have particular challenges in terms of access to basic banking services and to provide incentives for the banks to do more. That's our objective. And I'd only conclude my remarks by encouraging you all to share with us your comments. We think it's a pretty thoughtful proposal. It can be better. And it can be better if you'll share with us your comments as to how to improve and strengthen it. Listen, thanks a lot. I really appreciate you all giving us the chance to participate today. And we look forward to the rest of your program.
There should never, ever be an
Thank you, Chairman Grunberg. And we certainly appreciate each of you spending time with us and with tribal leaders and our tribal stakeholders today to discuss CRA reform. Now I would like to turn it over to my colleague to dive a little bit deeper into the key tribal provisions and proposals in the CRA and PR. I will turn it over to Senior Supervisory Analyst at the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, Matthew Lambert.
Great, thank you very much, Casey. And I think that was really nicely setting the stage from the heads of the three agencies here today. I want to also thank the National Congress of the American Indian and the other 9 organizations that are represented here today. It's really great to be here with you having this conversation about the future of the Community Reinvestment Act and how it impacts tribal communities. During this presentation, we will discuss the process and timeline of CRA modernization. We will talk about some of the proposed changes to how and where banks are evaluated under CRA. We will review with you the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking's treatment of bank activities in what the NPR is calling native land areas. We will define what that area includes, and then we'll talk about several of the other elements included in the CRA proposal that may also provide benefits newly to native communities. Next slide, please. Congress enacted the CRA in 1977 primarily to address systematic inequities in access to credit, particularly in majority-minority neighborhoods, also known as redlining. I note that CRA is not a programmatic funding source in itself, but instead encourages federally regulated banks to meet the credit needs of the communities they serve, including low and moderate income neighborhoods in a safe and sound manner. Even with the implementation of the CRA and other complementary laws, the harmful legacy of redlining and other discriminatory practices continues. Therefore, it's critical to take a careful approach to CRA reform. It must remain an effective tool to help ensure LMI individuals and communities have access to credit and to encourage community development activities that are responsive. We have heard feedback that a modernized regulation could do more to encourage bank loans, investments, and services in Native communities, many of which we know are located outside of bank assessment areas. Next slide, please. Now, we've included a process and timeline slide to impress upon you the importance of providing comments. The public comment period closes on August 5th, so you have a few weeks left to submit your comments. In the last part of this presentation, I'll also review 4 questions in the NPR about bank activities in native land areas. We'd appreciate your feedback on these questions and strongly encourage you to provide a written comment. The agencies will be reading every single comment we receive. They're truly critical to informing and incorporating provisions into the final rule and making it stronger. Next slide, please. Assessment areas relate to where banks are assessed for their CRA performance. So how we define assessment areas speaks directly, more comprehensively evaluating the communities where a bank operates. Assessment areas are delineated geographic areas in which a bank has its main office, branches, deposit-taking automated teller machines, as well as the surrounding geographies, where a substantial portion of the loans are originated or purchased. The proposal would retain assessment areas around main offices and branches, as well as deposit-taking remote service facilities, which includes ATMs. These are referred to in the NPR as facility-based assessment areas. This means that banks in your local communities will continue to be evaluated on providing critical financial services and meeting your community's credit needs. However, we also know that many banks now conduct significant lending and investments outside of their branch networks or have online business models. Therefore, the NPR includes proposals to evaluate certain bank CRA activity outside of where the banks have branches and physical locations as well. This could remove current barriers for banks to conduct retail and CD activities outside of their footprint. The NPR therefore proposes to require banks to delineate retail lending assessment areas where a bank has concentrations of home mortgage or small business lending outside of its facility-based assessment areas. Now, intermediate and small banks would not be required to delineate retail lending assessment areas. One key point to highlight here is that the proposal, unlike the current CRA, provides credit for all eligible community development loans, investments, and services conducted anywhere nationwide, including outside of facility-based assessment areas. In addition, for large banks and intermediate banks, retail lending would also be evaluated anywhere at the institution's level. These changes would provide additional incentive that many retail loans and CD activities will qualify for consideration in native land areas and in other native communities, even when outside of a bank's facility-based assessment area. Next slide, please. This slide lists the 11 categories of qualifying community development activities in the proposed NPR. Under the existing CRA regulation, community development activities fall into 4 broad categories: affordable housing, community services, economic development, and revitalization and stabilization. Instead, the agencies propose to establish 11 community development categories that establish specific eligibility standards for a range of loan services and investments. They are intended to reflect an emphasis on activities that are responsive to community needs, especially the needs of low and moderate income individuals and communities, distressed or underserved rural communities, and small businesses and small farms. One key part of the proposal is to highlight the primary purpose standard. It is intended community development activities will require to meet a primary purpose standard. This standard is intended to ensure that eligible activities are responsive to these communities' needs. This standard has 2 overall prongs, and generally all activities, including those in native land areas, which we'll be covering on the next slide, would need to meet one of these prongs to be eligible for CRA credit. The first option would look at whether a majority of dollars goes to one of the community development purposes. In other words, a majority of dollars going to the purpose listed. Or 2, in cases where less than a majority of the entire activity benefits lower and moderate income individuals or communities, the second option would be to look at whether there is an express bona fide intent of the activity to meet the community development standard. So either more than 50% of the dollars or the intent.
The intent, like what?
Next slide, please.
Like here, we intend on giving it to you. But
the current CRA regulations do not define native land areas and do not differentiate community development activities in native land areas from other activities. Although current guidance encompasses activities consistent with tribal government plan if the activities are in a low and moderate income census tract. The CRA NPR proposes a new definition of native land area as follows. Indian country, land held in trust by the United States for Native Americans, state American Indian reservations, Hawaiian homelands, Alaska Native Village Statistical Area, Oklahoma Tribal Statistical Areas, tribally designated statistical areas, American Indian joint use areas, and state designated tribal statistical areas. Note that the geographical areas included in the proposal in the native land area definition are largely the same as those included in the 2020 OCC final rule. The rescinded OCC 2020 final rule adopted definitions for both Indian country as defined in law and other tribal and native lands, as designated certain activities as being eligible in those geographic areas. This interagency proposal includes a complete definition for each one of those terms. The geographies listed here on this slide are based on the political status and government recognition of native and tribal areas, and are informed by consultation with native and tribal representatives, held through roundtables, meetings, and other forums. It is also based on feedback received on the OCC's final rule and the Federal Reserve Bank's advance notice of proposed rulemaking. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to review the type of bank activities in native land areas proposed by the 2022 CRA NPR. As you can see on this slide, the native land area activities allow for these four specific place-based activities: revitalization, essential community facilities, essential community infrastructure, and disaster preparedness, climate resiliency in native land areas. Now, all of these activities must benefit or serve residents, including lower moderate income residents of native land areas, without displacing or excluding lower moderate income residents. And they must be conducted in conjunction with a federal, state, local, or tribal plan, program, or initiative that benefits or serves residents of native land areas. I'm going to talk about each one in a little more detail. Revitalization activities include and are not limited to things like the adaptive reuse of vacant land or blighted buildings, brownfield redevelopments, activities consistent with a plan for business improvement district or a Main Street program. For example, a bank's purchase of a bond to fund an industrial revitalization project in a native land area would qualify for consideration if the majority of the employment opportunities created by the project benefited low or moderate income residents and the activity met the other required criteria. Now, just a note that under revitalization, government plan or program must have an explicit focus on revitalizing or stabilizing native land areas and a particular focus on lower moderate income households. Essential community facilities are activities that provide financing or other support for public facilities that provide essential services generally accessible by a local community. These may include activities like financing tribal youth or elder centers, or even essential tribal government facilities like a tribal health building or a tribal administrative office. Essential community infrastructure activities are those that provide financing and other support for infrastructure, including but not limited to broadband, telecommunication, mass transit, water supply and distribution, or sewage treatment and collection systems. This may include important infrastructure projects like bringing high-speed internet to tribal communities, or bank financing of critical transportation systems, which may include air transportation, roads and bridges, or infrastructure needed to develop affordable housing projects in tribal communities. While the current CRA regulations provide credit for activities that focus on helping communities recover from the devastating impacts of natural disasters, the proposal would build on this by covering activities to help individuals and communities prepare for, adapt to, and withstand natural disasters, weather-related disasters, or climate-related risks impacting native land areas. Disaster preparedness and climate resiliency have similar requirements to essential community facilities and infrastructure, with one notable difference. The associated government plan, program, or initiative must be focused on disaster preparedness and climate resiliency. Now, examples of the types of activities that would qualify for consideration here would include retrofitting affordable housing to withstand future disasters or climate-related events, financing community centers that serve as cooling or warming centers in LMI census tracts that are more vulnerable to extreme temperatures, or assistance to start small farms to adapt to drought challenges that they face. Now, before moving on, I also want to highlight one further point related to qualifying activities in native land areas. This point is that the other community development activities that are not place-based, the ones from the earlier slide with 11 categories, these are eligible anywhere, regardless of the geography, provided they meet the appropriate qualification standards. Therefore, such activities such as affordable housing, community supportive services, or activities with MDIs and CDFIs could also qualify in native land areas if they meet the specific qualification requirements for those activities. Next slide, please. Now, to complement the proposed community development financing metrics and benchmarks that are in the proposal, the agencies proposed to evaluate the impact and responsiveness of a bank's community development activities through its application of a series of specific qualitative factors. Now, this approach encourages banks to pursue activities with a high degree of impact on and responsiveness to the needs of low and moderate income communities. It also standardizes the approach from the current qualitative assessment. The NPR lists 10 non-exclusive factors considered in evaluating the impact and responsiveness of a bank's qualifying activities. Activities that support a minority depository institution, a women's depository institution, a low-income credit union, or a Treasury Department certified CDFI, and activities that benefit Native communities, such as qualifying activities in native land areas, are 2 of the 10 listed. The activities that benefit Native communities factor on this list recognizes the unique status and credit and community development needs of tribal areas, which makes bank activities that do serve these communities especially responsive. Other examples of factors considered in evaluating impact and responsiveness of a bank's qualifying activities are those that serve persistent poverty counties or geographic areas with low levels of community development financing.
Soldiers?
Next slide, please. Now, another noteworthy and relevant change, one that the Vice Chair mentioned, is the treatment of branches in native land areas under the proposed rule. Unfortunately, we don't have time to discuss the retail services and products test part of the proposal in full, but I want to highlight this aspect of that test. Under the branch availability and services analysis part of the test, the agencies propose providing positive qualitative consideration if a bank operates branches in native land areas. The agencies recognize that branch access is limited for many native communities and consider it appropriate to emphasize bank placement of branches and remote service facilities in native land areas. This consideration is in addition to positive consideration of branches in other areas with low or very low branch access. And as I said before, unfortunately, we don't have time to delve into the details of all these approaches, but I wanted to point out this important change. Next slide, please. Now, regarding bank activities undertaken with CDFIs, including native CDFIs, the agencies proposed that all activities with Treasury Department certified CDFIs would be eligible CRA activities. Now, this is to provide clarity. Specifically, lending, investment, and service activities by any bank undertaken in connection with the Treasury Department certified CRA at the time of the activity would be presumed to qualify for CRA credit, given these organizations would need to meet specific criteria to prove they have a mission of promoting community development and providing financial services and products to low and moderate income individuals and communities. As you know, there are well over 60 native CDFIs around the country. A recent CICD research shows that establishing native-focused CDFIs on or near reservations can improve individuals' credit outcomes, especially if those individuals were in substantial credit distress. As far as non-Treasury Department certified CDFIs, the agencies propose that activities undertaken by any bank in connection with these CDFIs could also qualify for CRA consideration if the activity separately met the defined eligibility criteria or a different prong of the community development definition. This is how all activities with CDFIs are treated under the current rule. I also want to point out that the proposal would create specific definitions for activities with minority depository institutions, women-owned depository institutions, and for low-income credit unions. We've heard feedback about the importance of this in supporting credit access, these institutions in supporting credit access and investments in Native communities, and believe it's vital to creating additional certainty around the consideration of activities with these institutions. First quarter 2022 MDI list on the FDI website includes 19 Native American-owned banks. Just to mention that. Next slide, please. One of the elements being proposed as part of the NPR is that the agencies would maintain a publicly available illustrative list of eligible community development activities. As part of this, there would also be a confirmation process that banks could submit activities in advance to determine that they are qualifying activities. The goal of this list would be to help clarify qualification for CD activities and therefore provide more certainty to banks and other stakeholders that their loans, investments, and services will count for CRA consideration. This is an opportunity to highlight activities particularly responsive to the needs of Native communities. For example, programs like the Department of Interior's Indian Loan Guarantee and Insurance Program, or the U.S. Department of Agriculture's highly fractionated Indian Land Loan Program could be put on the list. This is another area where we're seeking stakeholder feedback and would welcome your thoughts on the specific activities that could provide particular benefit to tribal communities and could populate this list. Next slide, please. The agencies thought that limiting eligibility to only those activities where tribal governments had been consulted could diminish the scope of activities eligible under the definition due to the time and resource constraints of tribal governments. Agencies seek comment on the appropriate criteria to tailor the proposed definition to the activities benefiting residents of Native land areas, including lower moderate income individuals, and in meeting revitalization, essential community facility, essential community infrastructure, or climate resiliency needs. So the agencies posed 4 questions related to these issues: the definition of Native land areas, the additional eligibility requirements for bank activities in Native land areas, expanding the condition of activities in conjunction with government plans, and the location of the beneficiaries either inside or outside of Native land areas as it pertains to impact factors that were mentioned earlier. So those are found in the 700-page NPR, but I think we can help point you to the direct places where these questions are located in the NPR. 700 pages. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the end of the formal PowerPoint presentation. I want to thank you for your time. I also want to reiterate that comments are due, as the Vice Chair said, on August 5th. You can send comments to any of the 3 agencies listed on this slide. All of the agencies, again, will read every comment. We definitely want to hear from you. As you can see, this slide includes the web links for where you can send comments. So please note that there's a few weeks left to do that. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation back over to Director Wright, and he will tee up a few questions received in advance and solicit comments from the audience.
Thank you, Matt, and want to thank again all of our speakers for setting us up for our next portion of this webinar. We're going to start off with a few questions for our panel before we open up the floor to comments on the proposed rule from the audience. I'd like to ask this first question for David Black with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. As it relates to the 6 place-based community development activities that were mentioned, including those in Native land areas, is the location of the beneficiaries the primary goal for CRA consideration, or is where the actual community development investments are made serve as the trigger for assigning CRA credit?
Thank you. Thank you for the credit, and thank you for having me. All place-based community development activities, including qualifying activities in Native lands, must have a geographic focus where the activities occur. They must benefit and serve local residents, including low and moderate income, of the targeted geographies. They must not displace or exclude low and moderate income residents, and they must be conducted in conjunction with a federal, state, local, or tribal government plan, program, or initiative that has an explicit focus on benefiting the target geographies. As an example, a disaster preparedness and climate resiliency activity would count if the majority of the activity was in and benefited a native land area. A program to provide relief to drought-stricken farms in a native land area would have to primarily target and benefit farms, such that more than 50% of the farmland was in and provided sufficient benefit for farmers within the native land area. Unlike other community development provisions, activities in native land areas are not limited to low and moderate income, distressed, or underserved non-metropolitan middle income census tracts, and can include middle and upper income census tracts. Such activity must benefit low and moderate income residents. And in the case of revitalization activities, they must have a substantial benefit for low and moderate income residents. The agency's proposed requirements applicable to all place-based definitions are intended to ensure that any qualifying activity related to essential community infrastructure or essential community facilities benefits or serves residents of the eligible targeted census tracts, including low and moderate income residents. Community stakeholders have provided examples of infrastructure or facility projects that provide benefits for targeted census tracts, especially for low and moderate income residents, but are not located in these geographies. It is something the agencies will consider as we move towards developing a final rule. We welcome related feedback, and for those of you who are keeping score, questions 14 through 24, starting on page 86 of the NPR, address the place-based community activities. So if you want to comment on those particular ones, that's where you should go. I also want to note that it's important to point out that certain other community development activities are not place-based and are eligible anywhere, regardless of the geography, provided they meet the relevant qualification standards. Matt just made this point in his presentation. Examples of this are affordable housing, community support services,
like and sub if you guys don't mind.
Development,
I'd really appreciate
activity with MDIs and CDFIs and financial literacy. But again, we welcome your feedback on these issues and hope to see that.
Thank you, Mr. Black. The next question we have is for Jonathan Miller with the FDIC. We heard a bit about essential community infrastructure and the rules. What specific activities are acceptable within the definition of essential community infrastructure?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. For some reason my camera doesn't seem to be working, but you can hear me?
We can hear you and see you, sir.
Oh, good. All right. Well, thank you. Great. So thanks for the question. Appreciate it. And let me first thank the NCAI and all the other hosts of the event and the Minneapolis Fed for organizing this. As the three principals mentioned, this is an important issue, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk to you and to hear your input. I look forward to your comments. And I also want to just thank Matt for going through those really helpful slides. And you did a great job, Matt. So in the proposal, as you mentioned, essential community infrastructure provides financing and other support for infrastructure, including, among others, broadband, telecommunications, mass transit, water supply and distribution, and sewage treatment and collection systems. These activities are currently also qualifying under CRA in low and moderate income and distressed underserved non-metro census tracts outside of native land areas. These activities would now be eligible in native land areas as well. So a project would qualify if it benefits or serves residents in the eligible census tracts to a degree sufficient to meet the primary purpose standard as Matt outlined. That means greater than 50% standard. That project also must not exclude low or moderate income residents. As Casey said at the outset, I really don't want to speculate on specifics of what might or might not qualify under this definition. However, we would very much welcome your feedback on the types of projects and infrastructure that should be included in this definition.
They have no fucking idea
so
what they're talking about.
Account
It's like
as we finalize.
It's like the blind leading the blind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
They're relying on questions.
And this last question is for Matt with the Federal Reserve Board. How will the proposed changes to bank assessment areas impact lending, investments, and services in Native communities?
Great, thank you for the question, Director Ray. We've heard significant feedback from stakeholders that under the current CRA regulations, many tribal communities fall outside of traditional bank assessment areas. And therefore, many banks are often either unable or, more to the point, lack sufficient CRA incentives to conduct activities that benefit these communities. I'd point out a few relevant responsive items in the proposal. One, the proposal expands where a bank is evaluated on its CRA retail and community development activities. And this could result in additional bank activity within tribal communities. As mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation, the agencies believe it's important to continue to evaluate a bank's activities around branches and other physical facilities, what's referred to in the proposal as facility-based assessment areas. However, we know that banks are now conducting significant lending and investments outside of their branch networks and have online business models. Therefore, the NPR proposed proposals to evaluate certain bank CRA activity outside of where banks have branches and other physical locations. This could remove current barriers for certain banks to conduct retail activities and all banks to conduct community development activities outside of their physical footprints. Therefore, for a bank evaluated for community development activities such as affordable housing conducted in conjunction with a government program, or for economic development activities that support small businesses or small farms, these would qualify anywhere in the nation. Additionally, the agencies are also proposing impact factors, as mentioned, for activities that benefit native land areas. Adding impact factors provides additional qualitative consideration for key types of community development activities, therefore creating an additional incentive for banks to conduct these specialized types of loan services investments. As noted earlier, impact factors are also proposed for activities with CDFIs and MDIs, including native CDFIs and native MDIs, and also for areas with low levels of community development investment and for areas of persistent poverty. I'll end with the fact that the NPR is just that, it's a proposal, and we're looking for your input on this. In the NPR, we ask a question about whether there should be impact factors for activities that benefit Native communities outside of native land areas. We'd love to hear your feedback on that particular point. Thank you.
Thank you. And gentlemen, thank you again for being here and participating in this listening session. We would now like to open the floor to comments on the proposed rule from our audience. If you would like to provide a comment, please use the raised hand function or submit your comment into the Zoom chat box or the Zoom Q&A feature. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be asked to share video and unmute your line, but you don't have to share your video if you don't want to. If your written comment is directed to a specific panelist, please note that when you submit it, and we'll try to get through as many questions and comments as we can. We are also going to keep a record of everything asked here today, and we will have that for follow-up. So with that, we have our team has collected questions that have been asked throughout the webinar so far, and we'll start off with a couple questions, and these are just in general, and this first one is open to the panel. How do the CRA regulations related to new market tax credits with relation to the new market tax credits? Will the regulations help with access to new market tax credits?
I can start on that one. new market tax credits are explicitly eligible in the proposed rule. It's very clear on that point. In terms of more new market tax credit deals in Indian country, I know that has been something that the CDFI fund has been looking at, and they're beginning an initiative on that right now. And I would check out the CDFI fund website for more details on that.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Next, it looks like we have Brandy James had their hand raised. Are you there?
Because I'm doing 2 videos today.
Brandy?
I am so sorry. That was a mistake.
That was a mistake. Okay. No worries. We'll move on. Next, we had Susanna Sandoval with their hand raised. Susanna?
Yes. I currently serve as a Human Rights Commissioner for the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and my question is regarding accessing technical advisors and how do you list yourselves as one? You have that expertise.
Any panelists?
This is Jonathan Miller. I'm sorry, I'm not so a technical advisor in what capacity?
In regards to formulating the proposal, what it seems that the rulemaking process is asking us to do is to collaborate with folks that are already in the communities so that they're not disenfranchised. But the indigenous population has been disenfranchised. So in order to do those community collaborations, you're going to have to conduct meetings. And so I don't know if you all have thought about the technical advisor position. Usually with a federal proposal, there's usually a group of folks that are able to assist. I'm not sure if that's NCIA or if that's even been thought of, but that usually is helpful when you are formulating community collaborations. I mean, I've been doing this type of work for a couple of decades now, and when you're talking about restabilization of communities, especially post-pandemic relief, right now it's good to have those types of community meetings, but you're going to need someone to actually guide people through this process in straight English or whatever their native languages are.
So this is the first time I've heard of this kind of question in this context, so I'm not sure how helpful I can be here. I do know that the proposal considers technical assistance to small businesses, for example, or other community groups, financial education, and so forth, related specifically to qualified community development activities. But I'm just not familiar enough with what you do or what you are referring to give you an intelligent answer on your specific question. I'm sorry.
Susanna, are you referring to assistance that would be provided to individuals or tribes that are looking to comment on the proposed rule?
Yes. I mean, that would also be it, but also I'm thinking already ahead of past this rulemaking being solidified. You're going to need to have folks that can offer their expertise. And I'm wondering if you all have been thinking about that. So yes, thank you, both Jonathan and David.
Director Wright, this is Casey, and if I could just add one comment to Ms. Sandoval's question. I do know the National Congress of American Indians has done quite a bit of work in analyzing the elements of the NPR. And I think in the chat, Tyler also mentioned that the organization could be of service in terms of preparing for any comments by the August 5th deadline. And then one additional, going beyond the deadline, once we put out the final rule, certainly there will be efforts by the bank regulators to make sure that we're implementing, of course, the new guidelines for CRA, but also educating communities about what's in the final rule. And that is a role that the regulators will play, and certainly the Center for Indian Country Development will be a resource once the final rule is done for any of those particular questions.
Thank you all for following up on that question. Our next question comes from Anthony Walter, the Director of National American Indian Housing Council. Has hand raised. I'm going to ask this question, and then Mr. Walter, if you want to jump in for a follow-up, we'll let you in here. But the question is, to what extent are investments in tribal communities specifically noted, or lack of investments noted, in public CRA assessments? He's always concerned that a bank's CRA activities with non-tribal communities will satisfy any requirements/assessments made under CRA. Mr. Walter, if you have an addition to that, we invite you to join.
Sure, thank you. This is Tony Walters, Executive Director, National American Indian Housing Council. Thanks for the opportunity here. A quick comment before I get back to that question, and it kind of follows up on some of the things I see in the chat about specific activities. I believe that's one of the questions you are asking. What are the universe of activities that you should be considering under the rulemaking process? And I would say just generally to treat the LMI impact of some of these activities, particularly those done by tribal entities, fairly broadly. When you look at tribal entities carrying out their enterprises and other government projects, they're going to be primarily serving their communities, and LMI individuals and households will be a part of that. So, I think when banks look to investing in tribal projects, generally through tribes themselves or tribal entities, the direct impact to LMI households may not be so clear, but I think any investment in tribal projects do reach that. And tribes are providing government services and healthcare services, law enforcement, education services to their members in the community. So it will certainly impact LMI households within their tribal community. So that's kind of one overall observation there. You're going to get a ton of comments, I think, by the August 5th deadline about the types of activities that should be included in this. Another comment quickly is just on housing development. A lot of tribes are being forced to develop housing in their communities only through federal grants and funding. So, and not getting a lot of capital investment, despite there being existing federal programs like loan guarantees and tax credits that should be able to incentivize these types of projects in tribal communities. So you can do that two ways. You could expand the native areas to include the service areas that tribes use for HUD housing activities. If you don't want to go that far, you think you could specifically call out investment using those federal mechanisms or loan products that banks utilize in conjunction with investing in housing in tribal communities. So I would encourage that as well. Final point that I wanted to make, and sorry for getting ahead of any tribal leaders that may be on the call, but just this overall idea, and back to the original question, it's great that all of these activities are now becoming eligible and being more clarity around that. But unless there is a transparency or a public assessment that shows whether banks are investing in tribal communities or not, or the lack of investment in tribal communities, I don't know that banks are necessarily going to be looking to tribal communities to satisfy their CRA obligations, right? I mean, I think banks can get satisfactory assessments by carrying out all sorts of activities and without even touching tribal areas. So unless there's a specific call out or specific requirements to target tribal communities within their footprint or outside their footprint, I think we're going to continue to see tribal communities be one of the last, underserved communities that get served under these types of national initiatives. So that's in my comments there. Appreciating feedback. Thank you.
All right, this is the 1 hour chart.
Great comments. Can I ask you a clarifying question about your second one, and that's about the the scope of the area for tribal housing and your tribal housing plans. Are those plans limited to the areas that are being defined as neighborhood land areas, or do they go to some area beyond those native land areas?
I think specifically for the 184 HUD Loan Guarantee Program, I believe that their website includes kind of a map and a listing of the counties. Usually tribal housing areas are kind of the reservation boundaries plus any adjacent counties. A lot of tribal members will live right outside those boundaries, either for work or other reasons. So a lot of the 184 program county eligibility is extended to those nearby adjacent counties. So I just want to make sure that you all are aware of that, particularly on affordable housing investments, that we can probably be a little bit more broad on the tribal footprint. And then on top of that, 184 doesn't necessarily target LMI, but any housing development in tribal communities will impact LMI households as well, just by creating additional housing stock in those communities. There's a severe shortage in housing of housing in tribal communities. So I'm not sure how you can kind of play into that, but certainly want to be broad on the housing front.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand. And 184 is, it's statewide in some cases. But I guess when you're doing the tribal housing plans, just trying to understand the geography of those, of the plans that you're doing for HUD.
Yeah, so each tribe will submit an Indian housing plan as part of their requirements to receive their annual funding through HUD, and they do have a geographic footprint included in those plans. And if they want to extend that themselves, they include that in their plan for approval by HUD, I believe. So that would be documented at some level, and you could kind of go based, tribe to tribe based on what they identified in their own Indian housing.
Right. Well, I mean, that would be a good, I would really suggest you put some comments in that, and that would be referring to the section on the tribal land areas and the native land areas, and that would be the ones that Matt mentioned earlier, questions 28 to 30, and those start on page 103 on the NPR.
So I'd take a moment if it's okay, and thank you. It's a terrific question, and nice. Thank you, David. That's great dialogue. But I thought it would take a second just to underscore some of the points that Matt made in his presentation, that I think really go to the heart of your question, Mr. Walters, and that is one of the big differences between the current CRA regulation and the proposal is that the proposal is quite explicit about giving banks credit both for their retail lending and for their community development activities anywhere. So any housing, multifamily housing finance, tax credit, new markets tax credit, a project that a bank helps finance anywhere, including in native land areas or other tribal areas, the bank will get credit for doing it, which is not true, or at least not clear to the banks under the current regulation. So that really opens up enormous opportunity for banks to get engaged in many areas, including native land areas. And as Matt also pointed out, there are explicit sort of plus-up factor, an impact factor for doing those activities in native land areas. So I do think we at least the proposal at least creates conditions where that is much more likely to happen because it explicitly would give credit to banks for doing that. I hope that's responsive.
Yes, thank you.
Again, great question, Tony. Appreciate that. Thank you for that follow-up. I think we have a quick question here. We have a commenter who would like to know how many federally recognized tribes have submitted comments so far. And again, just as a reminder, we're looking for an August 5th deadline to that. But is there any, do we know that number as of now?
I would ask the question. I would respond to the question by asking everybody listening this way: how many people turned in their homework way ahead of schedule? Raise your hand. I can't see your hands. I know for me, my hand is down. We have a handful of comments. We're expecting hundreds or thousands, and I'm guessing, just looking back at my calendar here, that Thursday, August 4th is when we'll have more, or Friday, close of business is when we'll have more information for you.
Thank you. As a recovering teacher, I can relate to that example.
If history is a guide on these things, it's the last minute when these comments will come in general. So yeah,
exactly. Thank you. Our next question we have is from Amber Carrillo. She had her hand raised. Amber.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. And I was the person who actually asked the question about how many folks have submitted comments, and I take it very seriously because it shows the level of engagement that's taking place between the organization who's requesting comments and how well they've reached their audience. And so I'm a little dissatisfied with the responses to my question. And I have further questions and comments. So as I'm listening to the conversation, I've noticed that that there needs to be a stronger connection between the issue of community development and tribal consumers. It seems like the proposals for community development ultimately go to the tribe, and then the tribe ultimately looks for contractors. And there is where the potential for building wealth breaks down, because we look for contractors and they tend to be folks who are outside of our tribal communities. They tend to be folks who have good credit, who are established, who have capital. And so while we're talking about community development, there's a tremendous gap between what goes to the tribe and then what ultimately stays in the tribe. And in the conversation, as you're talking about branches, I think of branches as twofold. I think of them as being places where everyday Juanitas like myself go to the bank and do my business. But I also know that a lot of other consumers conduct business there, including tribal governments. And so it seems like there's a conflation here between tribal governments and tribal consumers. And I think that it would serve well to really focus on those entities being how they're so intricately connected. And so that to me is very worrisome, because I've seen it. By the way, my name is Amber Carrillo. I'm from the Pueblo of Laguna here in New Mexico, and we recently passed a Community Solar Act, and tribes. There's a provision for tribes there, and now solar companies are feverishly reaching out to tribes, but none of them are tribally owned solar companies. And so that's one example of how
So you voted for something and you're mad because of how it went?
Proposals for tribes.
Welcome to the rest of the country.
Really do have a fallout. And I think that more concentration, more thought about that needs to take place. And so with that, I also believe that as you redefine native land areas, I would ask you to consider the terminology that you're using for low-income folks.
She's definitely a Karen.
Does not provide much dignity to our folks who work extremely hard we have extremely hardworking families here in New Mexico, and they work, they work for every penny that they get. And calling them low income, I believe is a
That's what it
disservice
is.
to
You have
all
low
of us
income.
into the
Jesus
conversation,
Christ.
and that if we're talking about paradigm shifts in financial sectors, then we need to talk about that as well.
You can't call
And
someone
then
rich if they don't have any
I think
money.
also that
See, like this is why I think people are soft.
that my last comment is really is about the diversity in this conversation. And I do appreciate the panel. I appreciate their knowledge. But how are we going to get more Native Americans to be on the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation and the U.S. Department of the Treasury? I would love to see this conversation be full of panelists that are Native American tribal members. So I think there's a lot of work to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber, and appreciate those comments, questions, and I just want to say, the levity earlier doesn't take away from the seriousness of the issue at hand, and that's definitely not lost here. And I say that as someone who served as 11 years as tribal chairman for my tribe, and this is a goal of ours coming together to get the word out for sure to our communities and our tribal nations to make sure that the deadline to comment and the attention that this deserves is heard and made note of across Indian country. So don't want to lose sight of that, and no disrespect intended. But any of the other comments or questions that Amber shared, do any of our panelists have any follow-up?
Yeah, this is David Black. I'd just like to, first say a lot of great comments there, and I do just want to focus on one aspect of that, and that's the development of contractors, and particularly Native contractors, to be able to access various contracts and to be really part of the overall community development process, which I think is incredibly important to happen. One aspect of the proposed rule that may assist with that is in terms of the community development definitions, the aspect of economic development within those community development definitions. And that includes things like technical assistance and so on. So I would urge you to look at that section of the proposed rule, and if there's ways that can be improved to meet the goals that you're trying to do, please comment on that. And that section is on page 55 of the NPR. But I thank you for all your comments. Very good comments.
Thank you. Okay, next question that we have is from 4th Vice President Will Micklin, has his hand raised. Are you there, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My second name is Jan Ish. My English name is Will Micklin. I'm Vice President, the Executive Council for the Central Council of Tlingit Indian Tribes of Alaska. Richard J. Peterson is president. We are 33,000 plus tribal citizens. We're the largest tribe in the state of Alaska, and we're the regional tribe for all of Southeast Alaska.
Boeing is going to go way up tomorrow.
In excess of 35,000
Boeing
square
just got
miles.
another order.
I'm also CEO for the Webull Indians, a federally recognized tribe in East San Diego County, California. The objective of our tribe is a revised CRA that effectively encourages investment, financing, and lending to help meet the banking and credit needs of our tribal communities as a subset of low and moderate income communities. In the NPR, the agencies propose to retain the conditions that bank assessment areas are prohibited from reflecting illegal discrimination or arbitrarily low or moderate income census tracts. However, the proposed use of census tracts and native lands areas for CRA performance
is accurate that he's posting
is problematic for Indian country in the lower 48 states and impossible for Alaska tribes if the CRA is to recognize Indian country within LMI communities. Our recommendations, I'll just summarize. We do have written comments, but I'll just touch on a couple of them. One is that the NPR proposed key elements to expand access to credit, investment, and banking services to LMI communities should identify Indian country communities within the LMI and the metrics necessary to track and evaluate bank performance across Indian country tribal communities. If the CRA does not separate Indian country tribal communities from LMI communities and apply the proposed metrics-based approach to CRA evaluations to Indian country specific benchmarks, then CRA assessments will continue to assess performance goals as satisfied without regard to whether benefits are conveyed to tribes and their tribal citizens. The current CRA does not include a specific definition for community development activities in native land areas. I will, and particularly in the NPR, the agencies proposed to define native land areas to include a definition, a comprehensive definition that is too narrow in its exclusion of significant geographic areas for development for tribes. Far less than half of the tribal citizens reside within reservation and trust land boundaries, due in large part to lack of tribal housing, lack of reservation, or tribal lands for a large number of large number of tribes, including tribes in Alaska, except for one, that lack of formal reservation or tribal lands, and as well the regional, national, and even international scope of tribal enterprises. Substantial tribal communities development activities occur outside of these native land areas. The Indian country communities are notable for the lack of infrastructure, and that includes affordable and reliable energy, lack of community clean water and wastewater systems, lack of broadband deployment, lack of housing, lack of safe transportation, and lack of food security. The CRA regulatory framework, as revised by the proposed new framework, speaks to a business model out of reach of the substantial majority of Indian country tribal communities that are without essential infrastructure sufficient to attract retail and business development lending. The CRA should provide benefits that support investment in essential infrastructure that is, whether it is within the native land areas or, as I stated, much of the important investment lies without those boundaries. The categories for place-based definitions, and there are 6 of those, and therefore common elements. I'll lead to our written comments, but I will just in conclusion offer that what is left unanswered by the proposed revisions are mechanisms that first convey benefits to tribes as government entities and their political subdivisions not taxed, which uniquely among governments are either without a tax base or with a limited tax authority aggressively usurped by state and local governments. Nor is the NPR clear in how the proposed revisions would provide support to interest-bearing debt instruments deployed as investments for development in tribal communities with limited essential infrastructure and without a viable economy available to support business models for financing and investment. And finally, the focus on low-income and moderate-income individuals is limited for tribes. Tribal governments should be deemed to satisfy the income-based eligibility standards when, in the absence of essential infrastructure, all tribal citizens of any income level are injured by the lack of economic opportunity. Again, we have more extensive written remarks that we will submit. So thank you for the opportunity to address you, and thank you, Chairman Wright.
Any follow-up to the Vice President's comments?
I'll just say thank you for those really thoughtful comments, Mr. Vice President. These are things that we are wrestling with as we move towards the final rule, and I'm really heartened to hear that you're going to be submitting written comments on this. And there's a lot of food for thought in what you've described on the call today. So just thank you for that.
Yes, thank you for those comments. And I think we have time for one more question. We know folks' time is everybody's committed and busy, but wanted to take one more question. Are there any additional census tracts over and above the qualified census tracts of HUD identified? Maybe SBA can work with tribes to be census tracts.
Would you mind repeating that question, Mr. Wright?
Sure. Sorry about that. Are there additional census tracts over and above the qualified census tracts of HUD identified? Maybe, and then a suggestion, maybe SBA can work with tribes to be census tracts.
I'll respond to that just to say that, I think, the three agencies have been working closely with the Center for Indian Country Development to do analysis on geographic areas where we might apply the new rule.
It's like they're
and
trying
so
to fucking
we'll continue to do that analysis, and I appreciate your suggestion of working with SBA on that. And so, please put that in a written comment if possible, and just to let you know, we're continuing to do more analysis. Why, are you going to forget, you dumbass? Geographies.
Thank you. And to that point, all the questions that asked today, our staff will follow up, and those that we are unfortunately weren't able to get to, but were submitted, we have those down, and we'll make sure that we follow up with all of our attendees for that. So again, want to thank all of our attendees for submitting questions, comments,
I guarantee it,
taking the time to be part of this session. And with that, I want to turn it over quickly back to Casey of the Center for Indian Country Development for closing remarks. Casey?
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Dr. Wright and Director Wright. And I most certainly want to extend our gratitude to the National Congress of American Indians and the 9 other tribal organizations that have been a part of promoting the discussion on CRA modernization and for co-hosting today's event. Certainly, CRA is a very, very important tool to be able to meet the needs in our communities. And, the several folks have talked about this being a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get CRA reform right. The last time there was a substantial reform to the rule was back in 1995 or so, and so this is a really a great opportunity to make sure that tribal voices are really elevated and very clear in terms of what in the NPR will work very well for Indian country and meet our needs, and what are some of the considerations that the 3 agencies need to assess as we move on to the final rule. So most certainly I appreciate everyone taking their time today and joining the discussion. We too have tracked some of the questions along the way and are really interested to see some of the questions turned into comments or before the comment period. And so I think I would just close doing what most everyone else has already mentioned, and that is really encouraging the submission of comments by the deadline.
All right, that was terrible. Okay, that was very, very unorganized. And I feel bad for Native Americans that had to deal with that. I thought that they would have talked a little bit more in depth about cryptocurrency with Lael Brainerd, because that's kind of her role, but we didn't get that. So yeah. Anyways, I'm about to do a video. I hope you guys stay on, okay? But I just came across some really juicy data here on SkyX. So I'm going to do a recorded video here. Hopefully you guys, stick around for me. But you guys might learn something. Who knows? Let's see. Well, actually, you know what? Let me see when I posted that one video, because I want to be able to reference an old post. The fuck is it? Jesus. 5 days ago. Okay. What's today? Today is Tuesday, so okay. Alright, fuck this. Five days ago would have been 17th. I know I called it out a little bit late. Alright. In there somewhere. Okay. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to draw a line going down, just in case. Alright. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Today we are going to go back over SkyX because I did a little bit deeper of a dive, and it's a little bit more impressive than I even originally thought. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. I made this post, the original post, 5 days ago, which would have been right here. Okay. Sorry, 4 days ago. Would have been right here. All right. I didn't get the perfect bottom on it, obviously. I could have gotten a much better entry, but that's where I'm in. Okay. Obviously had a huge day. Today was a little bit disappointing. Okay. After hours were kind of slumping as well. But a good 4-hour looking chart, in my opinion. Okay. Now let's dive into a little bit about what it is. So previous close up 43%. Down today, as mentioned. Insiders are buying, which I do obviously like. Okay. This is going to be a little bit longer of a video, just so you guys know. look at all these buys. Now, I know it's not that much money, you know, when we're talking about smart money, but that's a lot of transactions there, okay? There's not too much as far as short interest goes, right? Utilization's there, but there's not too much as far as short interest goes. Fundamentals, it looks weak, right? It looks really, really weak. So I'm sitting here and like the way that I even came up with the you know, like the idea to look into this company is I was looking for low beta stocks. Look at that beta. That's insane. And it's not the only place that's listed. Like it's listed elsewhere. Right? So like I was like, okay, that's very, very intriguing. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take a look. That's what happened. Okay. So went to their website, went to their investor presentation. Here it is. Safe and smart homes and buildings, the new standard. So this is just cautionary stuff, you know. Now their mission statement, our mission is to make homes and buildings become safe and smart as standard as electricity. Guys, this is really intense and it might blow your mind. Look at the low amount of employees that they have. They only have 26. But anyways, all-in-one smart home solution, okay? Sky plug-and-play ceiling receptacle. And then they have 2 licensing and branding agreements with GE. Yes, General Electric. We're talking about 60 global patents, okay, with 15 issued. So that's patent pending and then 15 issued. Now look at Gen 2. This is where we're getting, okay? So all-in-one safe, smart platform. So one platform can make a 1-bedroom apartment safe in minutes, compared to days if you did it, you know, like a different way. It's plug and play. That's it. Now, here we are. Look at this. Bang. Plug and play. Today, plug and play. Multiple 200 pounds. Again, plug and play. It's unreal how simple of an idea it is, but it's going to bring everything together and make a lot of things you know, less of a pain to handle. So no need to touch wires, no getting shocked or getting electrocuted, no fires or incorrect wiring, no exposed wires, reduces time on ladders, but that's dumb. Let's see here, reduces injuries, reduces deaths, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, they did get this, which is awesome in my opinion. They did get approved by the NFPA, which is going to be your Fire Protection Association. I think that's incredible. Okay. So these are the current receptacles. And now we're talking about a completely new system. Wall replaceable. There's your ceiling. I'm not going to read everything to you guys. You guys could pause it, but this is just absolutely unreal. I mean, it's changing 40 years worth of, you know, of BS. This is much bigger than what I thought it was. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but like I'm just able to read. You know what I mean? All right. So 10 trademarks as well as the patents that I mentioned. Again, 2 U.S. and global agreements with GE. GE is, I mean, that's as well recognized as it gets. Here are the products. Ready? So here's your standard. Here's your all-in-one. Here's your smart one. Okay. Now, look at the extensions. Remote control, voice control, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all controlled by an app. Okay. It works with phone control, Wi-Fi, voice control, scheduling, eco mode, dimming, color changing, night light, emergency light, power meter, etc. Apple's version, it's Siri, Amazon's Alexa, Google Home, Samsung Bixby, Microsoft Cortana. That's not it. Fans. That's pretty cool. It also will go ahead and shoot down hot air, or it'll cool the air for you. I think that's pretty amazing. All right, now it gets even better. So you know how you have all of these different apps, just disconnected, like on totally different, just scattered, right? We are talking about everything all in one place in your home. I think it's an excellent idea. It's an excellent concept. Like, look at these, okay? Motion sensor, Wi-Fi repeater, a 360 camera, voice recognition, smoke alarm. Instead of having all individual products, you're just going ahead and doing an all-in-one, and everything ties into each other. That way it's just, it flows, This kind of breaks it down. So today we're dealing with all of these different, these different products. However, the solution is the all-in-one with only minutes to install. I think that's pretty impressive, right? I mean, pay attention here as well. Okay, natural gas detector, Wi-Fi extender, ambient light sensor, premium speakers, HD video camera if you choose to with the security cameras, 5G internet, health and medical sensors, temperature and humidity, a house intercom. I love the house intercom idea, but this just isn't for a house. Okay, these are going to be in hotel rooms, cruise ships, hospitals, like retail. Just think about the scaling, okay? Because scaling is everything, okay? Like selling it to an individual retailer, okay, it's great and all, but it's not the same as selling it to, Carnival Cruise Lines or Norwegian or Royal Caribbean or Marriott or Hilton. You know what I mean? Like that's how you scale, and that's how you scale very, very quickly. And because of the ease of doing it, why not? If it's going to save money, save time, save aggravation, and it would also go ahead and make the client's stay more enjoyable and easier to maintain. I don't know, just throwing that out there. But again, not a financial advisor. It is what it is. I went ahead and I bought the dip today. It was down today at 15%. From after it ran 45% yesterday, it was down 15%. I bought the dip. But you guys do you. I would appreciate it if you guys could sub for me. I am a couple subs obviously away from monetization. I have every other metric blown out of the water, but it doesn't hurt to like and share. This is some pretty cool stuff, guys. I think it's at least worth looking into if you haven't already. But yeah, hey, you guys have a good one, all right? Okay. Whew. See, when I do DD, I lose viewers quick. I just lost 3 viewers by doing DD. It's funny. Gotta do what you gotta do, though, right? Oh, I'm gonna do the what's it called video too. I'm gonna do Web3. That's gonna really fuck some people up. I will start charting XRP because there's basically nobody in here as soon as I'm done doing this stuff. Here for smart homes. I don't even know what to name this. Are you ready for smart homes? What do you think I should name that video that I just did on SkyX? It's gotta be catchy. Then we go with something like that. What can I fit right there? Oh yeah, we're gonna bust on XRP, I think. We start getting paid for this shit. 9 minutes left on copyright. Okay. Guess we wait. just needs to twist right through the signal, and we should get right back up on trend. I should probably rename the name of this video. That way I'm not like... live discussion and DD about stock crypto and the SEC enforcement hearing. There we go. Now I don't feel like I'm like lying to anybody. Oh yeah, XRP looks like it's gonna go on a fucking rampage. They made them sound so stupid today, bro. They made them sound so fucking stupid today. Like, yes, there were some that like some Democrats that like went ahead and like kind of gave them like a pat on the back, but in all reality, it just sounded like it was like a shit show. Check that video out. I'm gonna do a video on Web3. By the way, I know that you like Web3, so this is gonna be fun. I'm actually excited to do this one. So basically we listened to like the Indian Reservation Fed meeting thing, and Brainerd didn't really say anything at all that was worth listening to. So then I did a breakdown video of SkyX, and why it's a lot bigger than what I thought it was. And I think it's worth the watch. It's a little bit longer than what I typically do, but I think it's worth the watch. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a short video on Web3. Well, I'm going to try to make it a short video, but it's going to end up being longer. I could already feel it. Yeah. So yeah, let me rip this out. Hold on one second. Let's get it going. Hey yo, what up guys? What up? Today I'm going to go ahead and I am going to talk about Cryptide. All right. So this is, the whole BBIG spinoff. Okay. We went for a nice little cruise today. We did, right? Now, people on my stream today were asking me, what is Web3? So I thought, like, what better way than to go make a video on it? Okay. So we're going to go ahead. We're just going to dive in. All right. Short, sweet, to the point. A beginner's guide to decentralized internet. Let's see here. So basically, it's going to be based on public blockchains. However, there are going to be certain sections that can be decentralized, known as DeFi, or like decentralized finance transactions, things of that nature. But basically, it's it's going to be a little bit more spread out than what it currently is right now, and it's going to be a lot more engaging as well. Web3 does not require permission, which means central authorities don't get to decide who gets to access what services, nor does it require trust, meaning that an intermediary isn't necessary for virtual transactions to occur between two or more parties, aka cryptocurrency. Bang. Right? So they talk about DeFi right here. You know, obviously there's a lot of venture capital firms pouring their money into DeFi. I think DeFi is going to be excellent, but that's a totally different conversation. We could go over the evolution of the web. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. So Web 1, earliest version of the internet. Basically, it was read-only, guys, up until 2004. Like, you were just able to read what was on each web page. Past that, okay, now we're dealing with things that we are able to interact with. I'm sure that obviously you guys are well aware, if you guys are watching this, on, you know, what you can interact with. Okay. Now, Web 3, so it's going to be a little bit different. Actually, it's going to be a lot of it different. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not, you know, I'm just a guy that pays attention to this kind of stuff. That's it, right? So if you guys want to read this entire post, go ahead. All right. Basically, it's going to use AI, machine learning, and then go ahead and cater to a user's specific needs. Decentralization is at the heart of all this. Okay, you can create and deploy apps that will run on a single server. So, like, say, like the cryptocurrency Cosmos, what they do is they actually go ahead and issue a scalable like ecosystem for you to go ahead and build on. And then when you go ahead and you buy the actual crypto, like, you could stake it for higher rewards, and then it just, like, the value is within that. And then, you know, obviously each crypto might run a different part of the web, but I have a very, very good feeling that they're all going to intertwine. I don't want to really dive all into that, but I mean, as far as this goes, I mean, this is as visual as you're going to get. Okay. We don't know what Web 4 is going to, like, have. We have no freaking idea. I'm interested, but we are not there yet, so I'm focusing on what we have coming towards us. Okay. Web3 and crypto. So let's see here. We'll just go ahead and just breeze through this. I'll let you guys read it. Digital assets, decentralized internet. These protocols may provide various services such as computation, bandwidth, storage, ID, hosting, and other online services. Let's see here. So this talks about live peer a little bit. Okay, so you can earn a living by taking part in the protocol in various ways, both technical and non-technical. That is awesome, because people got very, very lazy over the last 2 years. Just throwing that out there. All right, so Web3 will rely heavily on non-fungible tokens. I don't know if I really agree with this. Maybe like highly functioning ones, yes, but also look into my last post that I had about NFTs with Uplift Aerospace. A lot of people don't even know about it, but I think it's going to be a big deal. So I do agree with digital currencies and other blockchain entities. Okay, let's see here. So basically they're talking about Reddit. Alrighty, let's see. So Reddit Karma, Web 2 versus Web 3, simple breakdown for you guys. Now, this is what I want to focus on as far as Tide is concerned, okay? Advertising. interactive advertising, behavioral advertising, artificial intelligence, machine learning, okay, smart applications, web applications, tagging. Now this is user empowerment through trust, security, and privacy. All right. So, all right. Now that you have a general understanding of Web3, I'm going to dive into Cryptide. Okay. Market cap, $20 million ish. Shares outstanding, 20.31 million. Right. Yes, we had a rip today. I don't think we've seen anything yet. Okay. Now, do you guys know what Cryptide does? One of the functions of Cryptide is in order to go ahead and create a digital brand and marketing. So not only are they going to go ahead and establish an online presence for you and be, like a potential leader in that field and get a, first mover's advantage, but then they're going to go ahead and they're going to market for you using Web3 when they are very, very familiar with Web3, and most of us are not. Okay, guys, this is a stock that basically we had to go through hell for in order to go ahead and receive. I mean, they shorted the crap out of BBIG. There's so many FTDs. It is what it is. But the fact is a lot of us are battle tested and we know their games. We should really, really know what this thing is capable of. That's all I'm saying. As far as shorts go, right? So we're only talking 3 3/4%. However, look at the cost to borrow. Pretty high, right? Utilization's 100. I mean, guys, it's there. It's there. I mean, first mover advantage. We're talking about an industry that, obviously has so much capitalization that can be taken away from it because nobody has even tapped into it yet. But they're getting, they're getting the ball rolling. And because we waited as long as we did, we have as many shares that we do. And it's a low float, low cap stock. I mean, at the end of the day, what else can you ask for? But that's all I got for you guys. I do need subs. Please subscribe in order for me to get monetized. That's the only metric I'm missing. Also, if you like, sub, share, that'd be greatly appreciated. The more people that know about this, the better off we are. Because, if you're holding on to a bunch of Cryptide, the last thing you want is another person going ahead and just dumping their Cryptide because they have no idea what the actual true value is or what they do is. You know what I mean? But not financial advice, not a financial advisor. I'm just, showing you the facts and explaining the potential that we have right in front of us. You guys have a good one, and hopefully I catch you on tomorrow's stream. Later. All right. Okay. Let me just post that, and then I'm done. And then I'll look at it. I'll watch XRP. I promise. Well, I'll watch stock and I'll watch XRP. But yeah. All right. So big tide change. What it is and how tide can should be capitalized. I capitalized the word capitalize. That's stupid. like, I don't know if like everybody even here realizes how crazy like Tide could really get. I have BBIG here, right? No? Okay. That works. Oh, I should probably name it as update today. If you guys want to like slap a like on this for me, that'd be dope. Oh wait, I want to import from video. Let's do the last video. I don't care. All right, almost done, guys. I promise. I'm only doing 2 videos today. Wish this would let me copy and paste, but it won't. I don't know why this is saying that it takes so long all of a sudden. Alright, so I don't know, XRP right now is kind of pissing me off. You guys got me all hyped up to watch it, and then now we're getting some fucking down candles. I'm just playing, but I literally just can't wait for this lawsuit to be over. It's gonna be like, it is literally going to be life changing. I can't wait to see what's in the future for what's it called, for XDC either. I think XDC. Whoa, TBLT. Holy shit. Sorry guys. We're not gonna watch XRP. I gotta watch TBLT. I have a fucking lot of money on TBLT. I have a nice chunk of change on TBLT. Oh, and Go EV's up too? Fuck yes! Sorry guys, I didn't mean, if you guys have like little kids there, I'm sorry, but like, yo. This has me up thousands of dollars right now. A gap up too? Oh my god. Well, thank you for that compliment, Kyle. I appreciate that, bro. I hate doing short videos just because I feel like nobody appreciates them. And I don't get that many viewers because I'm not high on the algorithms. Like, and I don't pay for like, I don't pay for ads like all the other creators do. So it's just like, I don't know. It's hard. It's actually like, it's genuinely hard in order to go ahead and get an audience from short videos. So I appreciate that you appreciated it. As like stupid as that sounds. I just want to post this one. Okay. Shit, I need to change the name of this. I need to update. Oh, I know what I could do. I'll do that. Alright, now we're done. It's a little bit longer than what I usually do, but it is what it is. Bro, don't get your heart broken by XRP. Like, they're gonna fuck with it as long as they can. Like, it's pretty much a fact. If they're going to fuck with it as long as they humanly, like, as long as humanly possible. Until a judge orders them to drop it, like, they're gonna let it go. Now, we heard comments today about the SEC enforcement, and honestly, they said that it sounds like SEC or like XRP is a security, and basically like half the room treated him like he was an idiot, half the room kind of like tried to like accommodate him, but it has no merit whatsoever when it comes to the lawsuit. What does have merit though is the judge's opinions towards the SEC when it comes to the lawsuit. And just last week we had Judge Netburn, I think it is. We had Judge Netburn say that it was an absolute disgrace how they were going ahead and using the law in order to hold back XRP. Flex or Zip might know the exact verbiage, but it was right along those lines. Like, it wasn't pretty. It was actually kind of embarrassing for them. I mean, not that I really care because fuck them, but at the same time, it's like, like if it's this obvious that they're, that they're pretty shitty, then like, why are we why are we continuing this suit? Does that make any sense? Like why continue the suit? Bear with me. While I'm watching this, I'm also going ahead and I'm fine-tuning those videos to the best of my ability. Just because, like, I don't know, I just want to... I want to make it pop off the page, essentially. Like, I want the best, like, SEOs out there. Anything I could do to go ahead and make it, like, viewed by many people. I'm gonna be done in like 2 minutes, so please don't just dip, because like if you're gonna dip for a reason. Don't just dip because you think that I'm not coming back, because I will be there in like 2 seconds. I just have to go ahead and wrap this up. Fuck. Okay. I'm like looking at like what's trending. There's a lot that goes into this that I didn't think about. apostrophe. Wow, I put an apostrophe there and I ran out of room. That's how. So that's good. Okay. Cool fucking beans. Alright, I'm back with you guys right now. Alright. First of all, if you guys are hopping in here now, if you guys could throw me a sub and a like, I would greatly appreciate it. I am just short on subs in order to get monetized. I have every other metric blown out of the water, and honestly, it's kind of well deserved, I'd like to think, because I've been putting in like 12-hour streams. And I believe that I'm the only person that is doing that. And then actually overnight, I run a crypto stream as well. So I would really appreciate some love if you guys, can click a button or two. It would go a long way for me. It really, really, really would. I'm giving this the whole community everything I got. But anyways, as far as stocks are concerned right now, ignoring the fact of anything that would have to do with the SEC, okay, TBLT might be my favorite play. Now, what I mean by that, don't yell, okay? Everything you see here, well, except for maybe Vroom and ADN, everything here relies on either the SEC or for Revlon, it would rely on, say, Forbes, for instance, okay, to do like a share recall type situation. I mean, we could get it to Gamma and stuff, but to really set it off would be a share recall. However, TBLT, guys, look at this shit. $5.71 million market cap. Only 2.13 million shares. We don't even have to look at any of this. This is a complete stock market plumbing play, in my opinion. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but pay close attention for a second. Give me a couple seconds here. So it's estimated to be 156.19% short interest on the free float. So that's the live short interest. I just showed you that their entire float is 2.13 million. It's a lot over. I mean, think about it. Now, we're talking almost 400% cost to borrow. Now, if I expand this a little bit, all right, so we're going to do average days on loan. What is that now? 8.62. So we'll round up. So 9. So let's just call it the 10th. Okay, I guess we're not going to round up. Okay, so we're talking shorts underwater at a maximum. A maximum of 287. A maximum. That's 50% of the shorts underwater at 287, as you guys just saw. Now, look at this, though. This is where shit gets really crazy. All right, first of all, you see the lending volume. See the threshold list. So not only are we currently on it, but we were on it previous. Look at this. Now this is the exciting part. Okay, so you think, just under 500,000 shares, not a big deal, even though the float is only, 2.13 million, right? But then you scroll over, 3.23 million. That does not count the short interest that's on the float as well. That's another 3-point-some million. And the float is only 2.13 million. Next day, 1.91 million. Following day, 1.37 million. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not an economist, but I'm not a dumbass. Okay. Now, if you guys want some reference, look where this stock has been. Now, this is a monthly. So yes, there's been a lot that's gone on since then, but like when this thing came out, we're talking like in the thousands. And as far if you're going to ask me about stock splits, yes, there were 2, but in all reality, if we go back here, hold on, I gotta let my dog out in a second, but if we go over here and do shares outstanding, okay, so shares outstanding after or before. So they did like a reverse split, right? And then they just split right back. So like really they didn't like, and even after they split back with less shares. So I get why anybody would ask if there's a stock split, of course, but nothing that really kind of like dampers the way that I feel about this. I just think that this could easily be the best setup that does not include any kind of SEC intervention. What do you mean? Hey, thanks, John. Appreciate you. What do you mean share my channel? Yeah, dude, share my channel as much as you want, bro. That's what I need. I need people going ahead and sharing shit. And I'm a man of my word too, bro. So I appreciate that. Like I sit here and I tell people when I take positions. I tell people when I lose, when I win. Like I believe in complete market transparency, and we do not have that. But this channel is built off statistics, fundamentals, news, and like source news, not just bullshit news. Like it has to be sourced by something legitimate, not the Wall Street Journal. You know, like getting a source off the Wall Street Journal is how I hit Revlon like 2 weeks ago for 900%. Like you just got to pay attention to your things like that. Give me 1 second. Let me let him out real quick. Come on. Sorry about that, guys. My bad, yo. My bad. Yo, no, fuck Seeking Alpha. QNGY, I love I love QNGY. I love QNGY, but it's being suppressed right now, in my opinion. I like that whole sector, bro. Like the whole AI sector, love it. Because we're moving towards, how do I say this like without offending anybody? My channel is not for people who are easily offended as well. Just throwing that out there. Since the C word, yeah, exactly. Since the C word, people got lazy as fuck. Okay, like lazy as fucking hell, right? But that's why I like Vroom so much. Like they literally buy your car from you and come to your house and pick it up, and then they can also drop off a car if you decide to buy one from them. And like their only competition is going to be Carvana and CarMax, and the market capitalization for Vroom is incredible compared to CarMax, excuse me. Look at this. Their 52-week high, $40. Like, the used car market took a huge hit, and Vroom felt it. It is what it is. But I think it's an excellent value play. Not financial advice, but that's how I feel. I think the future is going to be in EVs. And to be clear, okay, I lean to the right voting wise because of economics, and I think that you should be able to find out how something's being paid for. But I lean to the left on social issues, and the reason why I lean to the left on social issues is because I don't give a fuck. I worry about me, and my loved ones, and what's best for me, and what's best for them, and everybody else can decide for themselves and what is best for them. For instance, I'm going to bring up something highly controversial. I think Roe versus Wade was bullshit. They shouldn't have changed that. They should have just left it how it was. It is what it is. But that shows that I'm not fully to the right. I lean to the right because I want to know how money is spent, but I understand. I feel like I could have a dialogue with both parties, if that makes sense. Yes, well, QNGY is going to with the LiDAR system, it's going to detect speed. And also, I don't know if you knew this, right? But through the Internet of Things, John, using something like IoTex. All right. So tinfoil hat time. Okay. I should actually make a segment called tinfoil hat time. That would actually be hilarious. But anyways, tinfoil hat time, right? Elon launches Starlink, right? Now the entire world has internet. Okay. And by the way, they're going to use MNTS in order to, where is it? It went up 10% today. They're going to use MNTS in order to move the satellites around, right? But anyways, after they go ahead and they do that, the entire world is going to have internet connection. Now, if we have a public blockchain, the Internet of Things, right? There are a few things that work on the Internet of Things. One of those things is called IoTex, and I'll actually pull it up for you guys. So, what is IoTex? Okay, so basically what this can do is this could actually set up a platform building the connected world. So what it could do is it can actually go ahead and collect data as well as vehicle movements and things like that, and it could actually assist with autonomous driving because we're going to have internet everywhere. So think about your autonomous driving being automated by something like IoTex. I mean, it's a little bit tinfoil hatty, yes, but that's the direction we're headed. IoT's look into IOTA if you haven't already. Zip. Let me see what you sent me. I gotta look. I probably didn't look. I'm just seeing it now for the first time. Oh, I love it. That's great. That's great. He sent me the year-over-year declines. JP Morgan Chase down 61% year over year. Morgan Stanley 55%. Bank of America 47%. Citigroup 46%. Wells Fargo 45%. Goldman Sachs 41%. Love to see it. We can hold longer than they could stay solvent. Remember that. But one thing that I do want to go ahead and I do want to bring up while I have like a handful of you guys here is like, guys, they're gonna run fucking options traps and everything that they can on MOAS stocks. Okay, like MOAS. I can't like really like say it for sure, but like, I mean, I believe that like that's the reason why I'm doing this, right? But I can't guarantee a date or time or whatever, right? Like, we've all guessed, we've all been wrong. It is what it is. Guys, like, there's so many value plays on the table for dirt fucking cheap that like, don't fall for crazy like option plays that you think are just like, you know, you might be right and you might smack one, right? Or two or, you know, 20, and you might do fucking phenomenal on them, right? And for that, I'd be very happy for you. However, imagine landing like, you know, ADN, right? Like I bought ADN twice, like over like the last couple like sessions, whatever. ADN, there. If you watch my videos, okay, like my best growth and best value videos, ADN is a battery cell that's going to run on water. Like, tell me that that's not gonna, you know, that's not going anywhere, or that, you know, like that wouldn't be appreciated in today's day and age. Can you imagine being able to just run your car off fucking water? Because that'd be dope. You know, I mean, like BBIG owns like 15 different companies. Okay, and they have an ownership stake in TikTok. Their ownership stake in TikTok should mean that their value, I did the math on this one day, it should be like $53.60 some cents, not counting any other business activities other than just their valuation from TikTok. And that has to do with their market cap, their size, all that. I erased their market cap, and then I took the amount of shares versus the ownership stake that they have in TikTok, and I came up with the share price by doing that. So like, you have to add 15 different businesses that they own, but they're trading at $1 and fucking what? $1.04, $1.05. Like, not financial advice, guys, but like, these might be stocks that like you want for a long time, not an an options play. And keep in mind, I'm a derivatives trader, and I'm saying this. The only derivative that I'm playing right now that's not like non-MOAS like option play, because like I'll be honest, like I'm running like, you know, some options elsewhere, but not on MOAS because it's too manipulated. Okay, in my personal opinion. I've made a fuck ton amount of money, but I've also lost a fuck ton of like a lot of money on it. I find that straight stock I'm great to snipe at, and then I could go ahead and I could run, you know, options for dirt cheap on non-MOAS value plays and do much better. But, you know, just pick your spots and fucking snipe. Be like a robot. Forget your emotions. I gotta let him in. John, I'll get back to you in a second. It got so low because the SEC allowed it, and I'll explain that in a second. Sorry about that. I have two dogs, so that's just like one after the other. Anyways, the SEC, mother of all short squeezes. But all right, BBIG didn't like delay the dividend. The SEC did. Okay, the SEC delayed the dividend. So now shorting is against my morals, so I wouldn't do it. But and I wasn't about to add negative gamma to a play that I was as deep as I am in. However, it made it an obvious short play. As soon as they went ahead and as soon as they pushed off the dividend, right? that meant that they were holding our money hostage, essentially, in order to receive Tide, right? Now, I'm going to argue that in the process, they created some battle-hardened motherfuckers that are going to be able to, like, really, really squeeze Tide. However, then that's a potential, I can't say for sure. But I think that it does get squeezed because of the price tag of it and because of the function. However, by going ahead and holding, by pushing it back, right, and not giving us a dividend, not actually following through, it made us hold on to our BBIG, and then, as time went by, they just kept shorting it and shorting it and shorting it and shorting it, and now it's worth what it is now. So just don't be surprised if we have a huge bounce back one day. Like, we might have like a 300% day. Like, you don't know. I don't know. Who fucking knows? You know what I mean? But that could be a banger. I mean, Revlon could be an absolute banger. I mean, obviously, GameStop. I don't even have to talk about GameStop and AMC. You guys know. Mullen. I'm a little bit disappointed with the CEO, but I do believe in the technology, and I think that we're prepping for a buyout, in all honesty. I think that we are prepping to get acquired because, who pays off $17.5 million of long-term debt early? And, especially if you're going out of business, let alone, anything else. But the most sense would be to pay that off and then to issue the Series D shares like we're doing with the warrants on a 5-year commitment in order to go ahead and have a reverse merger completed. That's what makes the most sense. And regardless whether we want to admit it or not, we need them. We need the money. We need the market cap because we need to start mass producing batteries. Fuck the van. Seriously. The van is, okay, it's great. The van is great. And the cars are great. But fuck them. Throw them out the window, right? Think about a business model like this, okay? You're mass producing batteries that are outperforming the competition, right? And you're licensing them out. So if you did that, that would go ahead and that would limit overhead, okay? That would limit risk because all of the risk would be on whoever you're licensing it to. And then now you're running a highly efficient business with virtually no overhead. Your overhead would cost as much as it costs to pay your employees and operate the equipment inside the facility. That's it. XRP's curling. TBLT. Okay, we'll look. Yeah, it came through the 200. There's a gap here, though. I don't like that. Bro, this is going to be so news-related that, they might try to front-run the news if somebody knows, but to sit here and stare at it, I think it would be pretty silly. I feel like one morning we're just going to wake up and it's going to be worth a fuck ton amount of money. That's it. That's just how I feel. But yeah, likes, subs, they go a long way. So I appreciate you if you've done that. If you haven't, then I appreciate your time, but, it'd be pretty sweet if you do it for me. Because, I do stream literally longer than anybody else in this field, other than Bloomberg. I actually started running an overnight stream to handle crypto. So now I'm officially putting out more content than anybody in the world other than Bloomberg. That's right, XRP fucking army, buddy. I just wish that I don't even want to even talk about APLD because I had them on my watch list so fucking early. Oh, that's painful. But I wish that they had an XDC chart on here. I really wish that they had an XDC chart. I wish I was fucking wrong sometimes. Like I wish I was wrong like more often than I'm right. And so, that sounds really stupid, but like sometimes I do, because then it's like a lot of the times I kind of like kick myself in the ass because like I overthink something that doesn't need to be overthought, and I could have made money if I, went ahead with my original thesis. It sounds very, very stupid, I know, but it is accurate. Like, this is gonna go absolutely insane if that chip bill passes, guys. This is gonna be insane. I think this is the chip one, right? Semiconductor, yeah. If the chip bill passes, SOXL is gonna be like stupid. It's gonna be stupid. I'm telling you guys right now, it's gonna be stupid. Clip what? What are you talking about? It's 6:58. I don't know what you're there. When here we'd see when they're voting on the chip bill. Hold on a second. If that's what you're asking me, I think it's Congress, right? When does Congress vote on the chip? Now, keep in mind, Nancy Pelosi just bought like a bunch of what's it called? She just bought a bunch of NVIDIA, so I kind of have an advantage there. Today, I believe. Hold on a second. 1 hour ago. Hold on a second. Let's see what NBC has to say. What the fuck? I hate. Okay. I hate these fucking ads. They just don't know what's in the bill yet. I hate when they go ahead and they pack a bunch of shit into one bill. Ugh. Tuesday evening. So tonight. Tonight. When is it? When? Like what time? Oh, here's Politico. Let's see what it says. I don't care about that stuff. Like, I don't care about same-sex marriage. I don't care what people do. Like, don't care about that. Like, did this page not say? Oh, here we go. What's that? All right. All right, they're confident it'll get approved. there should be I don't want to get too political. All right, they're saying basically it should pass. I agree that it should pass. So SOXL, you guys should throw it on your watch list. If you guys have never screwed with something that's leveraged, like a leveraged ETF or an inverse ETF, then I would not touch it. But if you have, you can make a fucking fortune on SOXL. Not financial advice, but you have to know what you're doing in order to make money on it. It had a great day today, I know that. I actually said it during stream, but like right there, oh my god. Right there would have been the perfect spot to snag fucking options. Right there. It just ripped all day today, though. I mean, it would have been great to fucking buy him in the beginning, but honestly, like, if you were late to the party, like, you could have even sniped him right there. But not many people are familiar with, like, you know, 3 times bull, 3 times bear stuff, so, like, I try to stay towards, like, the safer side of the market, even though I trade derivatives, like, myself. Just because I don't want people to blow their accounts up by getting, like, all casino fever. Because it's not the fucking casino. Like, this is real life. And a lot of people act like it's just BS. EVTL, I like their competitor better. I'll pull it up, but it's a little bit different, but it's kind of the same. All right, here's a daily. All right. Just here's the EVTL, right? Now, look at their market cap. 1.15 billion. Now that's after 2 days of absolutely ripping. $3.43 billion. And you don't see, it's been trading longer, and B, it's not as whipsaw as EVTL was. EVTL is just like it was an excellent scalp if you wanted to scalp, or, you know, long-term investment, but then you're dealing with that type of volatility. Let's look at the Ortexes. Now, the Ortex for EVTL might be jacked. I'm not sure. I have not looked at it. I'm not touching Exela. Have fun with that. Or just that's not my play. So EVTL, under 100% short interest, under 1% flow, or on the flow. Cost to borrow average, though, is just under 650. Now let's look at their competitor. Oh, and you know what? Let's look at their fundamentals too. I want to do that, so then you guys understand why I feel the way I do. All right, enterprise value is looking pretty nice. It's constant increase. Look at the low income. That's something to be alarmed of. And also their value per share dropped. And then also remember with inflation as well, like the drops are magnified as well. Now this is expected. This is like a projection. So that's not completed, but I mean, I don't know. Now let's look at their competitor. Oh, and also, wait, you know what? Let's go ahead and let's look at their holders. I want to show you this too. All right, so American Airlines owns 5.38%. That's their biggest, you know, like their biggest person, right? Now, they do have Stephen Fitzpatrick, who owns just under 72%. That's an incredible amount, and there could be a share recall done just by this gentleman right here. And then that could trigger a short squeeze. However, there's not really any short interest on the float, so there would be really no point for him to do that. Now I'm going to show you their biggest competitor. Again, much larger market cap. 43% of the companies on float. 262 million shares. Fundamentals. Twice the projected enterprise value. Okay. Yes, it's down, but it's still a positive book share book value per share. Okay. Now let's go to holders. It's a little bit more spread out, right? So I believe that this is the CEO. Anyways, he owns 16.32. Toyota is backing this. Okay. Toyota, 12.02%. Intel Capital Corporation, they own 6.42%. Vanguard's in it. Intel Corporation, so not only is Intel Capital in it, but Intel is in it directly. Toyota Ventures, okay, they're in it again. State Street's in it. BlackRock's in it. Renaissance is in it. Morgan Stanley, Susquehanna. I mean, we could go on and on. Let's see if there's short interest. %. They actually have short interest on their fucking float, as opposed to EVTL. EVTL is just like, it's a less valuable company with lower assets, less holders, less institutional ownership, and I feel as if like Joby's a little bit more far along than EVTL is. Does that mean that you can't make money in EVTL? Absolutely not. Especially with the warrants too. I mean, like, you can certainly make money, but I mean, guys, like, I'm showing you the fucking short interest. I'm showing you the fundamentals. I'm showing you the holders. Make your own decisions, but that's why I'm not touching EVTL. And look at the daily. Like, we are, like, the 13 is coming up through the 48 right here on the daily on Joby right now. Throw that out there. All right, he's talking about the handle on fucking XRP, so I got to look at it. Do you see what I see? Kyle, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't take a trade because I mention it. Just because I meant, they make sure that you like are fully aware of what you're getting yourself into. I'm not a financial advisor. I never told you to take that trade. I just said that if the bill passes, you know, and chips continue to rip, then obviously semiconductors, you know, they should do well, in theory. But don't just take a trade just because I say that, right? Like, what if it goes backwards on you, right? Are you gonna be pissed at me? You can't be. You had to read a risk agreement. Okay, so I wouldn't have played it like that. So let me give you an example. I wouldn't have played it like that. Okay. I would have went over to options, and I would have bought like a 17.5. but I trade derivatives, and it's a levered ETF. You know what I mean? It just kind of, that's what you do with levered ETFs for the most part. Good. I'm happy you made that decision on your own. What else are you guys feeling? Like, is there anything else? Like, I feel bad watching cryptocurrency right now. Like, what else are you guys feeling? TBLT is getting shot down. This could be a bull flag, though, and we could be filling this gap. So, it's not something that you would long-term hold on to. Okay, so you bought a leveraged ETF, you didn't buy a derivative, Kyle. Like, you know that, right? Like, you bought a leveraged ETF, you didn't buy a derivative, right? Like, a derivative is either going to be an option, a future, a warrant. What I would do to maximize like my exposure would be like, I'd buy, like I showed you those options. I would have bought an option on SOXL if I felt like the bill was going to pass. And then what I would have done is I probably would have sold it like first thing in the morning after I find out that it passed, if that makes sense. Hopefully we're coming down. Now, guys, don't panic here. I don't think. Usually right after something goes through the VWAP and does volume at either the VWAP or the 200s, and then right afterwards, usually it makes a large move. What that is, that's just eating supply. So I'm not even sweating this at all. I'm just kind of like waiting for a pop. But again, likes, subs, they go a long way for me. It might only be clicking a button for you, but for me, like, it's like I'm dealing with an entire algorithm here. So I would really appreciate it if you guys could help me out big time. This needs to do volume over fucking 401. Today the volume was pathetic. Like, it was barcoding. Like, I just felt like we spent half the day at $4 and like a penny for like. But this is also a play that is grabbing a lot of attention. TTOO, I think, is an excellent play. I made a lot of money on EDIT today. RGS also has shorts trapped, just like EDIT does. If you guys watch my videos, my short videos, you guys will know what I'm talking about. But like, I actually break down and I show you where the shorts are trapped on these stocks. But you guys have like watched my videos in full. It's kind of like I don't know how, like, I'm handing everybody the DD, and only some people decide to watch it. But if you were subbed, I'll tell you what, if you were subbed, you'd get notified and you'd be able to check it out. It's another reason why you should. What do you mean almost to hedge the investment? Please tell me what you mean. Which investment? Because there's so many different ways to hedge that I'm curious because you're not familiar with derivatives trading, so I want to know what you think hedging the investment is like. Like, can you give me like a for instance? Like, if you're talking about SOXL, then I have no idea what you're talking about. Or if you're talking about something else, like I would need like I don't know, I would need an example, and then I would kind of like if you give me an example, I'll tell you how I would hedge something. Also, did you join the Facebook group so then you could post a picture with your bleached hair because Tide ended up hitting 119? Because that'd be dope. It'd be funny as hell. Okay, but did you know that you could buy options and then hedge those options with other options? Are you aware of that? Or like you could hedge entire sectors with other options? Like, it's kind of fucked up, but like it's at the top of chat. It's pinned. But anyways, so let's say that I was heavy into an option with Tesla. Right, let's say that I was heavy into an option with Tesla. Now these IVs, I'm gonna warn you guys right now, they're gonna be jacked because earnings is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So you guys are gonna see some ridiculous premiums. Alright, so say tomorrow, say I had 750s. Right, they'd be 1,800 bucks a pop. So say I had 750s, right? They'd be $800, or they'd be $1,800 a pop, right? Now, chances are, at this rate, I'd hit on them at this rate. So I would just sell the premium, and that'd be it. Okay. However, in order to hedge, right, there's a couple ways of doing it. Okay. Some people prefer doing it via the SPY. Some people prefer doing it via like the UVXY. I prefer, honestly, the SQQ and the TQQ. Okay. Now, I mix it up with the UVXY and obviously the TQQ and SQQ, but those are 3 times the performance of the NASDAQ, so that's the TQQ. SQQ is short 3 times the NASDAQ, right? So if I were to go ahead and hedge, and I say that I had $1,800 calls on Tesla, right? I might hedge by buying calls on the SQQ in case Tesla pushes the whole fucking market down with Apple, right? Because that happens like more often than you would think. But say that, it were to go way down, right? Yeah, I'm going to lose some premium there, but chances are my SQQ positions would hit as long as I go ahead and I get correct strike prices. You know what I mean? And also the perk of getting SQQ and TQQs, you could also buy a put on the TQQ, and it would have the same effect as getting a call on the SQQ. But you just kind of have to know your Greeks and what works best for you. Yeah, that's basically it. But that's how I like to hedge personally. because I could buy a fuck ton of SQQs and TQQs, and they're 3 times like bull or bear, versus like say the SPY where like it just, you know, it's going to be your 100 to 1 option rather than like, you know, leverage and an option, if that makes sense. But I mean, again, I'm not a financial advisor, so don't be making investment decisions based off of what I have to say. Like, literally go ahead onto, like, literally, like, look at this. I'm drawing dicks on a chart. Guys, like, I was fucking around earlier while we were waiting on what's it called? While we were waiting on Netflix. Like, I'm over here drawing dicks on a chart just because I have nothing better to do. Like, even if I was a financial advisor, would you really want to take advice from me? Probably not. But anyways, just like research. I taught myself everything. I taught myself everything from Investopedia.com. Fuck it, I'll just type it in. Bro. Unless this thing jumps like fucking like 20%. Well, first of all, if it jumped 20%, my phone would be blowing off the hook because I have alerts set. But like, you're getting me all amped up for it to double top. And maybe form a cup and handle. What are you thanking me for, Kyle? Like, I didn't do anything. I just, like... I am a big advocate of financial literacy. I've made a lot of money. I've lost a lot of money. I've been in both places, and I'll tell you what, making a lot of money is a hell of a lot fucking better. Like, one time on AMC, for instance, okay, June 2nd last year, made $150K. Next day, lost fucking $50,000. So yes, net, I'm up, like I netted $100K. But it still sucks to lose fucking $50,000. And I'll never make that mistake ever again. I just know that a lot of people are going to make more money than, like, well, I can't say I know. Chances are people are going to make more money than they've ever made before in their entire lives. And in such a short period that, like, I want people to have a trading plan. I want people to, like, know what they plan to do with their money, not just, like, give their money right back to the fucking hedge funds that just gave it to them. And then have to pay tax on it. Like, that sounds fucking horrible. So that's why I'm here, just to try to, like, promote people to, you know, like, to self-educate. I mean, I'll answer whatever questions I can, like, you know, legally, but I'm not a financial advisor, so there's only so far that I could go until I have to, like, point you into Investopedia where I learned. But that's why I share the videos. That's why my videos are as detailed as they are. That's why, like, you know, like, that's why I dive into it, and I stream as often as I do because, like, I feel like we are, like, right the fuck there. Like, their margins have to be so slim. But I don't want to over leverage. I've done that before. That sucks. I don't want to be all in on one fucking thing. I want to be diverse. Basically, like, my hedges have hedges that have hedges like that are on hedges, And then I have a crypto portfolio that's also built like that. So like, no matter what happens, as long as this shit stops happening and they like come to like their senses, I should be good. It just like taking advantage of the volatility on the way. That's what I'm trying to do. But like there's some place that just hopped out of nowhere and I started making a killing on, and it's just like I don't want them to stop, but at the same time it's like just squeeze the motherfuckers that I have so then I have more free capital in order to hit these other plays with. Like I wish I had my BBIG money or my Mullen money when I called out Revlon for a 900% fucking play. Well, close to 900. It was like 890 some percent. But like, I wish I had more money to throw on Revlon at that time. But most of my money was sitting in fucking, still is, sitting in Mullen and BBIG. Like I have a large sum of money in those two. So just like, I don't know. I'm now starting to like play a little bit more diverse and dip into value. But that's why I started what I believe to be the best growth and value stocks of 2022. That's why I started that playlist. That way people could go ahead and they could dive into it and, you know, not be investing blind, but actually like have an idea of the value of what they're trading. Your bag holding QNGY. Hold on. You guys are hitting me with 3 questions at once. All right. First things first. Ruben, how high do I think TBLT can go? The answer to that is actually I don't. I'm going to have to trade off data, and I'm going to have to trade off the chart. I don't like putting price targets on short squeezes because, I mean, well, you could Google it. In theory, there is no high to a short squeeze. It basically comes down to the weakest link, but at the same time, you don't want to be a bag holder either. Okay, on a float so low like TBLT, there is a potential for a share recall if we ended up blocking the float. Just throwing that out there. With the amount of FTDs, with the amount of short interest, like it is certainly possible. So I don't want to put a price target on it, but this stock has seen the thousands before. Like we're talking like, I think the high on it was like 6,500 or 8,500, one of the two. I mean, I'm not even worried about a ceiling. There's no ceiling in sight in my eyes on this one for right now. Your bag holding QNGY, I think you have to determine if you like how bad are your bag holding, and then I want to go back to then I'll like I want to know like how deep you are in, and then like I guess think about it for a second and then address the question after I have more knowledge. I want to learn from mistakes without them ruining me. So yeah, just learn from my mistakes because they almost ruined me. Straight up. I'll be honest. It is what it is. Kyle, I really appreciate your answer, dude. Like that comment. I appreciate that a lot because like losing $50,000 in a day, that made me a different trader. But I mean, like again, I was still net positive $100,000 over 2 days, but to lose $50,000 in a day, it's like, holy fuck, I can't do that anymore. That's a no-go. It really, really like brings you back down like a notch, and and kind of like it'll humble you. And you won't even know it until it happens. That's a fucked up part. Like, things will be rolling, they'll be rolling, and then all of a sudden you'll see a chart formation and it'll look like it's about to go, and then all of a sudden it'll just fucking plop. And at that point in time, if you did it how I did it, you might be so levered up that the timing is what's killing you, and you're eating theta. You know what I mean? But at least I had enough sense to pull out with it's still a good profit. So it is what it is. Now I trade with no emotion, though. It's kind of sad. I take my emotion from 9 o'clock in the morning ish until 4, and it's locked in a box and thrown the fuck away. I do not have any emotions when I'm trading. It's very, very hard to keep like that. And every now and then I might like break like my shell, and I'm like, oh fuck, like I could have been in this or I could have been in that. But for the most part, I'd like to say that I'm almost 100% like unemotional during market hours. Now, after the market, I allow myself emotion, and before the market, I allow myself some emotion, because if not, then I'd be like a miserable prick. But yeah, dude, learn from my mistakes. Don't I'll answer what I can within reason. Like, you don't want to make the mistakes I made, bro. I'm telling you. Like, it hurts. It hurts your heart. Like, if it doesn't feel good. QNGYs, how you found my channel? Okay, dope. Okay, understood. Let's look at it. So now keep in mind the top of the market was the top of the market was on January 4th of this year. And I believe that the bottom was the 17th of last month. Now, I can't guarantee that, but I think that the bottom is in, and I think that it came in the 17th of last month. And I think that we've been pumping it with these these bio short squeezes in order to make up for it. I mean, bro, like, if you read these, I've read them. I've read a majority of them. Oh, yeah, no, emotions and trading don't mix at all. But, all right, so they made the LiDAR speed enforcement system. It got approved, and it is going to be in use in France. If it's successful, which I believe that it will be, right? At that point in time, it's gonna it'll spread like the plague. Now, especially if they go ahead and start equipping vehicles with sensors, right? Do you know how easy it would be to pick up using LiDAR? I mean, it's just like holding some of these other fuckers that that we think could boom. Like, look at this. Like, I know we got to account for inflation and everything, but like, it's still showing some good enterprise value. It's trading at what was the market cap? The market cap's 30 million. 30 million. Only 56% of the companies for sale on float. Right? 30 million market cap. Enterprise value, bud, for 2021, 244 mil. And that's before they got approved for the speed enforcement in France. I don't think analysts have anything on this, no. Rising Tide owns 21%. I like that. Rising Tide Fund Managers dropped 310,000 shares yesterday. I'm not the biggest fan. That's probably why it's down. Look at that. That's probably why it's down. They just wanted to lighten their load a little bit. That person sold out a little bit. I bet you that's why it's down. That's why it dropped a little bit. Utilization isn't 100 yet. Bro, like, I'm not worried. If you're worried, then sell it, but I'm not worried. Like, look at the market cap and then look at the enterprise value. It tells you everything, in my opinion. Exactly. It's fucked up. No, they won't. No. Look at TTOO. Hold on a second. I spilled a little bit of Pepsi on myself. Ouch. All right, let's see. Look at TTOO. Where the fuck is it? It's trading for fucking 15 cents, 14 cents, right? They just got FDA approval, bro. They got FDA approval and they've been trading down except for today, until today. Now, their delisting date got pushed off until December, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm thinking that they're going to make a run to above $1 before December. I'm a big fan of TTOO. I have a decent amount of holdings. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that I have, as much holdings as I do with TBLT or GoEV. You know what I mean? But I have some holdings on TTOO. Look how cheap it is. And then because of how cheap it is, it's easier to double. And it's easier to triple. It's easier to quadruple. It's easier to hit like these, these plays. Like, for instance, Revlon, right? When we hit Revlon the other day, well, it was like a week or two by now. Revlon was trading at $1.10 when I called it out. It bottomed out at 108. Okay, so it's like right around your threshold zone. The Wall Street Journal put out a hit piece on them, saying that they were. I don't want to talk about APLD because I knew about it. It was on my watch list, and I just don't want to talk about it right this second. I'm allowed to show emotion after hours. We just covered that, but just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Let me finish this sentence, and then we'll talk about that. Oh, that one hurts so bad because I had. Oh, anyways, so I called it out at $1.10, and it ran to like 980 something, I believe, and that wasn't even in the squeeze. That was a pseudo squeeze. So I sold my calls that I had at the top, and then I still have my shares, and then I just bought more calls after it bottomed again. Get down, bud. And then now I'm in it. Get down, come please. Can you get down? Thank you. Can you get down, bud? Thank you. Sounds like we need to talk about. No, we don't need to talk about APLD. I could have gotten into it. All right. The day that WTRH was 23 cents, okay, was the day that I started watching APLD. And that was, all right, so I put, one night I couldn't sleep, right? I put WTRH on my list, QNGY on my list, ASTC on my list, APCX on my list, RVSN on my list, SOBR on my list, APLD on my list, DRCT on my list, and EMWP on my list, okay? APLD is a 5 out of 5. SOBR was a 5 out of 5. APCX was a 5 out of 5. And WTRH was a 5 out of 5. So out of all the 5 out of 5s that I had, so what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, I had 4 of them. I missed the biggest one. It sucks. But it is what it is. Yeah, next topic, please. All right, I gotta see what my dog wants. Formulate a next topic for me when I get back. What are you doing, bud? Yeah, what's the next topic? Because I don't want to talk about APLD because I could have fucking made a lot of money on that. We could talk about how these are both short squeezes that nobody's talking about. And if you want to, you could actually go ahead and you could look at my, and that's not financial advice, by the way, but you could go look at my short videos that explain why they're short squeezes, but nobody knows about them at all because the volume isn't there. Saying. I mean, bro, the internet couldn't handle if I let it all out. I'd probably get my channel fucking suspended if I let it all out. But from that trade, yeah, it is what it is. I hate biotech because alright, so I'm hitting TTOO and I hit WTO. Oh, that's not even a thing. There's one other medical play that I was hitting. I made money. I made a killing on EVFM. I called that out at 35 cents. I killed ALNA at 23 cents. I killed those scalps. I believe that there was one more. What the fuck is it? This has been doing really good, and this has been doing pretty good too. I forget what it was. I have so many fucking tickers on here. But anyways, I just don't like you know how the SEC sucks? You know how the SEC sucks? Well, the FDA sucks even more. So, it's not even about who has the better drug. It's about who has more money to lobby the FDA. And I think that's fucking sick. All right, now I gotta let my dog in after letting him out. 1 second. But right now, these biotech plays are ripping, right? But when are they gonna stop ripping? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, when are they gonna say, okay, like, time to squeeze the other things, and we can't afford to squeeze these biotech stocks, right? And then you get caught with your pants down on Labu, right? I mean, it could be a great money-making opportunity, don't get me wrong. I've thought about making entries in it plenty of times. But instead of doing that, what I've done is I've started to invest in value because I think things are bottomed. I think things bottomed out, and I want to invest in like the next generation. Like, all right, like, you know, I don't know if you're old enough. Like, I don't know how old anybody is, but like, I wasn't even old enough. But like the tech bubble, right? Like the .com bubble. You could have bought Yandex for the same price that you could have bought Google for. Yandex is fucking delisted. Obviously, in hindsight, you would have wished that you bought Google, right? Right now, what I'm doing is I'm diversifying across the board, and I'm going to have a good chunk of just about as like the leaders in each sector that I believe, are out there. And then that way I'm set up. I also have my crypto compounding interest as well. I don't know, that way I'm broad. And then also I don't want to sound like a dick, but like I'm a good enough trader where I can make money in any market environment. So whether it's volatile or whether it's kind of like, you know, sideways, right? I could make money. So I'll just have a side, like a different, like I'll use a different account, and then in that different account, I'll sell calls. I'll, you know, like do strangles, straddles, like it all depends. I might straight invest in things. I might, you know, scalp things. Like I don't know. I just think that right now, Labu, like, when does it end? Yeah, are there some big movers after hours? I bet you a lot of them are going to be via heart tests. What is this? Does that say Greece? Oh, no, green. Okay. I was going to try to, I was going to see if that related to ADN at all. EVFM. I called this the other day at fucking 35 cents. Look at it. I called it at 35 cents down here. Next 2 days, it got all the way up to fucking $1.40. Like it hasn't been fair. I don't know what's going on, but like this channel is absolutely killing it with entry prices. Absolutely killing it. I'm not complaining. I'm happy that it's happening, but it's a little bit surreal to actually like have it pan out exactly how you want it to. Wait, I gotta, hold on a sec. Okay, some big after hours movies was I want to revamp my portfolio to have value and stability. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't advise in that. As far as stability goes, usually people think of like insurance, banks, and national defense. But if you wanted to look at value and growth, I have a playlist for that. But again, I'm not a financial advisor. Throwing that out there. Also, if you were looking into if you were looking into like insurance, my two favorites, and I just added this to my list today, is LMND, Lemonade, and also SAFT because it has a very, very high dividend. But again, not a financial advisor. I can't speak on that. Have I ever looked at Flatly? What? No. Can you tell me what you're seeing so I know what the hell you're fucking talking about? And this is how warrants will be portrayed, just so you guys know. I'm not a financial friend. No, I'm just your friend that you watch. That's it. There's no finance involved. I'm doing this and like narrating what I'm doing, and you're just absorbing. If hell, you could be eating, you could be fucking, you know, all boozed up. Like, I don't know. I'm narrating what I'm doing and why I like something, and you're having a conversation with me as I'm doing it. You know what I mean? But here's how warrants will be portrayed, just so you know, when you're trading, like when you're actually trading derivatives. Okay. However, you won't be able to trade derivatives on webull. You have to have like the highest derivatives clearance, I believe, on like a major site, like a Charles Schwab, an E-Trade, something like that. That's how I trade. Like that's how I'm able to trade warrants. So you have to have high options or high derivatives clearance, but you also have to be on like a legitimate broker rather than like something that's going to engage in like, I don't know, like crazy payment for order flow, or like basically you would want to be on a professional platform. All right, Flatleak is a website that shows me where orders are going all over the world for crypto. It's really cool. Take a look sometime. I will. If you send me a link, actually, like if you message me a link on my phone, I'll take a look at it like as soon as I end here in a couple minutes. Fuck, is it like tomorrow yet? Like I honestly I like to work. It's fucked up. I like to work. I get bored just doing nothing but waiting around till the market to open. I just study, which is like, again, completely unhealthy, but oh my god. Oosa. You got approved? Good shit. What level did you get approved for? I think there's like, I forget what level I'm in. I know that I hit the highest, so hold on. Hold on. I forget what level it is. My dad just walked in the door though. I'm happy that you got approved. Yeah, market close does suck because I just find myself like thinking like, hey, like I wish that the market was open again. Look, Dad, just give me like literally 5 minutes, all right? Max. Go EV is up. And that's up 10%, but it was showing 10% up earlier today. So let's see how that acts. Don't be surprised if they try to like slam us tomorrow with Tesla earnings at the end of the day. Not financial advice. I'm just literally saying like just be careful because they might try to slam us. Level 2, you'd have to make sure with your broker, but yes, I know that there's at least 3 levels, and some there might even be 5. All I know is that I've applied for the highest and I've gotten the highest on each broker. So I would just make sure that you do that, you know. But hey, my pops just walked in. I know that I'm cutting the stream like a couple minutes early, but I appreciate all of you. If you guys could go ahead and throw me a sub, I'd greatly appreciate it, just for monetization purposes. If not, you know, at least, you know, like it, hang out tomorrow, and yeah. Either way, I'm going to be starting my crypto stream here in probably like 15 minutes, give or take. Not long. But you guys have a great one, and I appreciate you. I'll catch you later. Hey, no problem, John. I got you, fam. Later.